Yeah. All right, let's get it. It should be good now, though. We should be good. Two. Mic check. Mic check.
Set it on fire.
Alright. Listen, y'all. Look. Listen. I'm late for you. Hey. I'm here, though. I'm here. You know what I'm saying? Now, when I said 7:30, I'm in color people time, right? Nah, man. Y'all gonna have to excuse me for my lateness, man. Y'all gonna have to excuse me for that lateness, man. I apologize about that, okay? How y'all doing? We up in here? I'm gonna give him a second because they pretty pissed off that, man. Dane ain't going live. He lying. Nah, I wasn't lying.
OCO, freethinkers. You're now tuned into the realest historian on the planet.
It's up.
It's go time, Slim.
He's here to make you think.
Relax and take notes.
You are watching a master at work.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
He's here to make you think.
Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
The best teacher you wished you had in school. Have your pens and paper handy and get ready to take notes.
We'll laugh.
I will not be debating Dane Calloway.
It's Dane Calloway.
Set it on fire.
All right.
It's up.
Okay. All right, so look. Shout out to all of you. Make sure that definitely hit that like button on your way in here. If you brand new to the channel, definitely hit that subscribe button and that like button and turn that notification bell on so you won't miss, anything that I got coming out, man. Because listen, I may be late and you want to be notified as soon as I go live because it may be a little bit late. That's all. Just a little bit late. That's all.
It's up.
Nah, man, I'm a little late. I gotta admit that. Now, I say a little, but I'm a whole hour. Listen, traffic, you gotta understand. Y'all, listen, I did not account for that. I did not.
Fire.
It's all good, though. Hope y'all doing well. We up in here tonight. I heard for some of y'all, it's cold outside. It's cold. I heard it's still cold for some of y'all. Make a track to this beat? I will see. We'll see. It's either that one or this one. We'll see. That's one of these.
Set it on fire.
Hey, this jump. 53 degrees in PA. Shout out to Pennsylvania. Wisconsin is still cold. Oh, man. So Midwest, y'all still cold out there. 90 degrees in Las Vegas? Yeah, that's about right. Y'all doing all right, though, right? Oh, now we on the shadow screen right now. Y'all can drop that city and state in the chat. We gonna be in here for a while. A while. We gonna be in here for a while. This is gonna be a nice, long live stream. Y'all like this beat? This beat go. Shout out to the admins. Shout out to the snipers. Shout out to the shout out to the mods, man.
Snipers!
Augusta, Georgia, Staten Island, Wilmington, Raleigh, what up, North Carolina? I see y'all in here heavy. Phoenix, Arizona, Bowie, Maryland, what up, Bowie? Fort Dodge, Ohio, Tulsa, Oklahoma, PG County, Maryland, what it do, Slim? So I'm pretty sure DC in the building. Shit out to DC though. Hey, Jacksonville, Florida in the building. Duval is in the building. Hey, Chi-Town in the building. What up, Chicago? Alabama in the building. What's good? Mobile, Alabama in the building. I see you. What up, Baltimore? Heavy. I see you in here, heavy, Baltimore. Hold up. We got a lot of people in here tonight. I'm late. Hold up. Austin, Texas in the building. What up, Texas? What up, Vegas? What up, Mississippi? What up, Atlanta? What up, H-Town? Louisville, Kentucky in the building. Boston in the building. Delaware in the building. Albany, New York in the building. Detroit in the building. Minnesota in the building. Brooklyn in the building. So this one, y'all like this beat? That beat too. Either one of these. This one a little quicker. You know what I'm saying? I'm still trying to debate on which one. We gonna figure it out. One of them gonna get touched. One of them gonna get touched. East St. Louis in the building. Arkansas in the building. Tallahassee, Florida in the building. Where Brooklyn at? Raleigh, North Carolina. Alma, Georgia in the building. Upstate New York in the building. Orlando, Florida. Hey, Florida in here heavy. Florida in here heavy. There go Virginia. What up, Virginia? What up, VA? Columbia, South Carolina in the building. Georgetown, South Carolina. Compton in the building. What's good, Compton? Cincinnati, Ohio. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Yeah, shout out to DC though. Y'all know me, I'm so DC, it's my initials. Southern Arkansas. Okay, she said Southern Arkansas. Baltimore, what's good? Florence, South Carolina. I see you DC in here, heavy. Yeah, Florence, South Carolina, that's damn near home right there. You say you from Baltimore, but you in Texas? Shout out to Texas, shout out to Baltimore. Dominican Republic in the building, what up? You from DC, but now you in Florida? Yeah, everybody from DC moving. They going, hey, they starting their lives in other areas. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. DC got a lot of action popping off, and it ain't to be bragged about. What's good from Memphis, Tennessee? What up, Memphis 10? Trenton, New Jersey, what's good? Cleveland, Ohio, somebody from France in here. Shout out to France, what's good? Puerto Rico, oh, I see you, Puerto Rico. They ain't glad you came on. I was wondering what happened. Nah, I just got caught in traffic. Everything good. Deuce Dizzle in the building. What up, Deuce? ATL in the building. Tennessee in the building. Naptown in the building. Detroit in the building. They go, oh, you from France? Oh, that's fire. Shout out to France. Okay, France in here. Let's go. Cali's supposed to be in here. They could be late though, just like how I was. Cali usually in here deep. You know, we probably gonna see Cali in a second. Some of them could be caught in traffic. They go San Diego, Cali. Brooklyn. What up, Brooklyn, New York? BX, New York. What up, BX? South Central Los Angeles. Okay, here go Cali. As soon as I said something, y'all came up in here late, Cali. Cali in the building. Look, I ain't got I ain't got the right to be talking about late right now here. Chino Hills, Cali. Los Angeles area, Cali. Sacramento, Cali. Long Beach, Cali. What up, Louisville, Kentucky? Sherman Oaks, Cali. Yeah, Cali in here deep. Los Angeles, Cali. California, Stockton in the, all right, Cali. All right, y'all in here. Cali in here.
It's up.
All right, look. All right, so we got the beginning part out the way, y'all, right? Let me finish it out. Let me make sure that y'all definitely, what up, Detroit? Y'all definitely want to get involved inside of the 13% community server. It's free. It's free. One more time, it's free. Join a community server with like-minded people inside of a server. It's encrypted for right now. You know how they try and change stuff up. But when you feel like you out there alone, you ain't alone. You ain't. You get to talk to people like you and I outside of the 13%, man. I forgot how many people, you know what, that's a good question. How many people we got up in there now? Are we over 14,000 yet? I forgot how many people up in there, man. It's been a minute. And here's another thing, right? Let me stop the music. Hold on, let me. Now, before we get started, I'm gonna have to put this tone on because right now, if you haven't already, you should either log on to Amazon Prime, right, and get your copy, or you could go to DaneMakeYouThink.com and get your copy. Get our copy of what, Dane? It's 13,996 members as we speak inside of the 13%. Get your copy. Hold up, we about to go back to the beat. Hold on, but first, get your copy of The Quiet Blueprint of Wealth. My new book is here, The Quiet Blueprint of Wealth. It's a masterclass that teaches exactly what the title implies. Grab your physical copies on Amazon Prime or anywhere else books are sold, or download the ebook version exclusively at DaneMakeYouThink.com. All right, man, listen. It's, one more time. My new book is here, The Quiet Blueprint of Wealth. It's a masterclass that teaches exactly what the title implies. Grab your physical copies on Amazon Prime or anywhere else books are sold, or download the ebook version exclusively at DaneMakeYouThink.com. Now, y'all got to make sure y'all get that now. No, don't talk about some of y'all saying y'all can't afford it. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I don't want to hear that. Yes, you can. If it's something beneficial for you or your family, it's affordable. It is. Trust me, it could be higher. But but it's really worth it. It's worth it. It's worth that price. And honestly, it's worth more, to be honest with you. But I tried to make it, as affordable as possible for those people that are seeking to learn about and to know what to do when it comes to creating their own trust, when it comes to protecting their family assets. Okay, I'm talking about from anything, when it comes to their property, or when it comes to their anything that they own, anything that they will be soon to own. Like, for example, a house, or you could have got that boat, you could have grabbed that piece of land. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is setting up your generation and generations to come inside of your family to build a legacy. How does it work? This is what the gatekeepers gatekeep about. That's what this is about. This is not this some little bit of information I'm going to just throw out there and let you figure it out. Nah, I'm holding your hand inside of this book. And yes, the hell I am. They ain't no talk about the book. Nah, you going to want me to talk about the book. You're going to want me to talk about the book. And we're going to have segments about the book as well. I'm not going to leave you hanging, and I didn't leave you hanging. Not one time did I leave you hanging inside of that book. That is a masterclass. That is an instructional guide. I literally tell you what to do. I even give you scenarios if you run into a brick wall, so you won't ever be pasted on that wall. You can peel yourself right off of that wall. Shake yourself off and keep it pushing and really do it the right way. I literally gave you, I'm talking about every scenario that I could think of. I also ask people questions and put those same questions inside of the book with the answers. I made sure that book was easily navigatable as well. The book is about 400 pages long, but don't let that, and say, oh my God, I don't got time to be reading 400 pages. Nah, yes you do. Especially with this one. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. This one is worth it. Took me about a year and a half to complete this book, and I'm very proud of it. And you will too. Soon as you see, you'll be like, oh, okay, this brother wasn't playing. Nah, I wasn't playing at all. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. Let me let that sink in. Let me let it sink in. Let it in. All right. So let's go. Hold on. Let me go to the M16 mix real quick. So Hold on, let me go to the other screen. 1 second. What chat at? Yeah, no, not the, hold on, the one with the chat. Yeah, here you go. All right, so, yeah, let that sink in. Now, it's been at least 6 days, but I want to get into this, since I followed up on this particular topic, dealing with the war. Now, I went live earlier today. We talked about a few things earlier today. It was about 12 o'clock or something like that in the afternoon when I went live earlier today. And I touched on a few things briefly because I know I wanted to get more in depth right here. Earlier today, I did point out some videos, and I'm gonna just give y'all an update about the White House posting those 3 short videos, and one of them was removed from their accounts. It was their official Instagram or Twitter account. Whole time they promoting the goddamn app that they putting out. Like, why would you do that? But then I thought about it. They have younger marketing minds at the White House. So what they're going to do is play on the minds of the people right now, especially the younger people that's going to have questions. Hey, let's just give them a little bit of something, okay, and make them talk about it so they can promote this goddamn app that they putting out. That I ain't gonna lie, I quote everybody, because at the same time, they reported that the FBI director Kash Patel's email account was hacked, and his stuff got leaked. So we ain't know what to think. We were, behind. And I waited for a little second, even though I wasn't back just yet. This happened, as far as those videos are concerned, it happened 2 days ago. And one of the videos indicated that the announcement was supposed to happen yesterday, and it never happened. But the announcement came out today. Some goddamn app. You just downloaded that app? Man, the marketing was on point with that. I ain't gonna lie. That was a young-minded person that said, nah, let's play with them. Let's play with American people. I mean, that's what Trump doing. He playing with the American people too. Think about it. Think about it. Whole campaign. I'm not the president to go to war. We should not be going to war, blah, 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 woo, 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 right? We ain't even gonna, I could play endless videos on that note, but nah, I'm the president of peace. Remember, he was riding off that was his whole campaign, right? But now, we got into it with Iran somehow. At first, they was blaming the fact that Iran had nuclear capabilities and they needed to go in there and handle that, right? Oh, man. And then he said they took care of that. And I understand that. Now, if there was a threat, for real, if it was a real threat, go ahead and handle that, Trump. Go ahead and handle that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. If it's a real threat, go handle it, right? But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Iran signed the non-proliferation treaty. Israel didn't. Wait a minute. So if anything, the hand need to be pointed at Israel. Israel got nuclear capabilities. But anyway, I much rather Iran protect themselves from any threat that, feel like somebody want to take over their territory. And that's exactly what happened. You all are looking at a live demonstration of a group of people that want to dictate and place themselves in position where they colonize a land that they have no business in. And when we look back in American history, especially during the times of colonization, that's what they were doing back then too. They had that doctrine of discovery, saying that they could take the lands from up underneath the indigenous people of this territory. Meanwhile, they told all of our people, oh no, we're black and we came from Africa. All for the reason, all to get our minds off of our true motherland so they can have it all for themselves. Oh, and then they said it was in their doctrine, y'all. They said it was a religious belief. And don't that sound familiar? Netanyahu saying it's his religious belief as to the reason why they should have that land. And the U.S. should be helping. Oh, man, that's what they saying. He coming out his mouth. Benjamin Netanyahu coming to, y'all call him BB. BB Netanyahu coming out his mouth saying that they supposed to have that land. I played a video earlier today of the mayor. Yeah, hold on, y'all gotta see this. Let me play that one more time. The mayor of Israel calling that fool the Lord of the universe. I was like, what? The Lord of the universe? Yeah, that's what he said. Hold on. Hold on. Let me, I gotta bring it over on y'all side. It pulled up on the wrong screen. Hold up. So this is the mayor crying because he begging Netanyahu to stop the war. People are dying. Blah, 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 blah. So listen to him calling him. You got high praises for him like he's some type of God. Notice how they got Netanyahu picture at the bottom, right? Like he got some type of power or something. Like God then blessed him and anointed him with some type of unforeseen power. Meanwhile, he need the help of the United States. And he said right here in his own words that he doesn't have support from a state. Well, watch this, look.
כמה סיבובים! אנחנו נלחמים על הבית. אנחנו עושים כל מה שאנחנו יכולים פה. אבל אין פה מדינה אחריך.
But there is no state behind you here.
בשביל להצליח אתה צריך מדינה. אי
You
אפשר
can't do it
לבד.
alone.
גמרתם את קריית שמונה, גמרתם את יישובי הגדר, גמרתם הכל!
You finished
גמרתם
everything.
הכל כבר!
You already finished everything. Yeah, he crying. It's the mayor.
מה אתם עושים? מה אתם
What are you
עושים?
doing? What are you
ריבונו
doing?
של
Lord
עולם?
of the universe,
מה אתם
what are you
עושים?
doing?
או שתגידו שאתם לא מסוגלים לטפל באירוע הזה ותשחררו.
Hold on, I ain't have my side chain on. Let me do that one more time with my side chain on so my voice could overpower that because he's yelling. Let me say it one more time.
סיבובים!
How many rounds? I got my side chain on now.
על הבית!
We are fighting for our home. We are doing everything we can here.
אבל אין פה מדינה!
But there is no state behind you here.
בשביל להצליח אתה צריך מדינה!
To succeed, you need a state. You cannot do it alone.
גמרתם את קריית שמונה!
You finished McGav Am, you finished Teshabu. Hold up. I'm gonna be mispronouncing some names, y'all. Teshabah, you finished Gader, you finished everything. I'm pretty sure I'm mispronouncing that.
גמרתם הכל כבר!
You already finished everything.
מה אתם עושים? מה
What are you doing? What are you doing, Lord of the universe? What are you doing?
עושים?
Cancel that.
או שתגידו שאתם לא מסוגלים.
Either admit that you're incapable of dealing with this situation and release us, or do what needs to be done already, Lord of the universe. That's what he said at the tail end. He calling him Lord of the universe, y'all. What y'all think about that? So this also states that he isn't dead but alive. It's a possibility. We don't know. Honestly, we don't know. Like when I was playing those AI videos that they put out, I was like, okay, if he is alive, why are you putting out AI videos? Then I thought about it. Well, maybe they're trying to hide that nigga's location. They was trying to hide his location, and that's why they were enticing Iran to show their, leader on screen, right? Iran smartened up and pulled the plug on the internet in Iran because they didn't want anybody to mistakenly give up their new leader's location. That was smart. That was intelligent, in my opinion. And they came out and told the US why. Because telecommunications can be tapped into, obviously. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You could tap into it and say, okay, wait, there he go right there. They can find out where his location is. And I'm pretty sure they got that same capability because they got, I'm talking about Iran now, because they got China in their pocket where they could, utilize the internet to find out Netanyahu's location. So they probably did have to throw out some AI videos so they won't know where he was or where he is. It's a possibility. Or it's a possibility he is gone. We don't know. We don't know that for sure. And I was saying that 3 times in a row on every single time. I'm like, damn, why would they do this if he is alive? Like, if you big and bad, say it with your chest. But okay. So hold up. Oh, hold on. Damn, should I do this right now? I want to do this right now. Hold on. Before we go into the war of Iran, y'all, I want y'all to realize something, because they're calling this the end of social media. I want y'all to see what happened really quick. YouTube, well, basically Google, but YouTube and Facebook Meta were being sued. They were being sued because someone, a civilian, let me just put a civilian on, I believe it was a woman, was claiming that they were addicted to social media because of the tactics that they put out there to allow people to become addictive on social media. Now, if you just noticed, YouTube rolled out something. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but if you stay on YouTube past 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, they'll roll out a notification to say, hey, it's time to go to bed. Hey, are you sleepy? Stuff like that. And you got an option to cut that stuff off, but they ain't had no choice because of this particular lawsuit. And these people won, by the way. I'm jumping ahead, but let me play it real quick. I'm gonna play this quickly, and then we go right back to what I'm talking about as far as the Iran war.
A verdict in the landmark case addressing the power and influence of social media. A Los Angeles jury today finding Meta and YouTube negligent in the design or operation of their platforms and saying the companies failed to warn users of the dangers of their services. The jurors found that the tech giant's platforms harmed a young user with features that made her addicted and led to mental health problems. The trial, which included testimony from Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, was the first lawsuit of its kind to go to trial. In separate statements, Meta and Google, YouTube's parent company, saying they disagree with today's verdict and plan to appeal. Yeah,
they plan to appeal, but they're being sued not only by these people here, they were also being sued by New Mexico for $375 million. Now, keep in mind, these are multi-trillion-dollar corporations. We're talking about Google, and their parent company is Alphabet Inc., and we talking about Meta, which is Facebook. $1 trillion. So cutting them millions millions ain't gonna hurt them at all. But the reason why they're calling it the end of social media is because it will be the end of social media as we know it. And which I agree with when it comes to them tracking your voice on your phone, and all of a sudden, you know, they picking up your conversation and you talking to your spouse or whoever you talking to about a particular topic that can be sold back to you. That needs to go away. That they saying that's for ad purposes. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that they're able to record your conversation and then boom, immediately, if you were talking about some type of car that you like, all of a sudden they go an ad for that particular car. It'll pop up on your any devices, including your television. I believe that needs to go. And this is the part where they may eliminate that type of advertising. Also, with the For You page, that may get adjusted because the For You page, the algorithm is strict to the point where they're only going to insert people in that For You algorithm that they feel as though will control or push a narrative to keep people on the platform. In other words, for your For You page is controlled by them, and they're giving it for you because of your interests that they have been recording over time. Not necessarily stating that it's one particular content creator that they want to watch. No, it's one particular topic that they want you to watch. They want you to stand on that. They want you to keep, they're going to keep feeding you that content in many different ways. And they're working hand in hand. So you think you got away from it with YouTube, you jump right on Instagram and it pick right back up. Now TikTok was on the way of doing the same thing. And I told people then when that happened, I said, watch how your For You page got adjusted. And immediately, or it's going to be adjusted. And immediately that happened. Your For You content immediately was adjusted, especially when the government got its hands involved in it. Another thing I want to mention while we're on this topic before I go any further, did y'all see what happened to OpenAI? And I was warning y'all about OpenAI. OpenAI, keep in mind, is the owners of ChatGPT and that Sora AI app. Now, they pissed Disney off because they pulled out, yes, they closed Sora. They pulled out on AI video creation. This is major. Listen to me. No more AI video creation. No more from AI though, OpenAI, that company. So whatever subdivision that they have, whether if it was ChatGPT or Sora, they're no longer going to do that. And Disney was pissed. Disney was pissed because they had remember I told you I went live or either posted a video, I think I went live to show you that they had a deal with the government. Now they backing out. For some odd reason, they backing out with the content dealing with AI creating video. They're backing out. Yeah, that's why they closed Sora. Yes, because it got way too, listen y'all, it got way too advanced. It was, and I was warning people then. I said, bruh, this is scary because they could create a false flag. They could literally make the Blue Beam Project just off of one description or one prompt that they could feed into these AI algorithms, and they are a monster. These AI programs, especially another one that I showed you that Netanyahu and them were using. Oh, did I mention that name? No. The name of that one. Hold on, remember y'all. I know I said it in the 13% community server. What was the name of that AI that I brought up? That I said Netanyahu and them, and that thing. That one is spooky. That one, the one I'm referring to that Netanyahu and them were using, that one is OP. You cannot, like, that's so difficult to pinpoint if that's real or not. So, okay, jumping ahead. OpenAI, that's the corporation that's, like how it's Alphabet Inc. and Google and then YouTube. OpenAI is their main parent company. And they backed out. And that's alarming. That's alarming. When a company back out and they know that was profitable for them and Disney just gave them a contract, woo, Disney was pissed because Disney had a lot of hopes and dreams with creating AI videos in films. So that means that a lot of AI is not going to be utilized in films. That's very good. And it's also good that they're not going to utilize that AI video content any longer. And, and I understand that AI going to be here, but I hope that stuff dies down because that stuff is way too advanced and people not ready for that. Especially the older people that are vulnerable and don't understand the difference between what's real and what's fake when it comes to AI. They don't know about the AI jitters. They don't know about the shakes. You know what I mean? They don't look at the small fine print. Yeah, it's been past dangerous. They can manipulate Americans with that. So I'm thankful that they backed out on that. And that's major news. And now they're coming after every other social media company, in which they should.
His verdict comes just one
This is just the beginning.
A jury in New Mexico ordered Meta to pay $300
right after that. I just got finished mentioning this.
After determining that Meta concealed what it knew about child sexual exploitation on its platform. Meta says it plans to appeal that verdict as well. Joining me now is Jacob Ward, veteran technology journalist and host of the Rip Current podcast. He's also the author of The Loop, How Technology is Creating a World Without Choice and How to Fight Back. Jacob, thanks so much for joining me. So let's talk about today's big verdict. What was your big takeaway?
Well, Kristen, this is really, for me, it is I get goosebumps as I say it. It is truly a historic moment. I really think that this is on a par with figuring out that cigarettes cause cancer or that we needed to have seatbelts in cars. This is a huge societal shift that we're seeing I agree. In front of us really in real time. And as a result, I think this is the end of social media as we know it, and it is definitely the end of childhood as we have come to accept it. We are seeing for the very first time a social media company found liable, in this case, 2 of them found liable.
3 of them, technically.
The design choices they made, and for, as a result, addicting kids in a harmful way to their product. This is something that was unimaginable even a few years ago because these companies have enjoyed such powerful legal protections until now. Now this new legal theory opens up an entire...
And that's another thing. So they had legal protect, and notice how we don't know that. I believe it was called Section 230. They had legal protection against certain lawsuits that will be pending against them from the public. Because remember when I was talking about this another live stream ago, it's probably been a while, when I was telling you guys that a lot of the engineers from Google and Instagram and Facebook were coming out and creating documentaries exposing this technology. They were literally telling us that people were behind the scenes, behind the screen, and snatching content and pulling it in front of a person on purpose in order for them to become addicted, to never get off of their platform, to never log out, so they won't have a life. They want their social life to be virtual. And notice how Meta shut down Meta. Did y'all see that? They shut Meta down. Remember he was trying to set it up as a virtual world, or you get to have your virtual avatar. It was virtual. They were even allowing for you to buy land virtually. Remember that? They were allowing you to buy land virtually. All of this is shut down now. Immediately shut down. I'm thankful that that's happening. I'm glad that this is happening because the more people, and I knew that we had power, us as the people, the more that we become aware of these things and the more that we talk about it, talk about the dangers of these technologies and how advanced it's getting, and it's growing concerns. Look, you guys should be worried about this. Stop doing that because it's convenient for you. Of course, they're going to make it look good, but is it good? Is it good for you? Just like how they do in medicine and the health. For real, we need to be holding the health department with the same scrutiny. To be honest with you, shoot, all that Food and Drug Administration, the FDA need to be held accountable for some shit too. I just hope that this trickles down domino effect wise with everything else, because they're not the only one, not just social media. Okay, yes, social media played a part on people's lives as well mentally. I understand that. Yeah, but so does the food that they eat, the water that they drink. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, my camera's going off. Hold on. Let me look at this. This is live, y'all. This is live. Okay, no, that's the fam. So anyway, damn. My fault, y'all. If y'all hear all the notifications, hold on, let me move that out the way of the mic. But anyway, yeah, the medical and the dental, all of that. Everybody needs to be held accountable. So, I mean, this is a good step. This is a positive step in the right direction,
worms,
in my opinion.
It consists of more than 1,600 cases that are now going to come down on one or more of these companies, Kristen.
Wow. Well, it's really striking to hear you describe it in that context, Jacob. So paint a picture for me. You say this is the end of social media as we know it. What does that look like in our society?
Well, until now, right, we've treated our attention and by extension our behavior as, first of all, something that you and I are supposed to be entirely in control of ourselves, right? Mm-hmm. We've been sort of the opinion that somehow the choices you and I make are totally our own and can't really be shaped by anybody. But then,
and that's
of course, what we saw was the rise of an industry that has made its business analyzing and shaping behavior at scale wherever possible. And this is not to say that they had nefarious ideas in mind. They just had discovered that our attention is an incredibly profitable product to traffic in. And so in this case, we're just looking at now a jury that, even a few years ago might not have been able to wrap their minds around the idea that we can have this kind of harm by the design of a platform. That was such an abstract concept. As someone who tries to articulate that concept as often as I do, I've spent years trying to get people to understand even the idea that there are armies of experts inside these companies working on that kind of idea.
Yep.
And now suddenly you have a
He said of experts, but they're mainly engineers.
Understanding that, it seems, and as a result, finding these two companies liable. So this could absolutely rewrite the rules. Now, will that be a rewriting of the rules that everyone will be happy with? I don't think so, right? We have enormous First Amendment issues that are going to come up with this. And you know that Meta and YouTube are going to fight tooth and nail because this is an existential threat to the way they do business.
And they got money.
So this is not over by any stretch, but I think that the era of treating
this is a great start, though,
as an infinite product to mine, that era is over, I think.
It's just really powerful to hear you talk about it in those terms. You talk about the profits. Let's talk about the profits of these companies. Meta is worth more than $1 trillion. YouTube is worth more than $500 billion. Its parent company, Alphabet Inc., is worth more than $3 trillion. Could these companies just absorb the cost and keep doing business?
Absolutely.
Keep doing business as usual?
I mean, when we look, Kristen, at the individual judgments here, right, you're looking at a $375 million judgment in New Mexico, and that
ain't nothing but $1 to them.
Different issue than the one that was settled in LA. But both of them sort of surround the idea that there is harm being done and a responsibility on the part of the companies. In both of those cases, right, you're looking at numbers that really are a rounding error in the balance sheets of these companies. Of course, right, the $3 million judgment for this one plaintiff in LA, no way. But you look at the 350 other family cases coming down the pipeline. You look at the $2 million alone. If you use this math, $3 million per plaintiff, that ends up being in the billions, right? Or at least over $1 billion. If you look at the math of the school districts, 250 of which are lined up to file.
Hey, hold up, y'all. Hey, wait a minute. We need to file some lawsuits. If they get money, so should we. We should be, hey, where the lawyers at? We need to get in contact with some lawyers. We need to come together and hit them. We need our cut, huh? What? I ain't playing. Who with me? If you with me, type 13. I ain't playing. We need to, hey, if you an attorney and you want to go neck to neck with these so-called technology giants, and if you scared, say you scared, but if you ain't scared, type 13. You know, get us out the community server. You know? I mean, especially if you got children, because keep in mind, that's what their focus is on. Their focus is on the next generation as well. It's the children. That's their main focus. Yep. Roblox got hit. Roblox got hit numerous times. Yep. Yeah, we need to, hey, if you a lawyer and you know, attorney, you trying to get something done, man, how many people in here? We about almost 1,500 people right now. And we just started this live stream. So I'll probably ask this question again a little later. When there's more, I'm pretty sure the entire viewing, all viewers would say 13. You said you got 6 kids and they were all victims here. PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo. Well, okay. Now PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo, they took their hit years ago. They did take their hit years ago when it came to taking over the mindsets of the children. They were sued. They were sued. If you look it up, they were sued in the past. People were coming at them. Oh, my baby not doing their schoolwork because they always on the PlayStation. They got hit too. They did get hit. But I believe that this will be a much bigger lawsuit because social media is a lot larger than PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo combined. There is no comparison, okay? Social media took the F over and yeah, quickly too, and shaped people's narratives immediately. They had an immediate impact. Immediate impact. The gaming industry does have play in it, but not as much as, you know, the Alphabet Inc., which is Google and Facebook. Those are the two top, and TikTok is around the corner, especially with the children. I think children, TikTok, it was really just children. TikTok took the idea of this thing called Vine. I don't know if y'all remember Vine, V-I-N-E, where the children were up on there doing funny stuff. It was mainly art. our people, the Niji people, made that app popular. Damn, we make all these apps popular. They should just cut us a check just for making shit popular, because we made TikTok popular the same way. So y'all remember Vine? Yeah. Before TikTok, it was Vine, and Vine was on fire because our young children was, they were doing challenges and funny stuff, and they were doing a lot of funny stuff on there. It was real innocent. Boom, everything was cool, right? But we made it popular. I don't know what happened to Vine. I don't know if they sold the company. I don't know what happened. I would have to look into it to find out what happened. But here go TikTok. TikTok following in the same footsteps, and then boom. The reason why TikTok went viral because the Niji men and women, dances and challenges, and everybody wanted to get on board. Then they had the hook on so-called celebrities to come and join in on the fun. And then all of a sudden that app got popular, and overnight they were $1 trillion corporation. I'm paraphrasing everything and summarizing it, simplifying it, but I mean, let's be real, right? But yeah, TikTok need to be looked at too with some scrutiny as well, because they got a hold of the young community, big time. And so does YouTube, and definitely so does Instagram and Facebook. For sure, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And by the way, Meta owns Facebook and Instagram. And of course, Google owns YouTube. But yep, when I came into YouTube, actually, this is my 10th year on YouTube. And when I came, damn, just me saying that, it's been 10 years. But okay, so this is my 10th year on YouTube, right? Damn, man, that's a long time. I'm not gonna lie, that's a long time. I'm gonna clap it up just for that. That's a long time. But I saw. Hold on, let me let that sound effect finish. And the visual effects. Shout out to me for doing that. But anyway, so I saw the changes happen. I saw the changes happen on YouTube. I saw the censorship being inserted gradually. Of course, I was affected by the censorship immediately as soon as it was implemented. Ooh, I'm talking about videos was gone. No explanation, no email, no nothing. Just boop, it's gone, right? I saw it. Especially my 1 million view videos. All the videos, I had numerous videos hit 1 million. Boop, they took them right off. Some of them still around. I'm not trying to say all of them are gone, but man, they got the majority of them. And then that made me smarten up and start saving my stuff and, grabbing different hard drive. Man, censorship was going crazy. Just like how it is now. To be honest with you, censorship is a lot worse now than it was then. Because now they had their algorithms programmed to structure it to where people like me would not be seen on the For You page, as an example. That's why your favorite content creators will not be seen on the For You page. Not anymore, because of how censorship went. Now, if censorship was eliminated, yeah, we'll be hitting the pages immediately, real quick, off of one video. We could go live one time, we on the trending page. I remember that. I remember my first time going live and how many people was watching. Yeah, it's called shadow ban. Man, but it is what it is. I'm not complaining. I'm gonna keep going because it really don't affect anything. Yeah, people may not see it that, and this is how you know there's an agenda. People may not see that video that day, but they'll see it the next day, or they'll see it the day after that. And they get they saying in the comments, Dane, I didn't get no notification, but it just popped up now 3 days later, right? Damn, Dane, why am I just now seeing this video 72 hours later? It never fails. That's exactly what has been happening. And yeah, that's shadow ban and that's censorship. And actually that started in 2000. The censorship really started in 2020. It started in 2017, but they really put it, like a emphasis on it in 2020. Really, 2020 was when they were really pushing hard and modified their algorithms to shadow ban those who are receiving the attention that they didn't want to receive the attention based off of them telling the truth. And remember back then, they were calling us alternative news. I remember that was the term. The terminology that they used back then was alternative news. I had somebody that used to work at YouTube tell me that they had me on a list. I'm not trying to put her out there, but she anyway. But a couple of people that worked at YouTube told me what was going on, told me what was happening, told me some behind the scenes stuff that they didn't need to, but they did anyway. And yeah, that's around that same time that they brought out the COVID-19. Yep. And then all that censorship started happening. And then I had to do many different things to try to get that message out the best way that I could. And yeah, you know, it is what it is. It did get across, but man, woo, they were fighting. They were fighting, but now they have it in place. And I'm glad that this is happening. It's shaking them up. It's drawing attention, but nothing has been implemented to a point where it's law. You know what I mean? To say, okay, no, stop that now. YouTube and Instagram, all right, stop all that catering to, you know, people's mindsets to control them. Nah, because I believe the government has interest in that as well. If you want to control the narrative, yeah, you not only control the news, you know, the ones that they're calling legacy media, you definitely want to control social media. So I don't think it's going to change as quick as we would want it to, because the government is involved.
You think about thousands of students per school district, you're suddenly getting to some very large numbers. And so whether these companies can afford this in a dollars and cents way, you know, I think we'll figure that out. Time will tell. But the incentive, which they did not face before now, is to change the way they do business because there is suddenly liability. In the United States, Kristen, we don't make a lot of changes to how companies do business, or, you know, companies don't make a change unless there's financial harm. This was an industry so enormous that we couldn't have imagined doing enough financial harm to make it possible for them to even consider changing. Now those incentives are shifting in a way that we haven't seen, I would say, since the era of big tobacco, since the era of lead paint, right? These are enormous kinds of judgments that have to come through for a company to consider changing how they do business. And so I just think that we're probably, even though we're going to see endless appeal, this is not by any means settled in court, I think that it is for the first time operating at a scale that really touches these companies in a very new way.
Look, before I let you go, I do have to shift gears. I want to show you this sort of extraordinary scene at the White House today. An AI-powered robot escorted First Lady Melania Trump into a summit on technology and education and opened the summit, Jacob, by actually speaking. It's kind of out of a movie.
And by the way, this bot right here, this is the same one that Elon Musk was trying to push. Okay, look, y'all, look. This is the same one. You know they trying to have these bots inside of your house right now for $30,000. This is real, y'all. This is real. They even have a movie out about this. They were talking about the dangers about having these type of bots inside of your house. Hold on one second.
This is not AI. I just want to say, hey, you guys, OCO. Go ahead, huh?
And she brought me a plate, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate that, babe. Thank you. But yeah, they trying to, thank you, babe. So yeah, they trying to push this inside of people's houses right now, $30,000. They trying to make it affordable, just like how they tried to make, and they did. They made the phones affordable, telling you that it's $1,000 for a phone, but hey, all you got to do is pay $20 or $30 a month on top of your bill, and you'll be fine. They about to do the same thing with this, and this is so, it's getting spooky.
What were your thoughts when
this is getting spooky?
What do we take from this moment? What are the implications?
I cannot believe that I'm speaking to you on the same day that a jury of 12 people, you know, decided we needed to protect kids in this whole new way, established this entirely new idea of harm. And at the same time, you've got this imagery going on. I mean, we have the reason we're seeing these court cases move forward is because at the federal level.
No. 30,000 is affordable. Not 30,000 all at once. They're going to break it into, you know, increments. You know how they setting it up. Watch.
No one's been willing to make the kinds of laws that democracy has clearly been clamoring for. You know, when I spoke to the Attorney General in the New Mexico case, he said, I don't want to have to do this court case by court case, but because we're not getting federal action, we have to. And when you see, I honestly don't know, Christian, but I assume that's Elon Musk's robot, right? When you see the pro-tech cabal that is in the White House now, and the ways in which they are trying to just open the floodgates for that industry, and you compare that to how the first, this jury of our peers has enacted the first real sort of democratic input into what everyday Americans want to see from these sorts of companies. The contrast between these two things could not be starker, Kristen.
All right, Jacob Ward, thank you so much for your insights today. We really appreciate it. Good to see you as always.
Thanks, Kristen.
All right, so what y'all think about this AI stuff? Not just the robots. Type 13 if you think that it's needed. Type 1 if you don't. Type 1 if you feel as though more should be done. Type 14 if you don't care. I had to touch on to that because that was today. I had to touch on that. So they was found guilty. I feel as though it's a good thing. It's a start, but let's just keep in mind that the government is involved as well. Even though they're saying that they have protections, I believe that was called Section 230. Hold on, they say it in this video. Hold on, let me quickly play a little bit of this.
Apparently, the jury awards $3 million in damages to Kaylee GM. Now, this was a single plaintiff case as opposed to the New Mexico one, which was sort of a more generalized case, which was $5,000 penalty per violation, adding up to $375 million. So this is a single award of damages. Meta apparently liable for 70% of the damages, which would leave 30% to YouTube. So a $3 million award for Kaylee GM. How does that strike you, Josh?
Well, as far as, writing checks for these two huge
that ain't nothing to them
companies, it's nothing. But it's huge as far as what it means for all of the other plaintiffs. This is now blood in the water. They now understand that these companies are vulnerable, that Section 230 is not going to protect them.
So Section 230.
Documents work, that even with the plaintiff who has...
All right, that's all I wanted to know.
Factors.
So I was right. So Section 230 no longer protects them. That's all I wanted to know. All right. So let's move on. I want to go a little further back because I missed a few days and I'm going to come back up on the Iran situation, or Iran, whatever you want to pronounce it, however you're going to pronounce it. Hold up. Okay. So I'm going to come back up. Everything is ranging between 4 days and today, like 4 days ago and today when I'm getting ready to play. As I pull some stuff to the side that I found interesting. Hold up. They were talking about Trump's next target. Where is that one at? I want to play that one first. Oh, right here.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum. And
now, keep in mind, I remember I played those segments showing you that all of them are following a script. All right. I played that during the second to the last live stream, right? But I'm playing Fox because Fox caters to Trump a lot more. So certain things will go, man, you'll be able to eat the meat and spit out the bones with them.
We have some.
They all have an agenda, though.
Around the effort to secure and reopen the Strait of Hormuz right now. I had a phone call earlier today with President Trump in which he called NATO weak. He has said this quite a bit over the last 48 hours and said that it won't help us to protect the strait now. He said, we know that when the big one comes, they're not going to be there for us either. Talking about NATO and the agreement that exists between the countries of NATO. He also wouldn't comment on new reporting that he's considering taking over or blockading Karg Island to pressure Iran to get that strait open. Almost a situation where an island would be sort of taken hostage, essentially, since that's what Iran is basically executing in the strait, keeping the strait hostage from all of the commerce that generally flows through it. Correspondent Lucas Tomlinson reporting live from Dubai, a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy. He served in Afghanistan. He covered the Ukraine-Russia war and the Israel-Hamas war on the ground. He knows all of the equipment involved very well. Lucas, it's great to have you with us.
I like how they be trying to qualify the people.
Great to be with you, Martha.
So I want to get to that point first about these little islands. There's a couple of things I want to talk to you about, but I did ask President Trump about this earlier today, and he said, I can't tell you whether or not we're going to take an island. Obviously, that would be information that the Iranians would love to have more knowledge on. However, there was reporting in Axios this morning, quoting a senior administration official that said he wants Hormuz open. If he has to take Karg Island to make it happen, that's going to happen. If he decides to have a coastal invasion, that's going to happen. But that decision hasn't been made, according to a senior official. And we're showing a map as well of where Karg Island is. It's deep into the Persian Gulf area, a bit of a distance northeast from the Strait of Hormuz. So what is your take on this, Lucas? And especially given the fact that we're now seeing the USS Boxer heading to the region with an additional 4,500 U.S. forces.
Well, the Trump administration needs to take something that belongs to Iran that it wants back in order to get something. And perhaps that is Karg Island. As you mentioned, very strategic island. It's located in the northern Persian Gulf, just outside Basra in Iraq and Kuwait. It is responsible for 96% of Iran's oil exports. So it's a very strategic choke point. And certainly we've seen Iran ship some oil across the strait over land on pipelines. But taking Karg would be something that would be very valuable for the Iranians. That's one of the reasons we're seeing Marines being redirected. First with the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group coming in from the Pacific. They're about a week away. We also heard today about the USS Boxer setting sail from San Diego. Now, keep in mind, it's going to take about a month for her to arrive. Typically, these amphibs, when they do Westpac, you're going to stop in Hawaii first, get more stores. But in terms of opening up the straits, President Trump trying to seek help from NATO allies. He called them cowards today.
Now, you know, if it take them a month just to get over there, just imagine how long it'll take. Should I bring up the transatlantic slave trade part right there? I'll leave it alone. But you got the nerve to say that that was real. Okay.
I might say it might be hard to get Europeans to get on board when they're being called cowards. But the Europeans have to tread a fine line here, because if the Europeans are saying this isn't our war, what if President Trump goes back and says, well, what about Ukraine? That's not our war either. If you want our help with Ukraine, we need your help with Hormuz. So perhaps some dealings with the Europeans as well as the Iranians.
Exactly right. I want to remind everybody, you know, how the president's term is weak on this. He said that they're a paper tiger. Mark Thiessen makes some great points in a piece that he wrote, just taking people back to just a few weeks ago, the beginning of this offensive by the United States and Israel. And Mark writes, he asked President Trump, of course, all he asked was for Europe to hold America's coat as it defeats an enemy that threatens us all. By allowing U.S. forces to use European bases where America has stationed troops to defend Europe, and to fly over European airspace as Americans risked their lives to disarm the Iranian regime. The reason that we have those troops there, he's pointing out, Lucas,
Europe know better
than any of us, is to defend Europe from Russia. It's pretty striking.
Right, and some naval experts would say that Admiral Lord Nelson is rolling over in his grave right now. The Royal Navy used to rule the waves. The sun never set on the British Empire. After World War II, the Royal Navy had over 1,000 ships. Today, the Brits can only muster about 13 warships, Type 45 destroyers, Type 23 frigates. Only a few are actually seaworthy. We saw one come through Gibraltar recently. None of those surface combatants can fire land attack missiles the way our guided missile destroyers can fire Tomahawk cruise missiles. Those are primarily for air defense. We haven't seen Prime Minister Keir Starmer offering those warships. And remember, it wasn't that long ago that he didn't even want U.S. bombers using his bases. Now at RAF Fairfield, we're seeing B-1 and B-52 bombers using that base for strike.
I'm going to tell you why. Let me tell you why. I'm gonna bring it up. Let me tell you why Europe don't want to get involved. Europe is not scared. Europe knows it's not their war. Well, Europe is scared too. Hold on, let me say that. Europe is scared too, to a point. Because they know that the US is not going to get there quick enough. Yeah, they have some American bases over there on European shores, but that don't mean nothing. They don't have the big boys out there that could assist them. You heard that guy earlier saying that one ship take a month to get there. So just imagine how long it would take for a ship to get there that's coming from America. Not something that's close to Iran, something that's from here. It's months at a time. Now, I was telling people about this before. They tried to claim that I was lying and blah, 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 but they couldn't debunk nothing I was saying and I was putting out because I was telling you then. The transatlantic slave trade was impossible to happen. To bring this back up, the reason why is because of how did they travel? You can't take ships straight across the Atlantic with the ocean gyres there. They would be lost at sea. They will all die immediately. And the ship would sink. So how did you do it? You went across the waterways by hugging the coast. And it was a particular route that you had to take because you can't just hug any coast, because a lot of those coasts are being blockaded by coral reefs. Now, remember when I told you guys about the coral reefs? If a coral reef hits a boat, or if a boat or ship runs into a coral reef, it's over with. It's like a bomb just hit it. Big bomb hit it. And look, I'm telling you right now, all these little Afrikaners or whatever they want to, not Afrikaners, the pan goofies, whatever, they don't want no smoke with me for that reason, because they know for a fact that I was accurate and on point, 100%. Not only about my assessment, but also the information that I put out with the evidence. You cannot get past the coral reefs. So what route did they take? And they turned around and told you that 12.5 million enslaved Africans were forced from Africa over here to America. How? How? They can't even do that right now. That's what I was telling you. They can't do that right now. That's impossible. And he said it was one ship coming from somewhere from the Persian Gulf, and it would still take them a month to get closer to the Strait of Hormuz. A month. And what did Dane say? Dane said that if you took a what is it called? A cargo ship from America to Africa, you got to go to Europe first. And that is 90 days or more in one direction, still to this very day. If you take a cargo ship to Africa right now, it would take you 90 days or more to get there. And 90 days or more to get back. And you mean to tell me that they took 12.5 from the 1600s to the 1900s? 12.5 million? Yeah, okay. They don't have that type of technology right now. They don't have that type of room right now on these cargo ships. What cargo ship got the capacity to do that? Please. You think they're gonna fill up the cargo ships full of people? Or full of resources for the people in order for them to survive that are already on that cargo ship? Keep game. The more bodies you put on a cargo ship, the more that cargo ship is going to weigh. Wouldn't you want to have resources to accommodate all of the people that's going to be on that cargo ship? So y'all can survive for 3 months minimum? Look how easy it worked. That's why them fools don't want no smoke with me. And you mean to tell me you had dead bodies? That's what they tried to tell us. Dead bodies. They were saying that it was dead bodies and Africans that did not wash themselves up. That wasn't me saying that. That was them. that did not take baths. They were not able to go pee. You got all that on a cargo ship for 3 months. Coming to America? Yeah, okay. And you survived. I don't care if you was above the ship. You would have smelled that. That stench would have been so bad. On top of the stench that's already coming from the ocean, they all would have died. They all would have died. That's why they can't tell you the superheroes that did that. They can't tell you a name right now. But yet they got the name of the boat. But you don't got the name of the captain and his crew. There's a reason for that. They want you to use your imagination. They want you to fill in the blank by the use of your imagination. What's that called? I went over this before. What is that called? It's called conceptualism. Right? Conceptualism. Just like right now, the news is paid to tell you that Iran is this, Iran is that. Iran is a threat. They got nuclear capabilities, blah, 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 blah. They ain't show a drop of evidence. And they turned around and said that they've been bombing underground facilities. And I'm gonna go back to that too. But every time they talk about the government has been bombing or the military has been bombing underground facilities, they show you footage of heavy artillery being bombed on land. We didn't find one drop of evidence of that. They've been lying, y'all. They've been lying. Trump lying, his administration lying, and so is the news. Well, who can you trust, Dane? Yourself? The person that you see in the mirror? You could trust yourself. If you know that don't sound right to you, then trust that. Don't question yourself. Question everything else. You're not the one that's posting that. They are. If something ain't right, then something ain't right. If something don't sound right, then something don't sound right. You know it's not adding up. Don't beat yourself up for what they doing. So to go back to the reason why I brought that social media one up earlier is because they did the same thing. Social media, YouTube, Instagram, all of them, TikTok, all of them are feeding into the people's mindset. It's about control. They went from chains and shackles to being on your ankles to being placed on your brain. And the only way for you to unlock that or to break that is for you to break the cycle that's repeating. You can know the difference. It's very easy. Know the difference between what's real and what's fake. The reason why I say it's easy is because look at who's giving us the information. And they're all saying the exact same thing. Let me play that real quick. Hold up. Let me play that. The war is spiritual. It didn't get into a physical part yet.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
And this is all of them.
Pain with long-term gain.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain for American consumers.
We may have to deal with that in the short term.
Short-term and temporary.
Temporary, short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain. Short-term pain.
We have to focus on the short-term.
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 Short-term and long-term.
All of them.
Hopefully this is a short-term pain.
CNN too.
Is highly outweighed of the long-term benefits.
Some short-term pain for the long.
Y'all get the point. Y'all get the point. This is what I'm saying. Yes, they're reading the script. Yes, so if it's scripted, then who's writing the script? Who are the writers? That's why I said you have to question everything that's been given to you. Especially when it's done like that, through the news. And they want you to have your president's back. And I agree, you should have your president's back. But I gotta turn that off. Hold on. This ass blowing me. These notifications coming through my phone. All right. And if y'all tried to hit Cash App, I'll still watch it. I'll still watch it. And I'll shout you out for sure if y'all hitting Cash App. Don't get it twisted. But that those notifications be throwing me off because it's loud in my ear. But yeah, they want you to trust your president. And I agree, you're supposed to trust your president, right? But when your president is lying to his own people, I mean, and he has been, all of them. It's not a single president that hasn't lied. Except for John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy exposed it. That's why they took him out. Oh, and Abraham Lincoln. And that's why they took him out. Trump ain't no Abraham Lincoln. Don't get it twisted. Trump ain't no John F. Kennedy neither. Not with him having the back of Netanyahu right now. Ain't no way. He put Americans in harm's way for Netanyahu and Israel. And remember when I gave y'all homework the other day? And I told y'all to look up his brother and tell me which fraternity he's with and he's the president over? Y'all came back and said it was a Jewish fraternity, right? Okay. And remember when I told you what Trump is? Trump is called a what? He's called a crypto Jew. That's a Jew, a so-called Jew, okay? That's a person that claims that they're something else when they're actually not. Look it up, crypto Jew. It's a real term. Meanwhile, they want you to get involved in crypto. All right. So hold on. Is it this one? Hold on, yeah. Let me pull this back up. All right, we gonna keep it pushing. So that right there, we saw that they targeting a different area that's supposed to be getting closer to the it's still in the Persian Gulf, but it's supposed to be getting closer to the Strait of Hormuz. They can't even get there, y'all. They can't even get there.
We've
now here's on Fox. This is a military expert defends Iran. Hold up.
7,800 targets. More than 120 Iranian naval ships are at the bottom of the ocean, have been sunk by our great military. So the objectives of Operation Epic Fury have been clear from day one, and the sheer lethality and power of the U.S. Armed Forces is on display every single day as they continue to meet these objectives and obliterate the rogue Iranian regime.
All right, so here we go now into another day. That's the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt with us a bit earlier this hour. At the moment, President Trump zeroing in overnight in the Strait.
Every picture they give us
targeted
is above ground.
Iranian missile sites near the Strait with 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs. The president saying he's confident America can reopen the critical trade passage. I want to talk about the strategy and where we are with retired Lieutenant General Keith.
Listen, y'all, did they open them back up yet? It's March 27th. It's been 5 days, 6 days exactly. And they have not took control of the Strait of Hormuz. That's alarming. Look, y'all, that's alarming. You should know something is wrong. They're not telling you the truth.
Kellogg, former special envoy to Ukraine. And sir, thank you for your time today, General. Good morning to you. Let me begin with the latest headline from overnight. The Iranian intelligence minister, Ismail Khatib, has been eliminated. How significant is that? Or does just another individual step in his position?
Yeah, Bill, thanks for having me. Good to be with you. Look, I think as part of the program that they're doing on the executed targets, they're getting rid of the theocratic regime, which is really good. One of the big targets they hit just recently was Ali Larijani, who was he's really a brilliant guy, or was a brilliant guy. And they keep going down the process of taking out leadership. They've taken out the missiles, they've taken out the nuclear sites. What they're doing right now, I think, is sequencing their way towards potentially taking and clearing Bandar Abbas, which is right of the Straits of Hormuz, Karg Island, which President Trump in 1988 said we need to seize Karg Island. It's 80 to 90% of their exporting of oil. And I would take it. I mean, once I control that oil from Karg Island and I open the Straits of Hormuz it's really quite advantageous to us. You could take the moving towards the target, the MEU that's coming there, they can get to Bandar Abbas. You take the 82nd Airborne or Rangers or any force like that, they can assault an island from the air. You take the Karg Island, and then you clear that up. You clear up the Straits of Hormuz as well. I think they can do it.
All this to get oil.
Rapidly approaching to get done. I said that 2 weeks ago with Shannon Bream. That would be a perfect target. The president has said it before. They're sequencing their targets really well. I think the Secretary of War with Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane as the chairman and Cooper, the CENTCOM commander, they've got a great plan. I would tell everybody.
Yeah, this should sound familiar to some of y'all. Y'all remember 9/11, right? We all know that 9/11 was an inside job. We don't have to go back over that, right? It went down demolition style. But they lied to us and said places like Iraq was a nuclear threat as well, right? They had to go in Iraq and take them down. Really? No drop of evidence, just he say, she say, right? Here we are again. History can only repeat if you allow it. We fell for the BS before. Why are we falling for it again? This is the same play. Yeah, they tried to say, yeah, they had weapons of mass destruction, right? This is the exact same play. Come on now.
Stop clutching your pearls. Stop complaining about it. Just watch it roll. Caroline Leavitt had it right, and just let the operation go forward, and it'll get done.
Okay, General, I remember that statement you made with Shannon. I remember it quite clearly, actually, 2 weeks ago, a little more than that, actually. When you consider that Israel's still hitting targets of Hezbollah and Lebanon today, at what point are you satisfied that you've hit enough targets? I mean, when you really think about a timeline here, you know, weeks can turn into months quite quickly. What do you think about that, General?
Yeah, Bill, I'll tell you what, I'd be satisfied when they kill them all. The fact is they take those targets out. They should have taken out Hezbollah a long time ago and been allowed to do that as well. They had UNIFIL in there. They really haven't done very much. And everybody just let it fester with Hezbollah, with Hamas, with the Houthis. And I think we're just kind of taking them all on at the same time. I think later on this will be written about 10 years from now or 5 years from now, what a successful operation it was. Look at this. We went against the best things the Russians and the Chinese gave the Iranians to fight us back. We haven't lost, and the Israelis have not lost, a single aircraft to enemy fire. That's something. You know, just by the law of averages, you should have had something shot down. That just shows how overwhelming our military response to Iran
now that's cap.
The region has been.
Okay. General, thank you so much. I know it was short, got a lot of breaking news today. Thank you for coming on, and we'll bring you back soon. Keith Kellogg, thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
You bet. Be sure
that was
to
cap.
Subscribe.
You mean to tell me that Israel didn't take a loss? That's cap. Now they're saying European allies made a major pivot on the Strait of Hormuz. Let me see real quick.
Winning decisively. Those words from the Secretary of War.
We going back and coming up. We going back and coming up.
Forces continue to pound Iran. New CENTCOM video shows airstrikes targeting Iranian naval boats near the Strait of Hormuz, even hitting a fast attack boat that was pulled out of the water, hiding on a.
Every time they show us footage, it's always on land.
So finding them where they can. Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino.
Morning to you. It's a Thursday. The war grinds on. I'm Bill Hemmer. Major escalation in this war as Iran intensified the attacks on its Gulf Arab neighbors. They went after several refineries that supply much of the world's energy, natural gas, and oil after an Israeli strike on its main natural gas field. Meanwhile, the U.S. military remains focused on degrading and destroying Iran's war machine.
We are hunting them down. Methodically,
oh yeah, I remember this.
Ruthlessly, and overwhelmingly, like no other military in the world can do, and the results speak for themselves. To date, we've struck over 7,000 targets across Iran and its military infrastructure. That is not incremental.
They came into this fight with a lot of weapons. This is why we continue to be as aggressive and assertive as we can against their ballistic missile capability.
They came into this fight with a lot of weapons. They came into this fight with a lot of weapons. Okay. That's why it continues, blah, 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 blah. How come y'all don't sound confident? You came into their territory. If you I'm talking about you hit, they said 8,000 targets in total so far. And they're still fighting? What are y'all lying?
Ballistic range missile capabilities.
And we are waiting to hear from President Trump and any remarks about Iran when he welcomes Japan's prime minister to the White House.
In the meantime, let's get after it. Trey Ying's live in Tel Aviv. Jillian Turner reports from the State Department. Let's start a new hour and begin there with you. Jillian, good morning.
Good morning to you, Bill. Secretary Hegseth, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, insisted this morning that America is winning this war against Iran definitively. They also insisted again today that as the campaign progresses, and this is something they said last week, as it progresses, Iran's capabilities are being diminished, but the U.S. is in fact gaining leverage on a daily basis. Listen.
General, overnight, Iran launched missiles across the Gulf. They managed to hit the Saudi oil refinery on the Red Sea. What does it mean that they have that capability now, 3 weeks into the war?
We are continuing to hunt and find them and kill them, and we will continue to do so. So they still retain some capability. And we have layered defenses throughout the region.
Asked about the new war supplemental that's reportedly been sent to the White House for consideration, Hegseth didn't deny that his department could need as much or more than $200 billion in additional funds.
$200 billion.
$200 billion. I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys. So we're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure that we're properly funded.
It takes money to kill bad guys.
Increasingly, Iran is treating U.S. diplomatic outposts in the region, embassies, consulates, as legitimate military targets, most recently in Baghdad, something senior officials in Washington say is fairly unprecedented.
The best defense is a good offense, and so we're not afraid to go after and kill anybody, and we have a lot of them attempting to target our diplomatic facilities. Iran, we're not surprised that they would indiscriminately target.
Repressed again by reporters today, Hegseth, Kane, not giving a timeline for this military engagement, but they did reiterate the president's commitment that this is not going to be some kind of a forever war. So sometime between now and forever is when it's going to end.
Got it. So $200 billion is the initial ask. He said that could move in the press conference today. There was a brand new statement from many of our allies, including Japan, about the Strait of Hormuz.
Listen to the underlying message.
So, Bill, this just into the newsroom provided to me from the British Embassy here in Washington as we were coming to air. But the allies are now saying that they are ready to contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the strait. We welcome the commitment of nations who are engaging in preparatory planning. As we all know very well, Bill, because we've been watching this unfold for the last few days, the president has been trying to rally support from the European countries, as has Secretary Rubio. I'm sure Secretary Hegseth has been doing the same behind the scenes. This is maybe too early to say, but sounds like a potential capitulation. They're insisting that they want to contribute. And this came, by the way, Bill, from the UK, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and Japan, as mentioned.
Okay, thank you, Jillian. Nice to see you there. Rest the voice, going to need you, okay? Thank you, Department of State. Just to reiterate that, we express our readiness to contribute. We welcome the commitment of nations who are engaging in preparatory planning. So maybe there are more who come on board soon.
It's not necessarily that easy to immediately get because you have domestic politic issues that you have to deal with, and of course a lot of these countries in Europe are dealing with very left-wing bases that really do not like Israel.
Here they go.
So, but they also need to get this strait open so that they don't crash their economies. So it's complicated, but it sounds like they're getting there.
The producer was in her ear. You could tell the producer was in her ear to tell her that. Look. When it's not on the teleprompter, the producer is in their ear telling them what to say, by the way, if y'all don't know that. I find that to be hilarious. That's why you hear the pause. We hear the and the such and such. That's because the producer's talking to them at the same time. All right. Let me play this next one real quick.
Welcome back. Oil prices once again setting the tone for stocks. Take a look at where we stand with Brent at
we coming up still.
That's up 1.5% right now. Crude oil's at 96.47, up 1/3%. President Trump is securing support from allies. 5 European countries and Japan have pledged their readiness in helping to pry open the Strait of Hormuz, vowing to intervene against Iran and ensure safe passage.
Now, on the contrary, there were some statements that were made online that was saying that France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom never said that they vowed to help the U.S. to secure the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know who to believe. But this is what the news is telling us. The news want us to believe that we about to have these countries that you see on screen, we about to have their help and support of taking over the Strait of Hormuz. It's not even their territory, y'all.
Through that critical waterway. The president welcomed Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi to the White House yesterday, and they spoke about it. Watch.
Look, I expect Japan to step up because, we have that kind of relationship, and we step up for Japan. So I'm not surprised that they would step up. We don't need much. We don't need anything. I mean, honestly, we don't need anything from Japan or from anyone else, but I think it's appropriate that people step up. In the case of Japan, I hear they get more than 90% of their oil through the strait. So that's a big reason to step up.
Joining me now is the Energy Secretary.
No, hold on. Because there's a video. Hold on, let me play that video where he was talking to her. Hold on, I know I pulled that to the side. That was important. Wait a minute. Didn't I pull that to the side? Because he was like, hold on. I don't want to give it away. Give me 1 second. Let me find that really quick. Hold up. I'm going to continue to play. Hold on. I'm going to continue to play. Let me look for it.
President Trump in the first term, Dan Brulette. Great to see you, Dan. Thanks so much for being here. What is your assessment of the response that you've heard from allies, and how significant could their assistance be?
Well, great to be with you, Maria. I think it's remarkable. I mean, we're looking at 5 countries who went literally from a hell no, we're not going to help you, to signing a statement of support yesterday. And I think the president is exactly right to suggest that those who use the strait the most should be responsible for opening it, or at least be partially responsible for opening it. I think it's an incredible piece of diplomacy on the president's part. And I think over the course of the next couple of days, you're going to see a lot of these countries show up with their navies, show up with their assets. I know that England is already down in Tampa working with CENTCOM on planning for some of the activities that are going to occur over the next few days. So I think it's a remarkable piece of diplomacy on the president's part.
Well, what else can the U.S. do right now? We spoke with Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, here yesterday, and he broke a lot of news. In particular, said that they may very well in the coming days unsanction oil that is currently sitting on the water near Iran, and they also may release more oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Tell me your thoughts in terms of other ideas that could help this administration in getting.
I still don't believe them, though. I don't believe that they're going to help them.
Well, I think what Scott is referring to in terms of unsanctioning the oil or desanctioning the oil, what that does is send a loud signal to traders. Much of the price increase that we've seen over the course of the last couple of days and weeks have been due to traders pricing in the risk of moving through the Strait of Hormuz. These are not supply problems per se. They're not production problems, I should say. So releasing this oil to allow traders to now legally trade it increases the supply on the marketplace and will reduce or at least mitigate the price increase.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, with Trump saying that we really don't need their help, but it would be, I'm okay. So why? Because they're allies, right? That's just like if me and you were friends, right? Let me pick somebody in the chat. Okay. if me and Kay cashing out were friends, right? And we wanted to go after, let me pick somebody else real quick. Okay, we wanted to go after Blue. Blue, my bad. We wanted to go after Blue, right? But me and Kay cashing out was just cool. I'm like, man, look, man, I need to go after Blue because I need to get this done, man. Are you gonna be there for me? I can handle it, but are you gonna be there for me? You gonna be there with me? So I go, well, you know, I'm pretty sure Kay like, hey man, why you need my help? It's just you and Blue, right? Why you need my help? It's just you and one other person, right? Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because the U.S. claim that they got the strongest military in the world. And of course, I'm American. You know, I'm going to be like, yeah, you know, we got the strongest. I'm just saying. It just looked bad for you to turn right around and say that you need all these other countries' help just to take over one area that you allegedly need for whatever reason. You bomb this, you bomb that, you hit 8,000 targets, but you still need countries' help. And then you tell them we really don't need though. Something don't sound right. It's not adding up. In my opinion, it don't add up. I'm getting ready to open up the panel as well. In my opinion, it doesn't sound right. I don't want to, talk about all this. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not missing nothing. They may unsanction Iran. All right, hold on. Let me come back.
Russia in the backdrop.
I'm going to play this and I'm going to go to the next one. I'm trying to hurry up and go through them real quick.
To temporarily allow the sale of Russian oil on the open market, which was loaded onto a ship on March 12th. The Treasury Secretary told me yesterday.
By the way, on the Strait of Hormuz, let me just give an update. They're not blocking nobody but the U.S. and Israel. Everybody else can come through, no problem.
That unsanctioning possibility of the Iranian oil, which is already at sea. Watch this.
There was 130 million barrels of floating storage. In the coming days, we may unsanction the Iranian oil that's on the water. It's about 140 million barrels. That's 10 days to 2 weeks of supply that the Iranians had been pushing out. That would have all gone to China. In essence, we will be using the Iranian barrels against the Iranians to keep the price down for the next 10 or 14 days as we continue this campaign. So, the U.S. could unilaterally do another SPR release to keep the price down.
Look, now if you listen to that, now you hear why the price is up. Now you hear why the prices. Did y'all see California's prices of gas? When you go get your gas, people are, I'm gonna tell you right now that this is not to cause any confusion or panic, or this is not fear mongering. Right now, the price of gas in California is over $8. No, not 6, 8. They're over $8 right now. And I'm gonna tell you, okay, the reason why I said they were going to hit, and I remember I called this. I said this about 2 or 3 live streams ago. I said it's gonna hit California. It's gonna hit them hard, but it's gonna hurt everybody else as well, like New York, New Jersey, DC. Remember, I said Texas may get hit too, and Florida. All the big states are gonna get hit. They charge us the most, by the way, if y'all didn't know that. All the bigger states get charged the most. But anyway, and they promising that these gas prices are going down. And not one time did they come down yet. Not one time. In fact, we seeing it rise. I'm going to tell you right now, it's been to the point where I want to stop paying attention to it. In downtown LA is $8. Yeah, no, I seen it. I saw people are complaining. People are, okay, let me, what I was about to say was, people are going to these gas stations with gas cans and just literally buying up as much gas as they can and saving it and stocking it. Gas cans, lines galore. And that's pretty intelligent because you'll never know what will happen, because look at what they did to Cuba. They cut Cuba's electricity grid off and they didn't have, Damn, that part right there is so sad. no oil, no electricity. Those people are dying. But yeah, and I agree with the people that's stacking it up and putting it to the side. If you feel as though something's on the horizon and gas prices is just going to continue to rise, yeah. Get your gasoline tank containers like the 5-gallon ones, fill them up. Put it to the side. If you can. I don't see the gas prices coming down no time soon. I just don't see it. And then what's crazy is that they turn around and tell us that we only deal with, and when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, it's only 1% of our oil coming from there. And I'm like, okay, so why is our gas prices high then? Because you hitting everybody else at the same time. And on top of that, you got the sanctions on Iran. Now, he just said the unsanctioned Iran oil wouldn't last that long. Let's be real. If we look at the underlying message, it's not going to last that long. Okay, so you may see a decrease for like a week or two. Then it's going to go what? Right back up. Right back up. You said the drum barrels get drunk. I don't know if they're going to allow that. If you walk up at a gas station with a barrel, I don't know. You better have a big truck to block you from filling up a goddamn barrel. I mean, they may get pissed off at that, you know. They may get pissed off at that. Man, this is too much movement going on. Hold on. I gotta turn that way down. That's you know, because the way they going right now with these prices, yeah, you may want to hide doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, conceal what you're doing. But that would be nice if you could get a barrel and knock that out. Then you should be good. You should be. But yeah, that's what people are doing in California right now. And I'm pretty sure it'll probably trickle down to other states. And I just want you guys to be aware. Prices ain't coming down no time soon. Not right now, at least.
And what would be the trigger to unleash more from the SPR?
Look, I think if there's a real supply shock, if we can't get...
Yeah, I saw that. I'm glad you brought that up. I was going to talk about that. There was a blackout in California as well. I'm glad you brought that up. There was a blackout in California as well. And I'm not sure where in California, but I just know it was in California that a blackout happened. Let me make sure I don't have that to the side. I think I do have that to the side, but I think it's on my, and I don't have that up. I believe that's on my, yeah, I think that's an open tab. You said not in the north. So where was that at, y'all? Because there was cameras going, not cameras, it was footage of, well, airplanes. It was aircraft up in the sky recording the blackout of California. And it was a little weird. I'm like, okay, so why they got a blackout now? What's happening? Sacramento didn't have it. Where was that in California though? Where in California? But I did see that. I did see that. And that was just recently. In fact, that had to be like, maybe a day or two ago. It was really recent. It was real recent. You said San Diego? Not in LA or Compton. San Francisco, probably in the South. South Orange County and parts of San Diego. Okay, parts of Orange County. Okay, here we go. Here go to Cali. All right, Cali's stating it. So San Diego County. All right, there you go. So South Orange County and parts of San Diego. Okay. No, what? Apparently that's not LA County. Nah, that's not LA County. All right, so that's what the blackout was. I mean, the blackout was about. Or I tore that up. That's where the blackout was located. We live, baby. I'm more liable to make mistakes. Yeah, yep. Right. Now that's what they said earlier, and I played that, Cyrus. Short-term pain for long-term gain. They're stating that that's what's going to happen. Notice how that was every news media station that stated that, and they're referring to the prices of oil and gas is going to be high. Short-term pain for long-term gain. So there's no telling when it's going to flip. You see what I'm saying? There's no telling when the prices will go back to normal, whatever normal would be after that. I don't know. I don't know what that would be. I mean, I guess the normal prices would be $2 or some change. But right now, yeah, California is over $8, $10 in certain areas. I seen some of y'all state that this in Cali, but this is getting out of line.
Access to physical.
And that's on the Trump administration.
The Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Apart from that, I would suggest that the other moves are perhaps even more important. Desanctioning the oil. The other move the administration made this week, waiving the Jones Act. Those are the types of tools that I think have a more immediate impact.
Yeah, that's true. Cheryl, I mean, look, when you look at what has taken place here, the price is up in terms of the money that's being made from some of these Gulf nations, but they're in the middle of this disruption. And obviously, they're not doing regular business with what's going on right now.
We had Saudi officials come out overnight and say that oil could hit $180 a barrel depending on the time frame of the conflict with Iran. Obviously, but to your point, Dan, I mean, I'm a little curious about this unsanctioning of these vessels, these Iranian vessels. I mean, are we talking about seizing and taking the cash from the vessels so that we get the supply?
And keep in mind, that part isn't their oil, that's China's oil.
From the vessels that are unsanctioned. Because that would fund the war effort for them.
Yeah. Well, I think it's important to understand, for instance, in the case of Venezuela, they desanctioned that oil. PDVSA is now allowed to negotiate with others. We can negotiate to develop oil fields in Venezuela, but the money doesn't go to the regime in Venezuela. It goes to an account that's being held in a bank run by the Treasury Department. That's important. I assume that what Scott's going to do here is much the same.
Yeah.
We will control the money. We will control the oil.
Yeah, very good strategy there. The White House told energy executives
very good strategy.
The White House that they're ruling out banning or restricting any oil exports as a way to ease prices. Last year, the U.S.
But at the same time, this is the cost of Americans paying a high dollar for the oil, y'all, and for the gas. This is getting out of line.
$1 billion of oil. Dan, it cannot be overestimated enough. The fact that today the U.S. is energy independent and the president has opened up the capacity significantly just in his first year in office.
So why are we over there?
He really has.
Back
and
in
I think a lot. Back in office, yeah, exactly. I think a lot of the policy foundation that was set in the first Trump term are paying dividends today.
Yeah.
The president has focused almost, in an incredible way. I can't even overstate how much time he has spent on things like infrastructure, both overseas and here in the United States. Many have pointed out that the United States has its own Strait of Hormuz, if you will. It's called the State of New York. We can't build a pipeline across that state to get natural gas into places like Boston. So I think it's important that the president continue to focus on that. And he has.
Yeah, and you want to see those pipeline
Stop. That's very critical. Texas got their own. Texas got their own pipeline. Okay. All of that being said, the U.S. is independent. The bigger message is the U.S. is independent when it comes to the oil. They don't need no oil from nowhere else. So right after they telling you that they need the Strait of Hormuz and blah, 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 they turn right around and tell you that the U.S. don't need it. So like somebody said earlier, this is about control. Control over other people's energy. Controlling other people's resources. Is that how it's supposed to be, or that's how they want it to be? That is not how it's supposed to be. So they create their own narratives in order for it to be something that's supposed to be allegedly beneficial for us, but it's not benefiting us. It's hurting us. Anytime that we go to war with somebody, prices is up. It never fails. The reason why is because they want to pay for the war. Notice how he said that the Secretary of War said it. They needed $200 billion. Correction. No, yeah, billion. He said, did he say would it be or did he say million? Hold on, wait a minute, y'all. Did he say 200 million or billion? Damn, I'm trying to remember what he said. I believe he said billion with a B. That made me want to go back and play that real quick so I could be accurate. Hold up. Damn, that pissed me off because I don't want to be wrong. I think it was Billy though. I think it was a billion. Y'all saying billion, it was with a B? So 200 billion? I hope y'all right, man. I hope. Come on, chat. So chat, if y'all wrong, it's on y'all, all right? It's on y'all. He said billion. Okay, so 200 billion. But guess where that money coming from? So not only do we have to pay high gas prices, right? When the last time y'all got your oil changed? Did that price go up? I'm just playing. Anyway, 200. Yeah, no, he said it. The Secretary of War, we just played that not too long ago. So 200 billion. Okay, all right, so the billion. All right. Where is that money coming from? That's not coming. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's coming from the Americans. We always get the back end of the stick when they want to, stick their nose out in something they ain't got no business in. What's the point when we're already independent? Yeah, U.S. tax dollar. That's what they're gonna blame it on. U.S. tax dollar. That's another reason why people need to stop paying taxes, especially when you disagree with what's going on. That should be the campaign. If you disagree with what's going on right now, regardless if you're Democrat or Republican, it shouldn't matter. Stop paying taxes. Stop it. If we all do it, then what? That's saying something. All right, you don't want to listen to Americans? Boom. Let's hit them where it hurt. Because all of this is about money. All of this is about control. The cost of oil change is outrageous. Yeah, no, they went up. Everything is up. And it did not come back down. It did not come down at all. I didn't see the prices of groceries come down either. I didn't see the prices of, in fact, I saw the prices of water go up. Water. My water bill is up. I'm like, what happened? Why is the water bill up? My water bill is up by like another $200. And that happened back to back. $200. Is that for y'all too? Now I know it's getting to be summertime for us, but I mean, damn, we still in March. Like I understand if we in April or May or June, something like that, where we running, out here in Texas, we run the air conditioner all year round, basically. But yeah, I'm up. Yeah, y'all think I'm playing. Yeah, and when I say, listen, water is up. Water and sewage is up. In my opinion, I don't know where that came from. I was like, God damn, what happened? Never seen a water bill that high. I don't got no leak or nothing going on. Ain't nothing like that. You said water is up. Your water up, was it up in the winter? Yeah, it was a little iffy to me. You know what I'm saying? I never seen it like that. It was a little iffy. Yeah, now the electric bill is, well, that's a little different. And I know that's energy as well. The electric bill, I'm gonna have to check and see. I'm paying attention to it just to see what's going up and what's going down. But the water part was up. Mine is up. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, why is that up? If anything. Now the electricity, I understand. Because again, out here in Texas, we gotta run that air conditioner all year round. Water and electric in Alabama is sky high. Your electricity bill every month is $500. The water bill was up by $8. Okay. Dana said it's take a lot of water. Electric bills and water bills are up as a result of the data centers. Okay. Data centers. A lot of y'all saying data centers as to the reason why this is up. PG County is doing an investigation because everyone with electric panels, damn near doubled. Okay, water bills and electric bills are up as a result of the data centers. Everybody's saying data centers. Data centers causes most increases. Y'all gonna have to come up on the panel, explain the data center part. What is that? I'm about to get ready to open up the panel. I wanna know what that is. What do you mean data centers? What do you mean? No, my gas is low for right now. My gas bill was low. My gas bill was, let me not state how much my gas bill is before all of a sudden that thing changed next month. But my gas bill was low. Low. Everything else is up. My gas bill was low for right now. I think that may change though. You said a lot of gallons of water. Hold on. Elon has one in Memphis. Wait, so what? Okay. Yeah, people weren't home and their bills were like $2,000. Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm like, what? The data center video on IG. Hold on, moderators. Okay, if they got the video, or if y'all know the video, like Eriqua, like if y'all know mods, if y'all know what they're talking about, and there's data center videos, can y'all DM that to me? And the 13% real quick. Let me play that. Because I'm unaware of what, I got a feeling of what you're talking about when it comes to the data centers, but I want to be right and exact. Everybody's saying data centers. I want that. I'm in the 13% right now. I got it open. And if you can, just DM it to me, please. Or if you are in the 13% and you have a video on that as well, DM it to me right now. I got it open right now. I want to see that. You said the data centers need water to cool the computers. Now, are you talking about the internet data centers? That's what you're referring to? Like the data centers, like where the servers are located? That's what you're referring to? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, the house network. Yeah, that's where their servers are located. Okay, that's what I needed to make sure we on the same page. So you don't even got to send that. I just needed to make sure that you were referring to the data centers that I'm referring to. It's at least my mind. I didn't state it out loud, but I needed to be right and exact. So the data centers, yeah, that we talking about cable and internet right now. The telecommunications data centers. Those are a network of servers. I know exactly what you're referring to. I used to work in that goddamn industry. And you're right. They do need water. Interesting. Okay. But okay. I'm still trying to figure out why that will raise our prices up. Because, yeah, I'm not trying to say that it's not a lot of data centers. It actually is. Like, usually one data center is housing like 3 different territories, or like a tri-region. Based off of my experience, is usually dealing with tri-regions. But, and that's what they were saying, telecommunications. But, is that enough for them to raise the price up on water high as it is right now? As high as it is right now. Kyrie, thank you for the gifted. I appreciate that. And Preston, thank you for the gifted as well. You said the data centers are growing. Okay, so they're adding more data centers. Now, I remember them stating that they were going to do something like that. They were building the infrastructure so they could accommodate the 6G and 7G that's coming. And 6G is right around the corner. People don't know that. That's basically right around the corner, even though China already has that. China already on 7G. But yeah, they're trying to, buff up the infrastructure, just add more repeaters out there. And yeah, it's going to need more. It's going to need more data centers. Unfortunately, that's what's happening. All right, Spread Well, thank you for the donation. You said because the data centers have subsidies written into the law where they don't have to pay, but us, the U.S. taxpayers, does. Okay, so we're paying it for them. Okay, so that's just a tax write-off for them. Preston been a member for 16 months. He said, if the bills not in your LLC name, you're toast. I got bills in my business name as well. It's no difference. There's no difference. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's really not. I definitely got bills in businesses' names. It's not. You get a little bit of leeway. When you, okay, the thing I like about having things in your business name is because you don't gotta hurry up and pay for things right away. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing I like. You don't gotta hurry up and be like, oh, that bill is due. You can wait. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, I'm gonna pay them niggas next month. But I'm just saying, I'm not that. Don't do that. But unless you got the, But yeah, that's it. As far as the bill, how the bills are structured, yeah, it's the same thing. We still getting hit the same way. Data centers. A data center conversation popped up when you spoke about electricity. I think 20 billion foreign investment sparked multiple data centers being built. Your electrical bill went up by 1/3. Fossil fuel for energy to run the grids, or water to keep it cool. Okay, that's a good way to put it. Faith is all we need. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, because everybody got hit with their water bills being up high. So not only just the oil and the gas, the water is up. And I'm talking about, wow, I couldn't believe it. I looked at that water bill like, huh? Now I know, you know what I'm saying? I started calculating everybody in the house that's washing their body, washing dishes, you know, the sprinklers going off. I say, wait a minute now, that bill, let me go to my history. I know the sprinklers on the time zone. Now, hold on, let me look at this one more time. I know that mofo wasn't going up that high. Ain't nowhere in the world I was using that much water. But yeah, they went up on that water. That water bill was up. You said it's 4,000 or 5,000 in the US, but Google it, it's probably more. No, I'm pretty sure it's probably more. And even the ones that they have on the site, it's probably more being built as we speak, and they haven't been labeled just yet until it's online. I knew they were doing that ever since 2020. So right around the same time when they were talking about, you know, everybody stay in the house, they were building the infrastructure up then, putting up a lot more data centers right then and there. And I was talking about that then. But I just wanted to make sure that y'all were talking about the same, you know, data centers that I thought you were talking about. And we're on the same page. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. And I'm not. When it comes to that point. You said that's just for artificial intelligence, 60,000 gallons a day? Right, that's what I was saying. The math wasn't matching. I was like, hold up now. Natural gas run through the 3 companies to Plus Gas, and they all get paid. Yeah. They get passed. It definitely gets passed down. They're all in the same boat, all up under one umbrella. I agree with that. Large data centers can consume between 1 to 5 million gallons of water. Yeah. Data centers are placed in small towns by design. Yeah, because they're doing the tri-states. So that when there is nowhere else to go, people might flock to big cities, and data centers will go to those cities as well. Yeah, no, they got it too. The bigger cities got it as well, but they're trying to do it where the cost of the land is the least expensive. Where the cost of the land is the least expensive. So the bigger the facility, or the you know what I'm saying? The bigger the facility, the more service they can have online. They're trying to still look for a way to save money. That's what that's about. Yep, that's what that's about. Okay, so, okay, all right. Now, I still got 13% open. I'm getting ready to open up that panel, but let me make sure I didn't miss anything really quick before I open up this panel. Let me just double check real quick. Okay, U.S. Army paratroopers deployed in the middle of the night. Hold on, let me come up because these are the videos that were recent. And that's when, okay, this was the one where Trump was saying that NATO's was cowards for not stepping in to help. And then, wait a minute, let me make sure. Hold on, let me play these through 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me play these real quick and I'm about to open up the panel.
Good evening, I'm Bill Malugin, and this is your Fox News Report.
Nah, not this one. This is a little too old. Let me play the U.S. Troopers one. What is this? Parachute infantry allowed a rapid entry without relying on nearby airfields or surface approach routes. Wait, so they... Okay, nah, I'm not watching this. 12 minutes long? Okay, so they got paratroopers on the ground. Hold on, I'm skipping up.
Charlie Dagada in Tel Aviv for us. Thank you. And over at the White House, President Trump is sending a new message to NATO allies. Take a look at what he posted on social media. It reads,
how old is this?
US, NATO is a paper
March 20th.
Accused NATO countries of...
Nah, this old. Okay, hold on, I'm making sure I ain't missing nothing. Oh, let me keep going. Wait, did I do this?
2 hours, the Pentagon is holding a news conference to bring us the latest on Operation Epic Fury as CENTCOM releases new video highlighting the firepower of the United States military.
Yeah, this comes after President Trump paid his respects to the 6 U.S. service members who were killed when a refueling plane crashed over Iraq last week. The names of those heroes are Major John Alex Kilner of Alabama, Captain Ariana Savino of Washington State, Tech Sergeant Ashley Pruitt of Kentucky, Captain Seth Koval of Indiana, Captain Curtis Angst of Ohio, and Tech Sergeant Tyler Simmons, who's also from Ohio.
Meanwhile, on the battlefield itself, Iran is lashing out.
Yeah, mate, all of them, rest in peace.
Running in gas field near Qatar.
Okay, yeah, this was research.
For you this morning, a lot going on. Lucas Tomlinson in Dubai as the Gulf states face retaliation after meeting yesterday. The first.
I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it, bro, because I don't feel like hearing that. Let me open up the pack, because I don't feel like hearing that. It's the same people over and over and over. I'm tired of it. Hold up. I'm tired of it.
Here's the president, Secretary of State Marco Rubio by his side.
Get hit harder, but these are thugs and animals and horrible people. But you can't hit anybody harder than we've hit them. But I'm not surprised. They executed 3 young people for protesting.
And do you plan to escort those ships through the Strait of Hormuz with or without allies?
We're doing very well there. We're doing very well overall. We don't use the strait. We don't. The United States. We don't.
So why are you there?
Europe needs it. Korea, Japan, China, a lot of other people. So they'll have to get involved a little bit on that one.
Do you still want South Korea supporting the United States?
Now, what about it?
Do you still want South Korea supporting?
Well, I love South Korea. We have a great relationship with South Korea. We're helping South Korea a lot.
Mr. President, do you think Israel will be ready to end the war when you're ready?
I think so, yeah.
What makes you think
The relationship's a very good one. I think so. We want more or less similar things. You know what we want? We want victory, both of us, and that's what we've got.
Yeah, I can't wait to open up the panel.
Well, I may have a plan or I may not, but how would I ever say that to a reporter? If I said that to a reporter, Marco would say, "Please, sir, let's bring you over to the helicopter immediately." Right? No, I can't tell you that. It's certainly a place that's people are talking about, but I can't say yeah.
Are you ruling out
How will the
there,
Operation Epic Fury affect talks with Russia on Ukraine?
What about it?
Are the talks on back burner right now because of
no, we're talking about it. I think it'll get done.
When do you expect the next round of talks to take place?
They take place almost every day. We're making a lot of progress.
The war was militarily won in Iran. What did you mean by that? You said the war was militarily won in Iran. What did you mean by that?
Oh, I think we've won. We've knocked out their Navy, their Air Force. We've knocked out their anti-aircraft. We've knocked out everything. We're roaming free. From a military standpoint, all they're doing is clogging up the strait. But from a military standpoint, they're finished.
So how much longer does the American...
Y'all believe that?
Opening the Strait of Hormuz is a simple military maneuver.
Very simple.
Yeah, but what did you mean by that?
It's a simple military maneuver. It's relatively safe, but you need a lot of help in the sense of you need ships, you need volume. And NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage to do so. And others could help us, but, we don't use it. At a certain point, it'll open itself at a certain point. But we've defeated the enemy, and they are an enemy. They're a sick group of people. The leadership is gone. The Navy is gone. The Air Force is gone. The anti-aircraft equipment that they have, the radar they have is all gone. Everything's gone. The strait itself, the actual strait, how are you? The strait itself is, we're doing a good job. But it would be nice if the countries, including China, if the countries that use it, China uses it 90% of their energy. Japan is 95% of the energy. It would be nice if those countries would get involved.
Drop still safe at CNI?
What?
Drop still safe at CNI? And have you spoken to that yacht?
I thought she did a good job yesterday.
In Europe, Lindsey Graham has asked for you to reconsider the American bases in Spain, in Germany, after what they have done in the Strait of Hormuz. What's your take?
Well, it deserves. He's right about asking that, and I think NATO's gone down a long way because they haven't. They should be helping with the Strait. They get much of their energy from the Strait of Hormuz, and if Lindsey Graham said that, and don't forget, he was the big NATO guy for a while, and now he's not. and a lot of senators and congressmen, they're very upset with the fact that NATO has done nothing.
Pope Leo is calling for a ceasefire. Pope Leo is calling for a ceasefire in the Middle East and to reopen dialogue. What do you say to Pope?
Well, look, we can have dialogue, but I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side. They don't have a Navy. They don't have an Air Force. They don't have any equipment. They don't have any spotters. They don't have anti-aircraft. They don't have radar, and their leaders have all been killed.
So how are they still fighting?
We're not looking to do that. Thank you. Thank you.
One more there?
I bet he was a great guy. Wow. That guy in the house was moving the line. Yeah, he was Chuck Norris.
That's when he was informed that Chuck Norris had passed.
Really good, tough cookie. We didn't want to fight him. I think that he was a tough, great guy, and he was a great supporter. Wow, that's too bad. Tell his family, I appreciate it.
Mr. President, how much is the war possibly
All right, looks like that's it. At the end there, the president reacting to the news that Chuck Norris has passed away. They were friends. He said he was a great guy and that he was sorry to hear that news. The president also saying—
They're around the same age, if I'm not mistaken.
He mentioned this earlier when I spoke with him on the phone earlier today, that he says it's dangerous, certainly, but not that—
I could be wrong.
—to create a large presence in the Strait. If all of these countries got together that use so much of the energy that comes through the Strait, I'm sorry, let's go back. He's answering some more questions. Let's watch.
And it's about time. And frankly, it should have been done long before me. It should have been done before other presidents.
Why did you criticize the president? You took issue with the Strait, Mr. President.
Polls have shown that MAGA is essentially unified behind you, as are Republicans when it comes to Iran. There's been reports that the United States might be sending 2,500 Marines to the Middle East. Are you concerned that a move like that could potentially change the unity?
Well, I don't know. I seem to have great support because CNN came out with a poll today that I'm at 100%. And they said they've never seen a poll like that. The CNN poll said I'm at 100%, and they've never seen that before. Which is an honor. I was impressed that CNN would do that. As far as
he got CNN in his back pocket now.
Mr. President, you took issue with Australia, Japan, and South Korea this week.
Yeah, I was very surprised.
Very surprised about Australia and what? What would you like them to do?
Well, they should get involved and.
Don't forget that he was threatening CNN.
Because we always say yes to them.
What did Australia say no to?
The UK has said that they'll allow—
And didn't their original owner step down or something like that? Something happened at CNN because of Trump making some moves. Somebody, I forgot who it was. One of their top guys are gone because of Trump.
To defend the Strait of Hormuz.
Damn, that guy with the mic messing it up, bro.
UK. Surprised because the relationship is so good, but this has never happened before. They were really pretty much our first ally all over the world, first ally, and they didn't want us to use the island, the so-called island, which for some reason they gave up rights to it, and I was a little surprised at the UK, to be honest with you. They should have acted a lot faster. They should have acted a lot faster.
Former Secretary Sarah Sanders was asked to leave a rent.
Do we still have that?
She talking to a producer.
All right, we lost audio there, but the president talking about the United Kingdom, very surprised that they gave up the island. Diego Garcia, now he's back. Let's get him back.
I think that Sarah's going to be just fine, but it's too bad. She's a good one.
All right, listen. Okay, listen. The reason why I'm playing that is because he's rapid fired. Like, this is unscripted from him. And I wanted you all to hear his responses to certain things that the media was asking him, because this is the part where you actually get to hear his real take versus, something that he's well versed on as far as the script being concerned, and he's reading from it and taking his time. He's just rapid fire before he gets on a plane, and he got Marco right beside him. I have the 13% open right now. I want to talk about the Iran and Israel and the U.S. so-called war with you guys live here on the panel. So the panel is open right now. The panel is open right now. I would like to know if you're against it, if you're against this war, if you're with this war. I would like to know what your take is about this war. If you're standing by to get on the panel, you will have to click on inside of the 13%. You will have to click on the hold up 1 second. Let me double check. Yeah, you will have to click on the request that you want to speak on the panel. Then I'm gonna have the panel open. You'll be able to speak on it. Keep in mind, I want to have everybody get a chance. Hold up, why is it? I'm trying to move the audio over at the same time. I want to have everybody get a chance to speak. Hold up. Let me make sure that okay, it should be good. 1 second. I'm gonna be going live about that tomorrow, girls. I'm gonna be that's a whole nother live stream. That's totally separate. I do have things to the side. A lot of stuff was sent to me on that. I will be talking about that tomorrow. For sure. That's tomorrow's live stream. Hold on 1 second. 13%. Can y'all hear me? Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. 13% can't hear me. Wait a minute. 2. Hold on, let me double check. Okay, there we go. Oh, it was muted. How do you unmute? Right here. Okay, there we go. 13%. Y'all can hear me now, right? We good? Y'all can hear me? Y'all good? Okay. All right, now hopefully y'all volume is gonna get picked up on the other side. All right, hold on. Let me just double check real quick. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're going to, I'm gonna do it one at a time, not all at one time. I wanna do it I should do all at one time. I haven't done that yet. I would love to do that all at one time, but everybody take their time or give everybody a chance to speak. You know, we're not talking over each other. That's what I don't want. I don't want people to be talking over each other. So let me do it this way for right now. We just do it one at a time. Let me do it one at a time. And let me play this in the background at the same time. Give me a second, y'all. Okay. And I want this in the background as well. All right. So let me know. Wait, let me. Blue, you want to get up here on the panel?
Nuclear weapons to terrorist thugs, and we're knocking the hell out of them. Their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their leaders are gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, everything.
See, he's saying that all of this is gone. That's what I'm saying. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-missile, whatever, all of this is gone, right? So why? Why are they still attacking? Why are they still able to control the Strait of Hormuz? So many different questions. If all of this is gone, they took out all of their leaders and da-da-da-da-da-da. Why are you still having an issue? Why are you still having an issue with them? So I'm opening up the panel right now. Are we ready? Y'all good? Y'all there?
Yes.
Okay. Wait a minute. Hey, can y'all hear Blue Dreamer and Levante YouTube? Can y'all say something real quick? Let me make sure that they can hear y'all.
OCO, everybody.
OCO. Can y'all hear my admins? They good? Y'all heard that? Okay, YouTube. It was low. It was low. Hold on.
One person saying it's low.
It could have been low because I'm not exactly sure what volume I have Discord on. It could have been low though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they good. Okay, they good. Yeah. For right now, just audio. Yeah. For right now, just audio. For right now. I mean, what I can do is just show y'all who's coming up. I can do that as well, if that's what y'all want to see. That's up to y'all. Y'all want to see who's coming up? Actually, did I create a page where that happens? Let me make sure. No, I did not create a page where that happens. I'll make sure I have that next time. I'll make sure I had that next time. Right now, it's just going to be the audio for right now. I don't have a page. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you took that down.
It's on the other one. Yeah, that's gone. That's gone. I don't have that anymore. I would have to literally create that page in order for that to happen. Now, Blue Dreamer should be turned up now for y'all. Y'all just heard her louder, right? Because I had to turn everything up. I'm talking about YouTube, not 13%. I'm talking about YouTube. Blue was good? Okay, yeah. Okay, so that's good. So we just tested the audio. So I guess we could, so again, let's talk about this topic and this topic only for right now, y'all. So my brothers and sisters, this topic right here about the so-called war between Iran and the US and Israel. No holds barred. You don't have to cover your mouth or nothing like that. They're letting everything fly as we speak right now. So they know people are frustrated about this war, but they just letting them get it out. As far as censorship is concerned, I'm pretty sure it's still there, but I'm not really worried about that. You can say what you want right now. As far as that is concerned, dealing with Israel and Netanyahu. I remember there's been times where I couldn't even state these names. You know what I mean? Or if they were gonna have an issue with it. But yeah, nah, that's out the window. Let's talk about this. Hold up. I do want to have something in the background at the same time. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Let me move around with this one. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right, as I'm doing that, I'm gonna just let this one rock. Okay. All right, so let me see. All right, Jay Rounds, we ready for you, Jay Rounds. You gotta unmute. I mean, not unmute. You gotta accept it on your side. And you can come up on it. Yep, there you go. And now you gotta unmute. I think it's, I don't know if you on your cell phone or not. Yeah, wait. You didn't unmute. You gotta unmute your, there you go. Wait, where you at? He just left. Oh no, here you go. Here you go. There you go. Now, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. OCO, brother, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How about you?
I'm doing wonderful, brother. So what's your take on this situation dealing with Iran, the US, and Israel?
Well, my take on what I see is everything is about China. China on the surface, well, China is trying to blockade US, with Cuba, and the US with Trump, he trying to block them all with the oil. Whereas first thing he did with shoot, I'm getting it all mixed up.
Venezuela. Okay.
And then with Iran, because we don't really get any oil from Iran as it is from the get-go. So that's a service deal that they trying to choke China out.
Okay, so you think this is US's way to stronghold China?
Yes, that's the whole deal. What it's about from the get-go.
Okay.
On the surface, and then underneath, it's a whole lot more, a whole lot deeper. Like what they've been getting at for years, way back when I was in the military, back in the 80s and the 90s when they came up, invaded Iran. It was all on the surface, and then underneath was stargates, portals. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's more deeper than what the known person see. There's a whole lot involved in this.
Okay.
About the stargates. You got 12 stargates, and they had those. I'm just letting you know. But for one thing, Iran Hey, they fighting, they decentralizing because of the fact that they know they're in trouble. They don't have just one leader to take control, so they got to get on control of their what's the name that the group they got over the military?
Oh, NATO,
GC or whatever. That's taking control, so they running rogue. So they fighting and shooting at whoever else, and they got so many different those speedboats down in the Strait of Hormuz, and those drones is flying. They got thousands of them. So
Now, do you think that they're, with all that being said, do you think they're a threat to the U.S. and they should be taken out?
They're a part of it. It's a piece that must be taken out. Because just pay attention. If Iran had nuclear weapons, what you think would have happened?
I have no idea.
The way they reacting and where they firing on everybody in the Middle East.
If Iran, I believe if Iran had nuclear weapons, they would have hit Israel by now.
And they would have destroyed everybody. Cause those people fight to the death. They're not like Iraq and some of the other Middle Eastern people. They fight to the death because, like they told Trump, bring it on.
They still saying it.
Trump is not running. He's not running everything. Trump is the mouthpiece. Trump is the one they put out there to run because he got the personality to do this. He ain't the one that's out there doing everything. Now everybody think Trump is the one running this and that, but he ain't.
Nah, he not.
It's real strategic what they trying to do, and it goes a lot deeper than people.
So you think? And you breaking up a lot too, brother. I don't know if that's my side or your side, but
be on my side because I'm in the other room where my Wi-Fi is not really picking up. I don't pick up good in my house.
So let me. I can hear you. So let's run that back down. So you're saying it's the Stargates, and then it's the fact that they want to stronghold China because they believe that. Okay. They want to choke China out.
Because the fact of the oil, so they hit Venezuela, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they hit Iran. That's where mostly they get their oil from. And then they finna take Cuba because they got all the missiles and everything stockpile China do in Cuba. So it's all strategic where they're hitting and doing. They got to do this. If not, China's gonna overtake everything.
Yeah, China.
Don't realize that.
Now, I said that China is something that we don't want to touch. That's gonna be a problem if we get involved with China. But you right. Go ahead.
Right, they don't want just straight up and have a straight up war with China, but they trying to be strategic at the same time, and it's all like a chess play,
Mm-hmm.
Get in place. And block them here like what you do in chess. Then also, like I said about the Stargates is a big part of that also.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because the Middle East has a stronghold on the Stargates.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they went to Iraq. And they got Gilgamesh tomb. They did all that. They in control a lot of that. But see, the Middle East, well, all the Sumerian, all that is a big stronghold, and the Anunnaki. See, we don't know exactly if the Anunnaki got a part of this here going on. You know what I'm saying? Against the United States. So if everybody like they saying Iran gonna do this and Iran gonna do that, it got to be the Anunnaki happening. See what I'm saying? So
now, when you saying the Anunnaki helping. Who are you referring to exactly? Who are you referring to exactly when you say the Anunnaki?
Have you ever heard of Anunnaki?
Yes, sir. I want that to be known, though.
Right, the Anunnaki, like they've been fighting against Putin in Afghanistan for years.
Can you explain to the people who the Anunnaki is?
If they don't know who the Anunnaki is, then I'm not gonna explain. But they're not from here. Well, they've been here. They, the ones that's supposed to been spawned us, or we hybrid from them. The Sumerian text and all that tell you all the whole thing.
You can state it on live on YouTube. You don't gotta, you know what I'm saying? I'm allowing you to. You can be an open book, brother. You can be an open book. I get it, but you can say it.
Some things I just don't want to say. I done said enough. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying enough now. But people don't get it and they do their research, they'll find out, they understand what I'm talking about. See? You know what I'm saying?
Now I'm looking at chat. Some of them understand and some of them don't. Some of them understand and some of them don't.
It's gonna be that, so they ain't gonna say because they're ignorant to the fact of it. They don't know. If you don't know, you just don't know. It's up to you to do your research on it and find out. So, that's how that go. The same thing like everything you do. People don't know, they don't know until they do the research and find out.
Right.
They're looking at you like you crazy. Oh man, he don't know what he talking about. But okay, you need to go check it out and see. But
now
that's the only thing I can tell you. And it's more than what the eye can see. It's not, just simple and plain. Like everybody think everything's simple and plain. What they doing is so many different layers going on that people don't even understand. So much above what we see on TV, especially with CNN, Fox, and all that telling you this is gonna tell you certain things and want you to know. And a lot of people just fly off, especially our people just fly off and run with the narrative, not knowing what's really going on. See what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah. That's why I want them to take it with a grain of salt, whatever comes out on their, their local news media or the national news media, because they all reading from that same script. But that's true. That's true, and I appreciate that take too, brother.
Following you ever since you've been on YouTube, buddy.
Absolutely.
Since you've been on YouTube, I've been behind you, and I've been telling people about you.
I appreciate that. Absolutely.
Natchez, Mississippi, where the Natchez Indians are from. See,
I appreciate that.
History. So, I've been
absolutely
ever since. So I'm just putting my little 2 cents in it, and let somebody.
No, we appreciate that. Yeah, no, we appreciate that take, J Rounds. I appreciate that. Absolutely. And some of them heard it, some of them heard it. They can either eat the meat and spit out the bones or whatever they want to do with that word. They can, That's up to them. But I appreciate you coming up here and giving your take on that. A lot of people can't even do that. You know what I mean? They'll be afraid to get up on the panel to speak their piece.
I ain't worried about the other stuff. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Absolutely, Jay. So I thank you for that. I'm gonna bring up another person, but Jay, stay near. I appreciate that. Hold on. Anthony, you gotta accept it on your side, Anthony. All right, and then you gotta unmute, brother, at the same time. There you go, Anthony. What's going on, brother? How are you?
I'm good, big dog. Can you hear me clearly?
I believe so. You were breaking up a little bit, but I believe you're good to go right now. So what's your take on this whole entire situation dealing with Iran and the Israel regime and the U.S. involvement?
Okay, first and foremost, what up, everybody? OCO to everybody. And shout out to the OSS members. If anybody out there listening, if the OSS members out there, O/ is in the chat, please. O/ is in the chat. But before I get into the Iran thing, I want to piggyback off on my guy that just was talking. You asked him a question as far as what the Anunnaki is, and a lot of people was trying to figure out what that is, and he really didn't go into a direct detail.
He could have.
Yeah, he could have, but forget all that. For the record, before I even say this, just go ahead and throw it out there. Dane, you know how I can get from time to time. So anything that comes out, this is a disclaimer, anything that comes out of the mouth of Anthony T.L. Ford is the words of him and him alone, and does not reflect any actions of the Dane Calloway YouTube channel. Okay, so let me just go ahead and put that out there. Go ahead and do that.
Go ahead.
As far as the Anunnaki is pretty much where each and every last one of these Judaic religions lore come from. It all comes out of Persia, which is Iran, ancient Sumeria, the cradle of civilization. Okay, that is where it all started from. That's where all the ancient stories, whether it's from Gilgamesh, from so forth, all the flood stories, everything. And as far as what the Anunnaki is, it is said in the lore, whether it's, it is called the Imenu Elish and the 7 tablets of creation, and it states that the Anunnaki are the ones that bestow life upon us somewhere between 250 to between 400,000 years ago, when they came to this plane. There's different laws. You got the Zechariah Stitchin story, which some say is not necessarily true. His translations was not really up to par, but prior to Zechariah Stitchin, there were like 4 or 5 other scholars that decoded the actual tablets that you can find in different libraries or whatever. If you want to, you can actually go to the UCLA library, and they have all the tablets. You can pull each tablet, and there's a translation of the tablets, and it can tell the stories. But yeah, they pretty much bestow the life upon us. They are the ones that genetically engineered us. Enki, to be exact, Enki and Isis. Yes, they had an Isis. That's where we get the whole Isis and Genesis story from. That's in there as well. And the story is that when they created us, they took an actual existing hominid that was on this planet, which is the missing link in our DNA, took that, encoded their essence into that DNA, pretty much artificially inseminated into one of their beings, which was supposedly Isis. She took it to term for 10 months and gave birth to the Adamu, which translates into Adam. That's where we get Adam from. So that's just a quick little summary of what the Anunnaki is. There's different factions of them. There was a brother named Enlil who was actually the warring brother. You know, he was the one that didn't really care too much for us. Enki is the one that cared for us. That's where we got all of our knowledge from. The story, the flood story, the Noah story, that comes from the story, that comes from their tablets. It's actually the story of Zaya Sutra, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm getting that pronunciation correct. The Zaya Sutra story. They're totally different flood story from what we know of the Noah story. But yeah, that's just pretty much a quick little summary on that. There's a lot of information about the Anunnaki if you want to know about it. Be quite honest with you, you want a good reference, for those who know who Billy Carson is, go check out Billy Carson. He is well in depth with that. Also, another guy named is Paul Wells. Paul Wells is also in depth with that. You can check out his channel, the Fifth Kind. He goes into intricate detail if you want to know more about the Anunnaki. But to go back to what's going on in the current world, my friend, and with the Iraq war, long story short, our government is controlled by a Zionist state. It's been controlled by a Zionist state, at the very least going back to the 1960s. That's one reason why Kennedy was off. Long story short, man, these Jews fucking run us, man. And this has to stop.
Say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
These fucking Jews run us. It is plenty of evidence to show us with all these goddamn dual citizenship members within our government that pledge allegiance to the Zionist state over our country, which is treasonous in itself. And it's just out of hand, man. People have been waking up to this thing for quite some time now. Like I said, I'm a member of the OSS. If you know the OSS, you know I'm over there with Myron Gaines. If you know who Myron Gaines is, he don't hold back from none of that shit. We've been calling this out for a long time with these motherfuckers, man. And it's not all of them. We're not talking about actual Jewish people that want to practice their religion and faith. No, we're talking about the Zionist state of Israel.
The ones that think they're above everybody else. The ones that feel like this is their doctrine. They got to do this. Go ahead.
Exactly. It's many different layers when it comes to that.
And then they pushed it back to biblical. They said this was in the Bible. They gotta go. I'm like, oh, that's what they said.
Just like with every other religion, there's different sects with that. And in the Likud party, which is the main party that BB is part of, they have a strong biblical belief within their Torah and all this other shit that's going on, and they really feel as though they need to take over everything that's going on in the Middle East, and to bring forth their Messiah. And then fast forward, then on the same side of that, you have these evangelical crazy Christians. Who want the same thing, because they want Israel to do that same exact shit, because if they do it, they feel as though Jesus is going to come back. So you got all these maniacs running around here trying to figure out which invisible man is going to come back first, playing with millions of people's lives over nothing, and they don't even know where the origin of the stories come from in the first place. Absolutely simple. People want to talk about Trump, and this is honest to God, Trump is surrounded by these fucking people. He is getting all.
Yeah, he ain't got no choice.
He has no choice. All his information is compartmentalized. I was just listening to earlier the interview with Sean Ryan. Sean Ryan had what's his name? Joe Kent. Is it Joe Kent, right? John Kent.
Joseph Kent. Yeah. The one that declined. The one that just resigned. Yeah.
Yeah, he just had an interview on the Sean Ryan podcast, and he was breaking it down, man. Why he stepped down, and everything that's been going on, man. And it's everything that we've been seeing and we've been calling out for years, man. And it's just, you can't hide it no more. Fuck what's going on legacy media. No one gives a fuck about that no more. We stopped listening to what's going on legacy media years ago. Okay, except for the people that's, a lot of the boomers and so forth. But unfortunately, they're too trapped in their ways. And to be quite honest with you, they're on their way out anyway. We are the generation now that's becoming the next elders, the next OGs, the next ones that's got to bring more awareness to what's going on around us, man. And to be quite honest with you, man, it's just got to stop, bro. It's got to stop. And listen, a lot of people's not going to like this, man, but the mustache man was right. Period.
The mustache man?
You know the mustache man.
No, who? Who?
1940s not mustache man.
Oh, you can say his name. You can say it.
Mr. Adolf was right, man. He was right, man. That story was also told in reverse. We want to talk about stories.
Go ahead, you got it.
Told in reverse, man. But yeah, man, it's just crazy. And then they're talking about possibly putting boots on ground.
Yeah, it's already happening though, by the way.
Yeah, but if you think what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan was something 20 years ago, this is going to be, it's not even going to be funny.
That's what we don't want. We don't want that.
It's not going to be funny. They're 100 million deep. They have their terrain, and their terrain is way more treacherous than Afghanistan and Iraq. Their mountain range to the north, which is the Argos.
I'm gonna pull up a map while you're talking.
Yeah, I believe it's to the north. I believe it's the Argos Mountains, which is some of the most treacherous mountain ranges in the world. And then to the south, you have the Ziggurats, the Zagros. I think it's the Zagros Mountains. So you have 2 points of entry that's going to be impossible to fucking infiltrate on ground when they already have. Keep in mind, let's also keep in mind this, my friend. These people, this regime or whatever you want to call it, they have been setting up for this moment for years. They talking about killing off
30 years.
Yes, they talking about killing off all their leaders. We killed this person. We killed this person. That doesn't matter. They have set up a structure where as though it can operate without a head. That's what they're not talking about in the news. They don't have to have a head in order for them to operate, brother. It is all compartmentalized throughout their lands. They have so many deep underground bases and underground bunkers with all types of artillery throughout that place. It's not even funny.
They had 30 years to build it.
Exactly. They talking about they blew up their Navy and they blew up their the Air Force and so forth. That is the least point of their army and all.
I agree.
The military. They was running out there with old shit they got from the Russians from the Cold War, bro.
And they admitted it. They said all that stuff was old. They said, they were using old missiles. They came out and said that on video. I played that.
It's bullshit. They have one of the most top of the line ballistic missile programs out there, brother. With the Fata 1 and the Fata 2 missile. They could hit that's why they bombing the shit out of the Middle East right now. They are fucking Israel up right now.
Yeah, Israel getting toe up.
Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Shout out to my guy, Lucas Gage. Making some of the good music out there, man. But listen, like, this shit is crazy, man. And honestly, bro, they deserve everything they get, bro. I'm sorry. They deserve everything they get. Period. I don't give
don't be sorry. Don't be sorry.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It's not in our interest in the first place. I didn't care about Trump going up in Venezuela and getting Maduro and doing anything. Because it's a hemisphere. And to be quite honest with you, they cleaned up that mess from all the CIA bullshit from the 70s and 80s. So if they want to clean up their fucking mess, clean up your fucking mess.
It was their problem to begin with. They started the problem. Exactly. I put out a video on that. Yep, that's true.
Exactly. So fine, you want to deal with anything in our hemisphere, by all means. But all that shit over there has nothing to do with us. It is straight up the interest of the Zionist state because they're surrounded by everyone that hates them, and it's their fucking fault in the first place. You got all these fucking politicians going over there, bowing down, kissing the wall, all types of bullshit. Christians, supposed Christians and Catholics, which is a direct sin in itself, to go over there and kiss another religious wall, a Jewish wall at that, from someone who people that apparently killed your Messiah. Like, what sense does that make?
People got to put that together.
But man, it's just ridiculous. I don't want to see none of our young people go over there for nothing. Oh yeah, another thing. Did you I didn't really get a chance to confirm this, but I want to know if you've seen this. I seen it was a report that apparently they extended the age of military service to entry to 42.
Yes, I covered that when that happened. That was Joe Biden.
Okay. All right.
That was Joe Biden.
I'm sure when that happened or when that came out or whatever the case.
That was up under Joe Biden's watch. It was 42. That was Joe Biden's watch, and I covered that, and you know, it's still on my channel. It's still there.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, it's just a lot of the signs is pointing that direction, but I'm just hoping that.
As far as the draft is concerned, and they also said that they're going to draft children is even younger now. They said they raised it to 42, but they went down to, I want to say 16 with the age. It was young teenagers that they could draft. I want to say 16. It's either 16 or 18, one or the other.
That's another thing too. See, Iran doesn't have to. They don't have to win anything. They just don't have to lose. It's just that simple. Like, they don't have to lose. They don't got to do anything but play defense and chill. They're using $25,000, $30,000 fucking missiles and drones to blow shit up. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers is spending millions of dollars on counter missiles and then their shit. Who's gonna run out of money first? They still getting paid. They charging $2 million a ship to come through the strait.
Oh no, they not losing money no time soon. None.
All of them. Russia everybody getting paid right now. They getting big paid over there. And someone said something about China and China getting their oil from there. No, they're not. They have their own strait over there and by Malaysia. I can't forget. I think it's called the Malekium Strait or something like that. It's over there by it's over there in that part of the world.
Now what they said was that still China has control, at least 20% control. Correction, 20% of their oil use coming from the strait. Not all of it, just 20%.
Just 20%. That's all.
But that's a big number though. That is a big number.
But the rest of the 70-80% is coming from on that side, so they're going to be good.
Yeah, everything else is Middle East. Yeah, no, the China going to be good. That ain't nothing to them.
It's going to continue to do what China do, and that's play the long game. Again, these people, we are not paying attention to the people that they're attacking. These people have been around for thousands of years. Thousands. China, when China was in their third dynasty, fucking America was just trying to find his dick. Like, what are we talking about here?
They actually came out and said that. China did come out with a video. I played that one of my live streams. One of the little people that talk for them came out and said they've been around for thousands of years. They ain't got nothing to worry about. They can hold themselves up. Say it again.
They're not going to fucking place. Like, all this extra shit is ridiculous. It's just we got megalomaniacs in charge of our beloved republic right now. And to be quite honest with you, if this was the real Roman days and the days of Caesar, this wouldn't be happening right now. We would have been took up arms and marched on these motherfuckers. Period.
Oh, you from the city?
Huh?
You from the city?
You're not from Baltimore, baby. 410.
Oh, as soon as you said period, I'm like, hold up. Wait, hold up. That sounds too close to home. I said, hold up. Now, go ahead. I ain't trying to cut it off. As soon as I heard that, I'm like, wait a minute, you from the city? All right, go ahead. You good.
You know which part is this, dummy?
Man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. I didn't even know you was from Maryland. Technically that is Maryland, yeah. Yeah, you be right beside 45 minutes away, yeah.
You know. But yeah, man, it's just ridiculous, bro. I don't want to keep on going around. I know people want to get up here though, bro. But long story short, man, this conflict with Iran, just on a military perspective, is dumb. It's an asymmetrical war. We're not going to do what we think we're going to do. Period.
Oh yeah, they're gonna do. they're gonna do. He did that on purpose. He looked at chat and said, hold on, let me hit the Baltimore accent real quick.
Yeah, man, like it's gonna happen, man. Like we're just gonna sit back and watch. And here's another thing I got a theory too, man. Like they've been talking about all these sleeper cells that's been.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Okay, go ahead. Yep. That's a good one.
They've been talking about all these sleeper cells that's been within the nation last couple of years. And to be quite honest with you, they've been here for a longer time.
Way long time. Yeah, they was
when this shit really started.
Ben had it. Yep.
Right. Listen. I mean, because if you got to think in the minds of these people and anyone that strategically want to do things. If you want to, like, come on now. Now, obviously, they can't take on a head-to-head battle. They would fucking lose. All right, it just wouldn't happen. You know, just like I say, that's like meeting the Romans out there in open field and think you're going to get past the tortoise. It's not happening. Like, no, they're going to mow your ass down. So, what you got to do to take off the head of the snake, all right, head of the dragon, you got to hit them from different angles or completely neutralize them whatsoever so you can deal with all the other bullshit.
And he did threaten that part. He did. Trump himself threatened that. We could take him out this afternoon. He said that. And when I heard, I was like, oh, man. Now, we got nukes. That can happen at any time.
That's fine. We have nukes that can happen. However.
But they want that oil. They ain't trying to get rid of that oil.
But if we're too busy worrying about the shit that's going on in our own land, if we start getting attacked out of nowhere, shit start blowing up here within our own land, we're not going to give a fuck of what's going on across the pond. No one's going to care. There's going to be too much chaos. They're not going to be able to fight a war on two fronts.
Well, the way they saying it now, brother, they saying that America is fighting, 3 different wars right now? They got the situation in Venezuela. They got the situation in Iran. They got the situation with Greenland. They got the situation with Cuba.
There's no situation with Greenland. That was just strategic. They're trying to get it before China gets it. So, I mean, if you want to call that a war, yes, but...
No, I wouldn't call it a war because apparently they settled. They settled and said, all right, we'll work a deal out.
right. I guess you can say that's a logistics war or whatever.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But
they gotta have his troops over there. They occupied in a lot of different places right now as we speak.
Listen, man, this is scary times on different levels. You know, I just like to, you know, get to the money and relax, man. But this is fucking up the money, and I don't like it.
Oh yeah, Americans are taking the back end of that stick for sure.
Like I don't.
Whether if they want to call it a war or not.
You know, there are some buying opportunities out there depending on what you're into, but you know, overall, it's not a good look, bro. In the long run, we trying to get out of the bullshit, not bury ourselves farther deeper in, or whatever. And it's just a lot of distractions, man. Just notice all this bullshit just taken away from what really we're supposed to be looking at with all the Epstein shit. That's really.
I know. That's another thing.
That's really funny.
That's like, another thing.
I love that, man. I love looking at all that shit. That shit's crazy. Crazy, man. If y'all want to know more about that stuff, man, like outside of, you know, coming to my guy Dane here, man, there's so many other people out there that goes in deep with this stuff people might not be familiar with. Check out the Danny Jones podcast. They talk about that. They bring a lot of people on his show that talks about stuff of that nature with Epstein. Julian Dorian is another one you guys can check out. And to be honest with you, man, I would love to get you, been advocating to get you on, you know, to get people to invite you on these shows, man. Because outside of this, you know, we got our own message that, you know, you've been pushing that still heard.
I'll be on other people's panels here shortly. I'll be on. I mean, that's coming. That's in the works. That's in the works. You're going to start seeing me more on camera. When you start seeing me more on camera, then you know, get ready. I'm about to be on people's podcast, and that's right around the corner.
Yeah, I mention you a lot, man. When I talk to other people, when I get on other panels, and we discussing things that's going on in the land, especially when it comes to our fellow Niji, I mention you a lot, man. Y'all want to know some real? Go holler at my man Dane. Like,
now they've been reaching out, or even Billy Carson, even people you mentioned earlier, they've been reaching out. It's time. This time, all of that will happen this year. But yeah, I mean, as far as that is concerned, yeah, it was a distraction to keep us away from that. And then all of a sudden, reports were coming out stating that he was alive. But I'm not trying to switch the topic, but that is something. That is something. You know, that's not just floating on the surface. That's been hiding right there in the background this entire time. But people just, you know, they're distracted by this so-called war right now.
It's all connected, and once again, it leads right back to the goddamn Zionists.
Did you see what I showed? That it was a verified account from Jeffrey Epstein, verified TikTok account that was up in one day and garnered about 1 million subscribers. 2 million views per video that it uploaded on TikTok. Verified account. Now you can't buy verification on TikTok. Did you see that video where I went over that? And the only two people that he was following was verified Trump's TikTok account and verified Netanyahu's account. You didn't see that?
No, I didn't see that. I'm gonna go check that out. But you gotta, you know, I mean, that could be something. Also, you gotta also keep in mind, Mossad is a motherfucker. These motherfuckers been playing games for a long time, man. If people don't know what Mossad is, that is the Israel intelligence force. That's pretty much their CIA.
They should know what Mossad is. I didn't went over that so many damn times. But I mean, yeah, it's basically like FBI, CIA. It's the same thing. They all working together. In fact, Joe Kent mentioned that. Joe Kent came out in his interview with Tucker Carlson when he first resigned. That same day he did an interview with Tucker Carlson, and he was saying that he was being led by the Mossad to what to do, and he was telling him, I mean, they were telling him, hey, you can't investigate this. He had leads where he said it looked like it was foreign influence going on, and they told him to back off, including the FBI. Now he's a target.
All of our intelligence information, especially when you look back everything that happened at the Afghan war, you know, as far as, you know, with 9/11 and so forth, all of that was Israel intelligence, brother. All of it, brother.
I believe that they have a lot of people in place, and this is what they're calling the deep state, I believe they had a lot of people, a lot of people in place politically in order to persuade Trump into doing what they want him to do. And I believe that's the reason why they threatened Trump. This is my opinion. They threatened Trump twice, tried to take him out, gave him a fair warning. They took out Charlie Kirk and said, look, this could be you.
Yeah, because they knew Charlie was waking up and they couldn't control him.
Man, Charlie was with them. Charlie was getting paid by them. He admitted that. That came out. The reports are, shout out to Candace Owens, that already came out. Yeah. And then he backed off. He was knee deep on them, and he backed off like, oh hell no, I can't be down with that. You killing your own people.
That's why I said he was waking up. Yeah, he was waking up to everything that was going on around him. It's sick, bro. It's just their hands. It's all over the place, man.
I believe they holding Trump hostage, like they dangling the PDF. Okay, now that's one word I can't state on here, but I'm gonna just say PDF. They dangling that on him, saying that he was trafficking the children right along with everybody else, and in order to keep him afloat with everything dealing with this so-called war. I believe they're using that against him.
What's her name? Susie Wilds, his secretary, his secretary of staff or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was a former I guess worker or secretary. She worked somewhere for BB years ago.
Really?
She worked directly under Benjamin Netanyahu. A lot of people don't know that. Like, he is surrounded by Zionists.
Yeah, he is. When he talking about Trump, if y'all don't know, he's talking about Trump. And that's another reason why I can't, that's why I'm saying, I'm now starting to say, because I know I had been saying Trump. I should have started saying Trump administration. Because even back when this thing started, everybody around him was telling him to get this done, including Marco. Marco slipped and told the truth and said, no, that we were supposed to react. Basically, he said Israel was supposed to do the first attack. And then I was like, whoa, was he supposed to say that? And then the next day he said, no, I never said that. No, you misquoted that. I was like, what? We got the video. Uh-oh, so there's an agenda. So that kind of exposed it. At the same time, I said, all right, yeah, they infiltrated and already infiltrated a long time ago. The politicians or the political realm of the U.S.
Yeah, it's just simple, man. We got to get them out of there, man. It's just simple as that, bro. We got a clean house. This is what the swamp that they were talking about for years. This is the swamp. This is the swamp that has been in our government for the longest time. They killed one of our presidents, bro. Period. They had a whole hand in Kennedy's death.
Absolutely. No. That's true. Absolutely. And I believe that, and I'm playing that video right now. Huh?
Just that alone. You know what I mean? Just like, come on now.
I believe that's why they holding him hostage. I believe that they are blackmailing him. I believe that they're blackmailing Trump because, you know, they feel as though, they could get their hands involved and they could get too close to him. And then when they remember that time, it was the second time where they tried to say that little boy was trying to take him out. The whole time it was his security allowing him to get closer. And when that got exposed in Congress, I said, damn, something is wrong. When they were literally called off of certain posts, I said, nah, somebody doing that from the inside. And it's pointing right back to this guy that I'm playing on the screen right now. Pointing right back to him.
Yeah, I'm looking at him. The same motherfucker that's been coming over here since the 90s talking about Iran, his weeks away or months away from enriching bombs. And it's all a lie, bro. It's all a lie.
For 30 years.
They changed up the wording because at first the wording in the doctrine when they signed that document, Iran and all those other countries signed outside of Israel, mind you, with their illegal nuclear program that they haven't admitted to, but we all know they have.
Even Trump admitted that they got a nuclear program. It was a futile slip. I got that video too. I played that.
They said Iran was not supposed to enrich a nuke. They never said nothing about them enriching nuclear, period. Just don't make a fucking bomb. And that was in the last administration, that is, as far as the wording of it. So what happened was these fucks came back with new information, rewording it, saying instead of saying nuclear bomb, let's say enriching it to a certain percentage. You can enrich all you want to fucking make for power, the better infrastructure, all this other stuff. It's fine. That's what they were doing. They had fucking inspectors going there on the regular. But once they changed it from making a bomb to just fucking with it, period, that's gave them reason to go up in there. That's all they've been looking for. Any little in to get in there to say, hey, they doing something. Run up in there. Because they can't do it by them fucking selves.
And then they told us, the news media, everybody, including Trump, they already told us that they handled that months ago. Now, all of a sudden, we back in there again, based off of that same assumption that they had nuclear capabilities. But I thought you took care of it last time. What happened?
That's what I was about to say. And the reason why, see, they jumped the gun. The reason why, a lot of people don't know this. Apparently, the reason why we bombed that facility in the first place last year, according to John Kiriakou, for those who are familiar, he's a former agent or whatever. He was the one that he did some time for whistleblowing all the shit that was, all the torture programs was going on in Guantanamo and a couple other places or whatever. A lot of motherfuckers in the administration had a hard on for him in the Obama administration. But he was talking about, because he's still connected with people that's close to Trump, and they said that if you don't intervene, this is what BB and them Israel, whatever the fuck, are telling Trump. Each year, if you don't intervene, we will drop a bomb. We will use a nuclear bomb. This was last year before we dropped the Buster bomb on them. If you could probably find the clip, Danny Jones, John Kiriakou, Trump talk. They literally, it's like a three minute clip of them talking about the intelligence or whatever he got about it. But yeah, like it's
I would need that. I would need that sent to me. Like if you got it, DM it to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'll find it and I'll send it to you, brother.
Was that around the time when he was trying to? I'm talking about Trump. Was that around the same time when Trump cursed on television?
Yes, remember he was pissed.
He was pissed off because Israel still. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That was that.
Yeah.
That was literally that time.
I remember that.
Yep. Yeah, man. It's just crazy, bro. Like people, like I said,
they don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's what he said. And then he walked off.
Right. Yep. He was mad as a bitch. He had no tie. His shirt was unbuttoned. You could tell he was pissed.
Yeah, he was pissed. It looked like he needed a cup of coffee and a cigarette the way he was walking off.
Right.
He looked mad. But yeah, they were. That's how you know. And that's it. Then that's how you know Trump don't have control. Israel did not agree to that peace treaty and kept going. And Trump couldn't do nothing about it. And that's what should have led people to understand that Trump don't have control like y'all think he do. He really don't. He just a puppet.
Yeah, man, it's definitely, bro. This is what it is at this point, bro. So either we can, God, man, this can go so many directions, man.
I don't want World War III. I don't want World War III. I don't think anybody wants World War III.
Nobody wants it, but unfortunately, my friend, everything is happening hitting in that direction.
I don't want it to go in that direction.
However, we still have our own bullshit here going on in our own lands, which could also pop off a fucking civil war. That's what I'm saying. We might not even be in the ball game right now for World War III because we got to deal with our own shit here. Like, it's still dumb shit, just stupid shit that motherfuckers is bickering over. You know what just happened here in Maryland recently?
What happened?
They beefing with Mr. Governor Westmore, his constituents. You know, instead of dealing with our nice little deficit that we're in that he caused, we were just in a surplus a couple years ago with Hogan. These motherfuckers is down in Annapolis bickering over a bill that's about to be passed, so we can be Minnesota's twin sister on having tampons in men's bathrooms. This is what we're arguing over, my friend.
Wow.
Come on now.
Wow,
This is what's going on back home right now. Just want to let you know. Meanwhile, the world's falling apart. But these idiots down here, broke as shit, city's falling apart, and they're talking about tampons in bathrooms and complaining about it, crying about it because they're not in there. I'm over it. So again, we might not even be in the ball game for stupid shit like this and all these dumbass protesters and ICE this and all this dumb shit, bro.
The ICE protest. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm over it. I'm over all of it, bro.
I felt as though that stuff was stupid too. Like, I never really liked that. Like, I was like, what is the point? Like, you getting on Trump, for allegedly kicking out these immigrants that are not supposed to be here, that's supposed to be criminals. But yeah, you didn't do the same thing when Obama was in office. What was all this at? When Obama was in office doing the same thing. And matter of fact, he kicked out 3 million.
Yes, way more. And mind you, with the same person, the same border czar person in charge, Tom Homan. Like,
yeah.
I get it. Excuse me, apologies. Sorry about bursting. Yeah.
You good?
Yeah. But yeah, man, like it's ridiculous. The hypocrisy is crazy. And yeah, man. But I've been ranting too long. Let me go ahead and hop off here, Chief.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that.
You already know it's always love, always much love. Love everybody out there. To the 13% community, big 13s in the chat. Anyone else out there that's listening from my other communities I'm part of, like I said, OSS members, if you out there, big shout out. Also a shout out to the Bag Chasers and my guy Anton Daniels, another community I'm a part of, if you out there. And
yeah, shout out Anton, man. He showed love. That's another one that showed love.
Yeah, man, we just gotta be more aware, man. I want to bring. I would love to get these are the creators that people, you, Anton, Myron, people that's actually bringing attention and real information to the forefront for people so they can break down and dissect and everything that's going on all different levels, bro. And all of y'all bring different perspectives to the table. That's why I fucks with each and every last one of y'all. And I can't stress that enough, man. Like, I say that to everybody. Y'all want the real, check these guys out, especially you when it comes to our real history, my friend. And we'll get back to that eventually once we get past, hopefully we get past all this bullshit or whatever. We can get back and focusing on the real.
I'm actually about to go right back to that tomorrow. There's some things I got to state. So, yeah, some things popping off. Yeah, but right now, I promised them, I was going to open up the panel and allow people to talk about the situation dealing with Iran, Israel, and U.S. Puma, thank you for the gifted. I appreciate that, Puma.
Definitely.
But yeah, and I appreciate that. Come back tomorrow. I'm going to have that panel open tomorrow. It's going to be a decent topic dealing with our history and what's been popping off lately.
Yeah, most definitely, man. But yeah, I'll be back on. I'll sit here and listen, man. But much love, man. You already know, hit me up. I'll be around.
I appreciate that, Amp. All right, hold up, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold up. Let me get Sister Ali up here. Wait a minute. You got accepted on your side, Sister Ali. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I do want to play this video too. I do want to play that video real quick. Hold on, let me get her take real quick. You there?
I'm here. Can you hear me, Big Chief?
I can hear you clearly. How are you?
I'm doing good. Okay, it's several things that's going on with this.
Okay.
Number one, the U.S. currency, the dollar, used to be backed by gold. Well, around 1970, 1971, they got rid of that and they made a deal over there to back oil by the U.S. dollar. So in other words, every bit of oil has to be bought with the U.S. dollar. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with China coming in like they're coming in, they're buying it in the yen, yang, whatever that is, with their currency.
I know. I apologize. I know who you.
Yeah. And not only that.
Oh shit. Oh, that was so funny.
Also done it with Bitcoin.
I'm sorry. That was so funny though. But I know what you're saying. That currency.
Yeah.
She said the yin and the yang. That was
but my son tried to tell me exactly what it was. And you know I'm country, so shit. Excuse me for cussing, but
man,
what it is.
Now we grown over here. You can. Oh man, that was so funny. Okay, I apologize. That was funny. Go ahead.
No. So when you look at it, the BRICS are pretty much taking over. I mean, it's just that cut and dried. All right. When you look at Trump has a handle. Now, Kanye West kept trying to tell everybody that Kushner was Trump's handle.
True.
Yes, he see it now.
That's true. That's true. That's absolutely true. Sure did.
Thank you. So what everybody doesn't know is that Trump tried to make a backdoor deal with Iran. Matter of fact, he did make the deal. Okay, and this is why the Strait of Hormuz is now closed. Because there were certain agreements that they made, okay? Netanyahu found out about it, and Netanyahu went gun-ho crazy. And that's why the Strait of Hormuz is closed. That's why the United States and stuff is not getting the oil and stuff is not going through there unless it's going to China, India, and places like that.
Yep.
Okay. So if you look at it.
Yeah, and Lindsey Graham. Somebody said Ann Graham. Yes, and Lindsey Graham. That's correct.
Yep. Oh, Lindsey Graham, that's a warmonger right there. But anybody who's taking money from APEC or any form like JPEG, all of those are now being called out. But they're hiding the money through Jeffrey Hakeem and the rest of them. Now, this whole thing could have been avoided. And I know you probably done talked about it on your show, but I've been MIA. But
that's all good.
This whole thing could have been avoided if Jeffrey Hakeem and Chuck Schumer hadn't put the boat off. The reason they put the boat off, because they bought and paid for it. They already knew that strike was going to happen. They knew it. Just the other day, Benjamin Netanyahu took and found out something else and struck again.
Yeah.
So it's like they're already stretched.
I'm actually playing that right now. But you're right.
So I mean, they're literally stretched thin. They're so stretched thin that it's not comprehensible how stretched thin they are. Okay, so if you look at the IDF soldiers, you ever thought about why is so much ruckus with them now versus when Obama was in office? I'm talking about ICE. It's because the majority of the ICE agents are now
IDF.
Ex-IDF soldiers.
They said that. They did come out and say that.
Yeah, and I've been talking about this for a long time. Now, you know that they're also saying that Trump is Odin. You know who Odin is, right?
Odin? Nuh-uh.
Odin is the Nordic god. Now, remember, they've already said that Trump's supposed to be according to ancient mythology. It's been said that Trump is the last president.
Yeah, they did say, and Netanyahu came, and I played that video. Netanyahu came out and said that he was supposed to be the leader of the world. And yeah, he did say that. Okay, so Odin is one of them little, what is that, their little mythology that they got going on, and that's what they, Norse, Norse mythology. Okay, they just said it in the chat.
Yeah, the Greek god that they call the All.
Okay.
All right. But what they're not telling you is that there's supposed to be 1,000 years of peace up under a woman who is Ishtar. Some call her Isis, and thus far. So it's like they're trying to make every last bit of this come to pass. And when they really fast forwarded it, is you remember when they did the change on daylight saving time?
Yep, I can't stand that. Go ahead.
Like 2 weeks early, and they extended it 2 weeks?
Yep.
Now you add that up. Now you like right here in Georgia, we was already in spring before this hit. But this stuff that they spraying in the skies and stuff to keep the sun and stuff, they're trying to literally force things to the way that they desire it to be.
Yep.
Now, let's get back to, I'm going to bring all this together.
Okay.
Let's get back to Iran. They know they ain't got no win with Iran. You know what it's called?
What's that?
Why they have extended it to 42. And like you said, that came in when Biden was
in office.
Yes, which shows that the Republicans and the Democrats all work together.
Yep.
All of the presidents are kin, with exception of one. So all of them do a certain group of people bidding. And I don't know if I can say their name on here.
Yes, you can.
The Rothschilds.
Oh, yeah, you could definitely say the Rothschilds. You could say any of the 13 families' names. Fuck it. You can say anybody. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so they're doing their bidding. Now, when you have this tech that's coming in, like we was talking about a while ago, with the data centers that they have put up, that's why everybody's power bill and their water bill is going up. That's why they have also been saying that there are going to be water wars. Is because of those data centers. Now, you jump back to Iran, they said up to 42 and as young as 16. What does that do?
Yeah, it was 16. So it was 16. Okay, I couldn't remember if it was 16.
Yeah, 16. So what you doing? Population control. Okay, so we know we ain't got no wind over here. But we gonna go on over here and we gonna send our people, you know, because not just men go out now,
just
women go out as well. So we're gonna send our people on over here, so that'll take care of population control over here in the United States. Because we're gonna have a draft. I don't care what nobody says, we're gonna have a draft. So that gets rid of a lot of people here. So that gets rid of having to pay out so much money with food stamps, health care, and all of that. So it's like this, they have thought all of this out. Do you remember Operation Looking Glass?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. They were only able to see up to 2012. So they were already training people for remote viewing. Now, people were taking too long and they could ramp it up with AI.
Interesting.
And where AI is drawing it from is from the people.
Yeah, because they're studying them.
Sir?
No, I said because they're studying them. That's an interesting take. And now all of a sudden, OpenAI which is one of the biggest companies in AI, stopped the generation of videos recently. This just happened yesterday or day before, because they gathered up as much information as they needed. And then previously, before they did that, they did have contracts with the government. You on to something right here. You on to something. You on to something right here.
Yeah. And they're gathering it. They're literally. I don't know if you know about the pineal gland. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so with all of this, they have literally been extracting it from the people. Now, you know this chip they talking about putting in people's brain?
Now they've been doing that in the UK. They have been doing that in the UK.
It ain't just in the UK, Big Chief.
Where they doing it in now?
They have already done it to some people here in the United States, and they were none the wiser. They did not know. They did not know. They did it illegally because they had to try it in a what's the word that I'm looking for? A non-controlled setting.
Okay.
It's easy to try this stuff out in a lab, this, that, and the other. So before they did it to the people over in the UK and other places, they did it right here in the United States. If people would listen to what Obama said in a lot of his interviews, what was the one thing that he said? America is the great experiment. America is the great experiment. They have been experimenting on the people of the United States for the longest.
Yes.
So they abducted some of these people and made them think that they had went up in a UFO. Now,
MK Ultra. MK Ultra. You can talk about that. No, you don't have to. I'm right there with you. You don't have to hold nothing back. You good. You good. And they get them. Let them get all of Georgia. Let them hear all of that Georgia accent here. That's straight. Y'all know that's Georgia. Anybody from the deep south know that's Georgia talking here.
So when you add all of this together, every last bit of this goes hand in hand. Now, when Trump first got in office, he was going to try to do right. He literally was going to try to do right. He thought that it was going to be as simple as it was when he was in for his first term. He thought it was just going to be that simple. He done got in there his first term. He done figured out the ins and the outs. He done figured out the who's of the who's. Not realizing them same who's of the who's was figuring him out too.
They had a plan. They had an agenda.
Yes. And they're not advertising it much. They ain't advertising it at all. They stuck it in a newspaper. I mean, come on now. They got lawsuits against him.
That's true.
For trafficking, right there in Florida.
Now, I'm glad you edited that because that's the only one I would get in trouble for. But yes, see, you're right. You're right and exact.
So when I say everything that I say and you put it all together, this right here is just a front for every single thing that is going on. And then when you look at last year, when all this stuff was going on with the shutdown with the banks and stuff, I'm saying with the government and stuff.
With the government,
Okay, they took and slipped in another bailout for the banks. Did y'all know that?
Yeah, they did. They did.
Yeah, they slipped in another. But see, what is America now? What did they come out and say yesterday, day before yesterday, sometime this week? America is insolvent. What that mean, Big Chief?
Now, what I was told was that the government is still shut down. The government never opened back up.
They didn't. But what does insolvent mean? America is broke. Whether they open the government back up or not, the government is broke.
But I think that was the reason why they were saying that it was broke or insolvent, was because of and that was the reason why they couldn't open back up. Because when somebody said insolvent the last time, I was like, how? When they printing the money at the Treasury Department? They are literally printing the money.
Big Chief, the more money you print,
the less it is.
Valuable
I get it.
Is.
I get it.
And
I get it for sure.
Iran and them selling their oil in what? The yen, whatever that money is over in China. It's making America's dollar depreciate even more.
I think it's called Zing, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
All right. So when you look at everything that is going on, me not being funny, somehow or the other, I have an inner knowing that they are handling Trump to the point that America falls to its knees.
Wait a minute.
I mean, just coming in to wreck the economy. It was already bad.
Oh, okay. Now, that's another thing that they said.
Break it.
Now, that's what they said. It's like they purposely are crashing it now in order to restart and do something else. They wanted to go digital. I heard that multiple times.
Not only digital,
okay,
but privately ran.
Okay, yeah, right.
So the government as we know it now will cease to exist.
That's what they're saying now. That's what I'm trying to say. They saying that the government is closed and it's going towards the NWO, the New World Order, where it's just one body government. That's happening now, and they saying that Trump is leading us into that, and it won't be another president after Trump because of that. It would just be one form of government.
And yes, and so get rid. Like I said, the United States has more data centers than anywhere, and they're steadily putting them up. So you got to get rid of the people. Why? Because those things take millions of gallons of water a day.
And that's probably why they pushing people to the house. Oh, hold up. Yes. Hold up. They are pushing people out though.
Yes. Yes. So are you getting the bigger picture now? And what's Wexner? You know, they already got their own little government. They own a government right there in Ohio.
No, I didn't know. Now I didn't know about that. I'm not gonna lie about
yes, sir.
You said they got their own government in Ohio.
Yes,
I need to.
They own their own little community, their own little town there. Yes, sir. I think it's like 11,000 people that live there.
I need to see that. I need to, if you don't mind, later on, can you send me more information about that so I can be nosy?
I definitely will. I definitely will. So I say it, like I said, I say everything that I say. There's a split that is going on now. It's either you're going to be on one side or you're going to be on the other side. And unfortunately, there's not going to be any in between. It's not going to be any in between. So those who are spiritual, do your due diligence. And those who know, they know. Those who know, they know. Everything that is going on now, Big Chief, is here for a reason. Everything is being done meticulously and it's being done for a reason. And Iran plays a big part in this because they're gonna off so many people that it's their way of population control, is leading the sheeple to that house.
The burning house.
SLAU, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So people need to wake up because it can be stopped.
It can be.
Like what you were showing a while ago, if more people came in and sued these companies, the only way that you're going to get rid of this is that transfer of wealth has to go into the right hands.
Yes.
Into the hands of the people who are going to do the will of the Most High. We're going to have to get past this color stuff. And you listening to one that's half Niji and half European. And my grandmother raised me for this time so that I could sound the alarm. She already had told me that the Caucasians, whites, whatever you want to call them, wouldn't accept me unless they desired to get something out of me. And that the Niji, I would have to earn the Niji's trust because it wasn't going to be given lightly. My children are Niji. My grandsons are Niji. My granddaughters are Niji. I chose my side a long time ago. It is going to take the Niji to straighten this stuff out.
I agree.
But we gonna have to get past because we do have mankind here. We got mankind here. I'm half of mankind. I'm half man, or shall I say woman, and I'm half mankind, which came from the Niji woman. What they call black women. We are going to have to put our differences to the side. Hate. You don't come here with hate in your heart. That is a taught.
Yep.
People are taught to hate because of the color of one's skin. Now, am I saying that it's going to be easy to trust right off the rip? Excuse my French, and I hope I don't cost you nothing. If I do, just tell me what it is and I'll pay it. But hell with that. I ain't saying to trust right off the rip. Because honor, I put honor above, what do they call that? Respect. I don't respect nobody, Big Chief. Honor. Honor is earned. Right off the rip. But people better start coming together. I'm telling you what I have seen, Big Chief. I have seen these wars.
If you don't mind, can you tell them how old you are?
I'm 56 years old. Getting ready to be 57. I have seen into the spiritual realm as well, Big Chief.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm here, because I seen it too.
It's coming.
It is, and I know I be trying not to say that it's not, but it's inevitable. It is going to happen because sooner or later something going to have to give.
Yes.
And people going to get tired of being sick and tired. It is coming. And just like the other brother said that it may even be a civil war before it even gets to a World War III. And then by that time,
I'm mighty afraid that America, number one, you can't build a country off of lies. You can't build a country off of lies and then expect it to stand. And they're trying to colonize the world over again.
Yes.
You didn't hear Brazil, the minister from Brazil speaking? Yesterday, today?
Give it to me.
He was calling it out. Talking about how the Europeans are trying to do colonization again.
Oh, I need that.
Sir?
I need that.
I'll send you that one too.
Oh man, I need that too. Oh man.
He was calling them out, telling them that they need to leave Africa alone. They need to leave Brazil alone. Said time that they get back up on their feet and they come up with their democracy and stuff. How they're trying to recolonize them again. Because you done stripped those natural resources from them. Now they found lithium and other natural minerals, and that would help their countries to sustain. And now you trying to come in and recolonize them again? No. And if you look at that vote that they took, what was the three countries? What were the three countries that voted no? Israel, the United States, and Argentina. Now, with that being said, and I'm putting this out here and I'm putting it out in YouTube land, Argentina has been watching me. That's the reason I have not been coming on, because I didn't desire to cause anybody any problem. I am of sound mind. But they've been watching me. And then when I had sent that text message, I went back and I looked at it a couple of days later. Oh, they done took that down. You know how you can keep up with who's been checking on you and stuff on Google Trends?
Yeah.
So Argentina, now the government already had said way back then that they felt like they had made a grave mistake. And it wasn't Hitler that they should have been concerned about. It was the so-called Jews. In other words, Israel.
Right.
They helped the wrong ones. Now
Israel after them.
You know a lot of them escaped to Argentina.
That's right.
Why do you think they gave them, even though the government was shut down, why you think they gave them $40 billion? Gotta keep it all in their family, don't you? People better wake up. You better start paying attention.
That's big facts.
You better get your eyes off of this circular news that they showing on TV. Because that ain't the real deal. They only give you bits and pieces, and most of the time, they bamboozling you with that.
Hogwash, yeah. They doing that on purpose.
Yeah, they doing it on purpose. Gotta keep the sheeple blind. Gotta lead you to that house that start with an S, where you don't come up out of there the same way that you went in there.
Y'all can say it in the chat. Y'all know what she talking about. It rhymes with daughter.
Thank you. Wake up. That's the reason they keep harping on this so-called woke, making jokes out of it.
Yeah.
People against waking up. You better wake up.
Woo, talk. Uh-oh.
You better wake up. You better take them blinds off your eyes. You better realize that if you don't, you sheeple, and you being led to that house that starts with an X. Blindly.
Yep, inadvertently.
Yet willingly, because you refuse to listen to a voice of reason. You refuse to listen to what Big Chief has been saying and what other elders have been saying.
The elders that know the truth, though. Like, that's the reason why she a friend of ours, because she know what's up. You see what I'm saying? She ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it.
Thank you, and you better get away from these churches. Y'all need to go look at Papa Duck.
Yeah, shout out Papa Duck. That's my brother. That's my brother. He know what's up.
Go look at Papa Duck.
Yeah, shout out Florida too. Shout out to the Zoes. Yeah, Papa Duck know what's up. Absolutely.
Yeah. Them ain't the chosen people. Those are Khazars. Europeans. Big Chief.
Yes, ma'am.
I got much love for you and the family. And I'm going to stop talking because I know it must be other people that desire to say something. But people, stop being sheeple. Much love.
Absolutely, Sister Ali. I really appreciate that. Matter of fact, let me, because she was up in here. Fire. She was going in. She was going in. Now, from front to back, that was true. From front to back, like, and then she broke it down simple enough for people to understand, and I hope y'all did. I hope y'all did. Look, Sister Ali, they in the chat showing you big love, by the way, on YouTube. You know, but she, you know, she's definitely a friend of ours, and definitely a friend of ours of the 13%. Yeah, and you know, she don't hesitate at all, and that's what I like. See, you know, we do got some, don't get it twisted. We got some brothers and sisters out there that definitely shares a different skin complexion, but it shouldn't matter because it's all about what their heart say. It's all about what their mind say. Listen to what I just said. It's all about what they, it's all about their walk of life. What they know to be true, and they standing on business. They standing on it. She ain't the only one, but she definitely one of my favorite ones. She ain't playing. And she got that Georgia accent heavy too, deep South. So you know what she was going through. You see how she talking like this online? She was talking like that in real life. So you know what type of heat was coming her way. And she had older. Thank the creator that she's still here because a lot of heat was coming her way. But you know how they do it. That's why I show love to the man. Y'all get me. I show love to the truth seekers, the truth tellers, no matter their skin complexion, because it's beyond that. When we got the spiritual war going on. And just like she said, yeah, we do need to come together, the like-minded people, the right like-minded people, including the elders that think the same exact way. Because the elders are tired of being sick and tired. They want our generation to step up and do something about it too, because they gonna be right there with us. Now, they could direct the show. You see what I'm saying? But we gotta produce. Bring her back? Oh no, she always come back. Every single time I open up the panel, she on the panel. When, you know, especially if she there, it's at a decent hour, she gonna pop up. You gonna hear her. She don't play no games. She don't play no, and I'm about to bring up another one. And I know he laughing already. Look, I gotta tell Elder Chief right now. Elder Chief, calm down. I'm about to invite you up. You gotta accept it on your side, Elder. You good to go. I think you got the invite. Yeah, you got the invite right now, Elder. But yeah, watch. Look, it's a lot of. I'm not playing a lot of Elder K, Chief Master K. It's a lot of elders. We got a lot of elders that don't play. Okay, that do not play. I'm talking about no games at all, no cut cards, no nothing. They respect the platform as well, but I'm just letting them know, like, everything is flying right now on YouTube. Except for that, the PDF part. I gotta clear that part up. That's the only part that we really can't touch on. But everything else we can, you know. No holds barred. We can say their names. We can start saying it all. I'm waiting on Elder right now. Is he good? He good? Well, okay. Well, so why he get that together? Let me. I hit the wrong button. Okay, why he get that together? Let me play this video real quick. I wanted to play this one as we waiting on him.
Brothers and sisters, it's citizens of Israel. I'm proud of you. I'm proud for your strength and standing firm. I know it's difficult to remain in the bomb shelters and the safe rooms. I know the difficulties with employers, with studies for the children, how difficult it is for the elderly and for all those serving the reserves. And we in the entire government are working daily in order to make it easier for you to open up the education, also the marketplace, to
probably talking about the schools,
help everyone, families, businesses, etc. We are spending a great deal of money, and we will have to add more and more to do so. One thing I know for sure, I know that you're listening, listening to the instructions and going to the protective spaces. All of that gives us, to the IDF and the security forces, to continue fighting, to continue the effort to reach the targets, the goals of this campaign. Oh, the whole world knows.
Why would you put your family at risk? Your family. Why would you put your people at risk like that, telling them to go up under bomb shelter, even the children for the that part right there is But now we got Elder Chief Master K up here now. Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can.
Okay, brother, go ahead. Let me hear your take on this. Hold on, you low on my side for some reason. Hold on, let me turn you up. Wait a minute. I got it right now. You should be at 100% now. Yeah. Here we go. So let me get your take on this, Elder. This is dealing with the situation with Netanyahu. You might as well say what the U.S. and Israel and the Iran war. What do you think about all this?
Well, I agree with what the brother said before. It's bullshit. I mean, it's all a device of dividing unenlightened people to not see what humanity is really doing, because everything that Israel has been producing out of from the time that they were on the planet in the first place, because the brother was hitting it on target with that Anunnaki stuff and all this other kind of stuff.
Yep.
That's why I support you so much, is it starts in these institutions, and school is the things that touched us first. Just like all that stuff that you have been putting out there about how they came over here and they put a book in our hands and everything.
Mm-hmm.
We were already here, you know, and like the sister was saying, it's not about your color, it's about what you have to see in each other's heart. We are a nation of Nijis, And they came over here and stole our stuff and took it back over there. But they're not even acknowledging the fact that the real teachers of
talk.
We were already, I mean, they had already come over here, and the masses of the people that were here, they learned from masters that this fake book, I mean, because I've been on my people for a long time, jumping from the Hebrew Bible, then looking at it into the Hebrew Bible to the King James, the Christian Bible.
King James.
Yeah, and all that stuff. I'm like saying, this is they're telling stories in the same manner that the Jews have been telling this stuff for a long time. And then they created Islam, they created
Israel,
Christianity, and they created all of this stuff because they got them early. It's like they disallowed us to understand the metaphysical ways, but here on this landmass, we have been able to preserve that if we listen to it, you know. But people don't listen to their elders, you know. I'm just saying is the fact that
Elder, not to cut you off. How old are you, Elder? If you don't mind mentioning it, how old are you?
I make 62 March 30th.
Oh, your birthday getting ready to come up, man. Man, shout out to the elder about to turn 62, man. Hey, show love to the elder in the chat, y'all. He about to be 62.
Thank you all. Thank you. And it's the reason why I try to play to people my age and everything. I continuously blasting you and another brother by the name of Tom Williams, who runs the THI show. And I keep slamming it to people who are older than me about how they have to change their thinking. They have to change, and they have to get out of what they taught you in school was a lie.
Right.
Period. You know, and I don't care, you know, I've even gone as far as to say, you know, you could run around here and you look at these people that have DR in front of their names and PhD behind their names and all this other kind of stuff and play this old shenanigan game. And it's like, wait a minute, do you realize that PhD just means piled high, deep shit? And do you understand that DR in front of your name means doofus and retarded?
Wait a minute, Elder, going on.
And so, like I say, they control the media.
Oh no!
They control the media. That's why I play. I mean, I have so many people in my circle who like Dr. Umar Johnson. He's just talking that truth and everything. And I'm like saying, you sit up and listen to this clown. You know, and I blast you off. I show them the videos that I've been able to download about you going at this brother, and it's like, and then once they hear it, and once they see the truth and how you just broke that brother down,
yeah,
showed all the other videos of him, you know, recovering from whatever
Oh shit.
They just say, Chief Master K, shut up. I don't want to hear this no more. Okay, they just shoved me out the way. And I'm like, okay. But see, that's your problem. Because you did not do the research. You still think we came over here on slave ships. When I keep telling you, Principal Chief Dane has already shown you verbatim that 100,000 Negroes, how'd you put it, Negroes, got over here on some damn ship. Like that's not...
Man. They're coming along though, Elder. Some of them are coming along. They didn't, the light went off. The light bulb went off on them and they're coming along now. It's not like I'm trying to make them join a cult or anything like that. I just want them to know the truth. I want them to know what happened to the individual family. And it is working.
This is what I'm saying. I'm old enough now where I'm taking over from people who are older than me. And the people that are older than me, I'm citing to them. It's like, no, grandma didn't do this. Okay? I don't know where you sat up and watched that Roots story and thinking that we came from slavery. I'm like saying,
the Roots.
Grandpapa, debating Dane Grandpapa, he came from South Carolina and moved up here, and he had a trade. He knew how to sew. He knew how to farm. He had business already established here. Because that's when we came up to Chicago. But like I say, I'm telling them, you didn't listen to what grandmother said. Great-grandmother my great-grandmother, it was their grandmother, said that, don't forget, this side of your family, you are Blackfoot. I was like, oh, okay, I remember that one. But remember, you have two grandmas. I went and got my education from Southern University and found out that my grandmother's roots are from Opelousas, Louisiana. And we were Choctaw. I was like, whoa, okay. So, I had been on this path of the genealogy trick all the time. And I think I reminded you the fact that I had learned how to do that irrevocable trust. And
yes, sir.
EIN number for that, and been trying to work out of that for the longest and everything. And that's why I keep pushing. I keep pushing your book at them to say, hey, look, since you don't seem to understand my words and how I've done it, this brother done mapped it out for you just by the book.
Yep, from top to bottom.
Okay, I'm not buying it for him. I'm like saying, no.
They gotta want it though. They gotta know what, I mean, especially if you already told them no, Elder. I mean, you put that bug in their ear. You did your thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you did your thing. If they really want to know what's going on, they'll invest in themselves and actually do it for themselves and do the research before they even get the book. They'll do the research first. But some of them are not, some of them may not want to do it because they're stuck in their ways. Like you said, some of them could be older. Not all of them are fully aware that are older. So some of them could be older than you and they, stuck in their ways and they want to go to their grave with that stuff. And, it's unfortunate, but that's just the way, it is. But the generation that I'm in right now, go ahead.
That it was their aunt and my grandmother who sat me down and understood what the difference in those two words are. ELDER is somebody that you should listen to.
Mm-hmm.
OLDER. That is just a person that has a few years on you.
Good point.
Okay.
Very good point. Good point.
And if you want to look at it, and if you really want to look at it responsibly as a thinking person, which I love your aspect on that one, I'm just here to make you think.
Yes, sir.
And the fact that the matter is that you have old people who still act like their shoe size. That's all this clown foolery going on out here. You think that because you have reached this age that you have the right to still act like you 9 years old, 10 years old. So, but like I say, this whole thing was about most of us need to really understand that U.S. represents U.S. Inc. in corporations. That's just like a cartel. Cartel in Spanish is a corporation. And where this money comes from, the U.S. Treasury is not the Federal Reserve Bank.
It's Oh.
And so, and when more people wake up and smell the coffee, it's like, well, where is the U.S. getting these big monies and this all this stuff to provide for this war? And I agree with what you said during the
segment
YouTube thing that said it's coming from your tax dollars.
Yep. Americans paying for it.
Okay. Right. Your tax dollars. And that's U.S. currency. That's not America currency. That's U.S. currency. You know. And like you said, if we would not be so afraid, because back in the day, yeah, they did have debtor's prison and all this other kind of stuff, but that's gone. You can't be thrown just because I owe you just because you owe something, especially to the IRS. Well, if you can come get it, come get it. Try to seize it. They can't do that no more. So it's like we as a people have to understand where our money goes, how it's being used, because what an oxymoron. Social security. Since when does social have to be security? I'm like saying, wait a minute, But like I say, these are all things that in these discussions and
I like that question. I like that question. Yeah. Since when your social has to be secure? I like that. I like that question.
There's so many terms that we use so loosely, but like I said, when we think about what welfare is, well, some people who don't have skills and everything and that cannot contribute to the workforce, yes, they need to be subsidized. They need to be given food. But that's why they started demolishing all what they used to call here in Chicago, the projects. It's like we're going to build you these buildings and everything. You can come in here and get on your feet and work your way into a
project housing.
I was like, wait a minute. If you're going to control people that say you can only have a job if you have a GED, with the dropout rate that we were experiencing back in the 70s and everything. But see how we got through that was because they snatched up the average age of the Vietnam people. The average age of the soldier was 19 years old. 19 years old. So you had kids who were either running from the draft people or just graduating out of high school and throwing them into one of the worst psychological warfare games going on, because Vietnam was serious. You know, it became chemical during what was that in Kuwait? What did they call that one? The Gulf War. And then they had and then all this foolishness going on with Iran and stuff. I'm like saying, look, and I'm so pissed off is the fact that you all think that showing these images and speaking about something else, because half of those shots that they're showing people getting bombed and all that other kind of stuff, technically that's Israel. They done bombed the crap out of Israel. And I know that because when I was there in 93, when I was affiliated with the Hebrew Nation, with Ben-Ami and all those other highfalutin names that went over there and had a community outside of Dimona, and it was close to Riyadh. When I got there, the first time I got there, we had to stop over in Dimona. And, you know, we had a little refreshment and everything. And they said, be careful to drink certain water. And you know me, I'm going to say, why do we have to be worried about drinking the water? Well,
some of it was contaminated.
No, wait. Dimona is where Israel was doing their nuclear research.
Okay.
Dimona is the place where they were doing their nuclear
testing
research.
Okay.
And that was in 92. And back in the 60s is when Israel sold Iran.
You said sold Iran? What was the word you just said?
SOLD.
Sold, okay.
Sold them some nuclear enriched uranium and everything. And like I say, all that stuff with the 6-Day War and all that other kind of stuff, that was all a farce. I mean, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that you all up here crying about, well, they got, and I'm like, Israel, you got nuclear.
They got it too. Yep.
You know? So all this stuff that they plan on, I'm like saying, they really have that. They really have a script.
That's a good point, Elder.
Coming out of their mind, everything that's coming out of their mouth that is being played on the mass media is a bunch of lies.
That's a good point.
They're not telling the truth, you know. And it's even clearer of the fact of the matter is the fact that all this stuff that you're hearing about the Clintons now, I'm saying, well, wait a minute.
They been knew about that.
well, wait a minute. The reason why Trump got in the first time was because they took Hillary out. The real Hillary out. They replaced her with this clone and stuck her up in that trust thing that they have going on. You know?
A lot of people were saying that was a clone.
Mm-hmm. And because they couldn't control it real well, they were like, well, we're gonna have to put this idiot in for his first term and get it over with. You know, we can't control this. We can't control this clone too much. You know, so
interesting, because even Trump was surprised that first time. He didn't know he was about to win. No, I mean, I'm talking about every poll that they had on every news media station was claiming that Hillary was about to win. It surprised everybody that Trump won.
And so when he did, that's why he was like, well, I didn't know I was going to be here and everything.
Yeah, he did say that.
You didn't get the memo that they took your opponent out. You know? So, like I say, the whole thing is the fact that I agree with what the sister said. We are Nijis. We have to come together and do like I'm doing, is shaking these older people. I mean, because even though I'm at this age and everything, I still say to all my youth, all the youth that I involve myself with, I teach them correctly. I don't sugarcoat a thing. I do not. I tell them straight up. I'm like saying, when like I say, I got granddaughters, I got great granddaughters, I got, you know, and
they appreciate it, and we appreciate it, Elder. But don't stop. Please don't stop.
Oh, I'm not. Oh no. And like I say, I use everything that's coming from you. I put it in their face. I say, hey, look, you got to think. I even tell them that. I'm like saying, look, you know how to go to class. You know how to do, you know, I know you know how to read because I taught you your ABCs. And I have to give it to Tanisha, your wife and everything, because that number and spelling thing.
Yeah, she on top of that.
She is that man banging.
Yeah, she ain't playing.
I'm like saying, yes, you know. So
she put out a video yesterday I need to go over, but I'm gonna wait till I go live again tomorrow because it's correlating. But yeah, she on point.
Oh yeah. Oh, I would say, Tanisha, you put this one together. This is brilliant, you know. And a lot of the images that she had up there.
Yeah, she telling the story.
With what she was saying.
Yep. She was telling the story.
Ahead, girl. She can, yeah. So, like I say, I'm just saying is that as far as the topics and all the things that you showed today, it just goes to show how the mass media has shown all these images of lies and everything, still tear-jerking the American public, you know, because that's who's getting hit by it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, people who, like us, who go to real news sites, listen to real people who are putting out the real news. It's just unfortunate that they don't have the access to maybe even question what they're being shown, because we have been, I mean, as a country, you know, think about the religious folks. if Pastor said it, it has to be true. Well, you got a whole bunch of people up in here says, well, if the news said it, I guess it has to be true.
Good point.
You know? So,
good point.
That's the mindset that we have to battle. We have to get them to think about, just because these things with titles in front of them, like doctor and PhD and all that other kind of stuff, and that whole, would it be correct to say reverency that they put upon that, or the importance that they put
relevancy?
The relevancy.
They're trying to make them prominent.
Yeah. People have to get out of that, because can't nobody tell you better than yourself. Oh, I'm sorry, but most people don't even know their self. Okay. All right. That'll be a subject for another time.
That would go ahead.
That's my point. But like I say, the 13% community, every time I'm able to get on listening to everybody who has something to say, we are, let's say, you have one out there called the gatekeepers.
Yeah.
We are the gate taker downers, because these gatekeepers.
So they the gatekeepers, we the gate takers. We taking their gates from them. All right, you gonna keep it, we gonna take it.
Gates away. Right.
We taking their gates away.
Right. That's what. Okay. That's what gate takers. You know, because that's the problem with the world. I mean, it's not just something that's going on in this country, because
somebody said gate breakers. I like that too. I like that. Breaking the gates wide open. Matter of fact, that's better. Gate breakers. I like that. Bust it wide open. Pause. I'm talking about the gates. You know,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So, like I say, but it's still not just here on Turtle Island.
Yeah, it's happening all over.
It's happening all over.
Yeah.
And, you know, we have to come out of this thinking that just because you're Asian or just because you come from this part of the land and everything, but we also have to recognize the fact that in some of these areas is where the poison had been placed originally. And like I say, from the religious aspect to certain cultural aspects and everything, we hear, you know, you can observe another culture. You don't have to absorb it. You can observe it and then think for yourself to say, well, you know, maybe if you do this the other way, because again, you were talking about, the brother was talking about, there's a civil war that's getting ready to get started here.
Yeah, Ant was warning about that. Yep.
We don't get ourselves together.
Right.
You know, we don't have to go over to Iran where they fighting wars with bullets, but a civil war is a social war, you know? And, you know.
So go back to your point about Social Security. Is the Social Security, why does it have to be? I'm gonna take that, Elder, if you don't mind. I'm gonna take that because I want to use that. I got an idea for that, and I like that you asked that question. That's a great question. I wanna. If you don't mind, I need to use that again.
Hey, like I said, everything I got, I'm just giving it. I am not. I mean, because you got to remember that when the Bulls won the third championship, it was Scott, the guy, the commentator, or Dan Patrick. He said he first started the word three-peat. He actually TM'd the word, so every time an announcer or every time the word was said, he got paid. I'm like saying, man.
Damn.
Wait a minute. For real?
Well, I ain't trying to take it to make profit from it. I'm just trying to teach. I'm talking about.
But that's what I'm about to. all these terms that, you know, I've come up with. Yes, use that. I mean, because it's something that you have to. Why is it called Social Security?
Yeah, I like that. I like that question. That's a very good question. I like that.
Right. And that's like I was saying about welfare. Welfare, it's like fair, F-A-R-E.
Mm-hmm.
There's a word there, and then you're going to put well in front of it. And it's like, well, wait a minute. I thought my fare was supposed to be paid for by the universe. You know,
good way to look at it. Good way to look at it. I like that.
Okay. I mean,
going right back to the money.
These are those 5 things. The institution of money. Because why do we have so many different names for it? It's still an institution. So that's money. Then you have well, the first real one is the use of alcohol. Alcohol that's, you know, and we don't really realize how.
That's fire water.
You're right. It's fire water. You know, and then you have drugs. Now, I'm not talking about drugs, street drugs. I'm talking about the drugs that they put in this thing that they call pharmacy.
Yeah.
Oh, but wait a minute, it's a pharmacy. Oh, so that doesn't, you take the word pharmacy, and because you get a drug from it, you say it's okay. But here's that word play again. We have been taught that when you put a P and an H together, it pronounces F.
Mm-hmm. Farm. Okay.
Take the P off of that word, and what do you have?
You got harm.
Pharmacy. Harm. You are harming us.
Mm.
You know, and everybody, take a pill, you'll be better. And it's like, really?
They're not there to cure, they're there to treat.
That come from the roots, that come from the earth. That's your healing.
Yeah. That's correct.
You know.
It's already in play.
I've been an herbologist for quite a while. You know. And really understanding how your diet, you know, because I took it to heart back in the 70s when they say you are what you eat. And it got me to thinking, it's like, well, what am I eating? I'm like saying, you know, what's in this can of processed stuff? What, you know, so it got me to reading labels at an early age and everything. And, you know, I just grew from there. And so, but this is what I'm saying is the fact of drugs come in many different forms. So the stuff that this practicer of an healing art, because most of the medical world, they have a practice, but you're supposed to be healing people. That's what your Hippocratic Oath says.
But they're there to treat.
But you have a practice. Why are you practicing medicine on me? I mean, I just think, okay?
No, ain't not right. No, go ahead. You right though.
Okay.
You right though.
So so that's alcohol. You got drugs. Then you have that chilladilla called religion. It's a killer. It's a killer. And how much does religion dip off into things that we take for granted, like sexuality, gender, all that other kind of stuff? Because if you really read the Bible, it cites 3,648 times things about incest. Oh. For all you Bible scholars out there, go on and read the book. You'll come up with the same story that I did. 360 times there are stories in there that speak about incest. I'm like, wow. And then look at what the Catholic Church does to these little boys.
Oh, whoa. Yep. Just don't say that word. Yes, you're right. Just don't say that word. But yes, that's the PDF that I was talking about. I knew Elder was going to go there. I said that earlier too. I knew he was going to go there. But he right though. There's nothing wrong with it. But I know he was going to go there. I just knew it. I called it. But nah, because he always on it, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, nah, that's true though, because that's what they involved with. That's what they've been doing.
Right.
Especially with the little boys, but not too far. But you're right.
Well, no, I'm just saying it's the fact that, I mean, and it's not just in Christianity, it's in Islam too.
No, it's in all of them. They've been doing that for a minute.
It's in all of them, you know?
That's what they've been doing.
That, like I say, all of that stuff gets wrapped up in religion, because in religion, you have to remember that we are two, meaning male and female, and how those interactions work. A lot of relationships are formed from the belief that they superimpose upon you in this religion.
Yep.
So, and then, like I say, the other one is the financial institutions, and that deals with the money. So when we all come together on all of those things and put them all together and see, where does our money go? Because it was a great point that you were talking about of how they are, well, somebody made the point of how, yes, back in 1973 when that big oil bite was going on, it was because OPEC, that's when they adopted the dollar for being able to be transferred.
Oh yeah, Sister Ali mentioned that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
But now
it was no longer backed by gold, it was backed by oil.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because once Nixon was the fool that took the dollar off the gold standard. Because even England is still using the pound system.
Yeah, they are.
The pound is backed by sterling silver.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So,
and that dates back for a while too. They was going back to the nickel.
Yeah.
That's why there's the saying nickel and dime you. I'm a nickel and dime you, but that's what they were doing.
That's right. Exactly. So now that Iran is got all this control over the waters that are able to pipe the
oil,
oil from, but they're like saying, well, we're not accepting your US dollars to buy this crude. We're going to buy it through the yen. So that means that these countries got to come through China, convert their monetary system into getting that yen or that yuan, I think it's called, because the yen is Japanese. That yuan, and that's how they're going to have to get and that just builds their stuff, which means that the dollar is diminished.
Right. And that's what she was saying earlier. And they were mentioning BRICS in the chat. Everybody was saying BRICS in the chat. That's what it was going to go back to. Or not go back to, but going to war. They're going around that, in that direction towards China. And China will have, a lot of power with that type of resource, that type of energy up under their belt. I understand that that's the issue. You know what I'm saying? That could be an issue because that will kind of phase U.S. out, especially their dollar, while they still trying to simultaneously, they want their system to crash and burn, but they still want to be in control of whatever comes next. Yeah, that's what they're doing.
That's why they're trying to, you pointed it out, the fact that this crypto stuff and all that, I'm like saying, wait a minute, cryptocurrency, that means, crypto means dead, because that's where you put dead people in a crypt.
And so is the dollar.
But now you're gonna put what we call our monetary sources in crypto. I mean, look, it's the play on word. It's that spelling.
And what is the backed by? It's not backed by anything.
Right, So you gonna base this money off of dead things now?
That's what I'm saying. But they've been doing that with the dollar bill. I mean, because, what is it backed by now? That's what I'm saying. Like,
backed by the oil.
Right, but so if they invested into Iran's oil, like, let's be honest here, if they invested so much into that and they're afraid that Iran is going to agree with BRICS, then what you worried about it for, U.S.? If your dollar is so valuable, what you worried about it for?
See? Right. Interesting. Right in front of you, there's so many TV shows and everything that hint about it, but even with the war in Iraq, they were sending published $100 bills, 50s, and all kind of currency over to Iraq. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Why are you sending our taxpayer dollars over there?
They do it all the time.
Sitting up here, we in America sitting over here talking about, they're over there fighting again and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, wait a minute. What are they using to fight with? Our money.
And our weapons.
And our weapons.
Man, they funding them too. Like all of the ISIS and all the rest of them that the brother and the sister mentioned earlier, they were funded by the U.S. And they were saying, even Trump came out his own mouth and said that ISIS got, they were all of them, Al-Qaeda, I'm trying to think of the other organizations, were funded literally by the Obamas and Bush.
Yeah, all of that.
That's why Bush wanted to take out, not Saddam, he wanted to take out, was it Saddam? Because they basically got too much control at that point. Right. And
Saddam insane. Remember, Saddam insane. That was before Osama bin Laden. Okay. So, it's
Bush Senior. Yeah, that's right. Bush Senior.
Bush Senior, right. Because it was the 9/11 event that even got us looking for Osama bin Laden.
Osama, yeah. And whole time they knew where he was because he was ex-CIA agent.
Exactly where he was.
Man, he worked with CIA. He had an ID and everything. He was literally working for them. He had an ID to go in the CIA building. He was a CIA agent.
And that's what I'm saying about this thing that they're calling ICE right now. Those are actually Mossad agents.
Yeah, that's what she said. She did say that too. And they was ex-IDF agents as well. Right. She did mention that.
Right. Well,
she was right. Matter of fact, I believe Ant said that too. All of y'all saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm. So they got ICE over here hassling. Well, most of them were hassling the folks that they done got over here from up in Minnesota. That's where all those Somalis and all that other kind of stuff. They knew where they were.
Absolutely, they brought them over there.
Right, they brought them over there, so they know
by the buses.
And so, right.
That came out by the bus loads. Even the governor of Texas mentioned that. Albert came out and said, "Nah, y'all bringing them over here by buses. We didn't tell y'all to bring them over here. People from Venezuela, the Somalians up there in Minnesota, like you mentioned. Yeah, the government is doing that. They know what they're doing."
Right. So in Trump's first term, he's talking all this wall business and everything. And he just wanted to control the wall so that he had first pick to say who can get in and who can't.
And who can't. That's correct. That's why and I'm glad you brought that up. That's another reason why, and I'm gonna have to get into that. That's another reason why he was trying to manipulate the U.S. citizenship and their ID. Now, I know everybody in the chat, y'all should be familiar with the ID now. They're trying to say that they're trying to use a particular ID with the picture in order for you to vote. But it's deeper than that. Right. It's not about just voting. They want to be able to ID. Yeah, the real
ID.
The one that I'm referring to is the one that they actually just approved. That's a part of Agenda 2030. That's right, Rob. That's a part of Agenda 2030. Yes, they did say that. The digital ID. Mm-hmm. That is absolutely correct. So, so the real ID was supposed to be, this was already mentioned a while ago. As a matter of fact, they were already talking about this during Biden's administration. So it wasn't just on Trump. And that's what I was saying. I was like, God damn, they're trying to make it seem like Trump came up with this bright ass idea. No, this is an agenda that they were already carrying out for years, and they finally got a chance to implement it. So that's why I was questioning his moves with the U.S. Citizenship. I was like, okay, that is good, but what are you bringing it to? And that's what I was trying to tell everybody. So what are you changing it to? And when I was looking at the records, and I was like, wait a minute, so he is picking and choosing who he wants to come over here and who he doesn't want to come over here. Biden had it wide open. He said, all right, well, since all of y'all could come over here, and they didn't even have to say that they were seeking asylum. I was like, wait a minute. It was to the point where they didn't even have to take a jab. They didn't have to take the COVID-19 shot. I was like, what? They just let them come over here and you don't know what they bringing over here if this was a so-called disease? What happened? Why the rules changed for them? And all of that stuff got leaked out. I was like, okay, this government is not for the American people. But yet they want these foreigners to come over here and live the American dream. I'm like, yeah, this government went in rogue a long time ago, even before Trump came in office.
That's right.
The people got to come together and take back control.
The bricks were being laid well before all this time, because if you remember Obama's first term, they signed something that allowed, I think it was called DACA or something like that.
DACA. The DACA Act.
Yeah, the DACA Act. But they were really the DACA Act was really administering to the Hispanic people.
Yeah, and all of South America. He was targeting South Americans, yeah, for sure.
Right.
Mainly South Americans. Some Central got caught up in that, but mainly South Americans.
Well, see, the reason why the Central didn't get as much done is because the CIA had already planted all these things. Because all of a sudden, you have all these gangs coming up from there. What is that, MS-13 or something like that?
Yeah, MS-13.
And they just came up in here and they put some of the big gangs up here to shame. I'm like saying, damn. Y'all just let them in to do this stuff, and they set up shop and they took it over.
They did. And when I saw those images from what city was that? When those folks from Venezuela came over, and they were popping up in people's apartments and taking them over, and they had
Denver?
Was it Denver? I'm trying to remember. But they had M16s and they had all sorts of weapons. I'm like, how the hell they get that?
Right.
But yeah, that was on Biden's watch.
Right.
Yeah, Colorado. It was Colorado. It was Colorado.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but at the same time, that was going on. I can take you back to the late 60s, early 70s here in Chicago. We had this gang called the L. Rookins and the PLO, which is technically the Puerto Rican Liberation Front. And I'm like saying, well, wait a minute. Puerto Rico is our territory. So anybody from Puerto Rico can come straight over here on a driver's license. But now you got these street gangs out here who are running the guns and the drugs and all this other stuff. I was like, wait a minute. But I live in Chirac, Chicago.
Shout out to Chicago.
In Cook County,
Yeah, one of my admins from up there, from Chi-Town. I get it. A lot of my folks, because Chi-Town remind me of DC a lot, and but y'all remind me of DC a lot. A lot of things that's going on. I mean, even with them dropping the crates of guns off in people's neighborhoods, that was the government's doing as well. Yeah, they did that in DC too, and then all of a sudden, everybody in DC had automatics, and you wonder where they getting those guns from, because they dropping them off. They literally are pulling up in neighborhoods and dropping crates of guns in neighborhoods and letting everybody, it's free pickings. And people didn't believe that, but I saw that firsthand, and I was surprised that they did that to Chicago. Watching.
Police are sitting there watching this stuff go down.
Yeah.
And they're taking snapshots of who gets what and lets them run back up into the neighborhood, and then sits back and wait for them to
kill each other. Yeah.
Right.
That's mainly what it is. I was just surprised to see that was going on with Chicago as well, because that was happening in DC, and people in DC was like, well, where are these folks getting these guns from? But they straight up dropping them off. The whole time they was doing that. And now I played it. This was years ago during my early stages on YouTube. It had to be 2016 to 2017. I was playing videos of people in Chicago stating that they were dropping the crates of guns off. And I knew they wasn't lying, because they was doing that in DC. And I was like, damn, okay, well, that's another thing that we could correlate to. But I wonder if they were doing that in other cities like that. Cause I consider Chicago a city, like how DC is. It's just like tight knit. But I wonder if they were doing that in places like Atlanta, for example, maybe Houston, for example. You know what I'm saying? Like just the city part of it, not necessarily the whole state. But I wonder if they were doing that in other areas.
Right. The thing about when you say a city, you have a metropolitan.
Right.
I mean, because when you say New York, you're actually talking about a whole big section of that stuff, because you got Harlem, you got Bronx, you got Brooklyn.
Yep, Brooklyn, Queens, Yonkers, upstate.
So you have a cluster of what they would call, well, I guess you might want to call it a community, but it still wraps under New York. It's like, okay, that's all right.
Right.
But Chicago
is Chicago.
Chicago is a metropolitan.
Yeah.
A metropolitan city. So, and because if you look at the structure of Chicago, you'll see it replicated in Milwaukee.
You know what? I heard that before. I heard that literally the structure. You know what? I was about to do. I'm so glad you brought that up, Elder, because that reminded me. I set some stuff to the side, and look, hold on. Let me tell y'all how Elder know his shit, because he's telling the truth. I'm talking about, they literally marked the buildings, the size of the building, the height of the building, literally. Whatever that building looked like, they will replicate that in other states. And I didn't know that was true until I started doing my research. It's to the point where they will pretend like a building is a building and it's nothing but a face. It wouldn't be nothing. Like, what I mean by that is, it's like don't you know how you build like a cardboard box that shows like a display of a city or what it would look like but it looks like that in real life. Like, it's not an actual building. It would be like just the face of it, not the full-fledged building. It would just be like the front of it, like it's putting on the front, but behind it is nothing. It's just empty grass. You can't walk in it. There's no steps. There's no door. And I was like, wait a minute. What were they hiding the whole time? Okay, let me not go too far. There's a few things that they're hiding. I didn't get a chance to finish that. I need to put that out though. Yeah, like a studio set. I'ma have to put that out. I'm so glad you brought that up. Let me write that shit down right now before I forget. I'm glad you brought that up. My apologies, Elder. You got me hyped because that's true. Hold on, that's very true. Hold on, I gotta remind myself about that. Man, I did cash research on that. And that was happening in so many states. And I was like, what? Why are they replicating? Wait, why Chicago? What? Hold on. And they doing that in urban areas. I was like, whoa, what for? But it's about control. Hold up. Let me write that down. Go ahead, Elder. I'm just writing that down now.
But you'll see a lot of similarities in the building structures from Detroit to Pittsburgh and Cleveland. So, like I say, all of these structures, and I try to remind my elders here, I'm like saying, what do they call the church function or the church building at the University of Chicago? Because you know the University of Chicago was actually the place where they first split the atom.
Okay, and I'm glad that's a very good point as well. University of Chicago was heavily involved in the, what's the word I'm looking for? In the cultivation, the engineering and cultivation of what everybody knows right now, as far as the education is concerned.
Correct.
I want to use indoctrination, but I want to use something else. But yeah, they indoctrinated everybody with the particular curriculum that they created, and it did start at the University of Chicago. I did go over that, but those are my older videos, way older. That's like 2017, 2016, but
right.
That's true. University of Chicago was #1, and then everybody else fell in place right up under that. A lot of Masons were involved.
Right, but that at the same time, I was saying that the chapel is named Rockefeller Chapel.
Yeah.
So you have Rockefeller. I'm like saying, oh, so the funding from the Rockefellers was making all this stuff starting to happen.
Yes. And they funded even the educational system. They did and I put the book out on that.
Of course.
The whole thing.
You just go just north of Chicago, and it's a place called Evanston. And Evanston has another school called Northwestern.
Yes, Northwestern University.
Northwestern University.
They were involved as well. Yes, sir.
And they were involved as well, but what's our governor's name? His governor is named Pritzker.
Say it again. It broke out.
Pritzker. J.B. Pritzker.
Pritzker?
Pritzker. And that was one of the founding members of Northwestern University.
Okay.
They were a part of the medical center, and even, when you look at the University of Chicago, it has one of the foremost medical centers in the country.
Yeah, they got it.
Kind of like the Mayo Clinic. It's like, wait a minute.
Yep.
I'm like saying, Okay, so all this stuff is,
Any institution, the Rockefellers had their name on it. Any institution that was created, the Rockefeller Foundation was involved, and they put Carnegie in charge of that particular portion. And then the Carnegie Foundation was created after a while. But you're right, you're absolutely correct. But they were attacking Chicago first. So Chicago was because Chicago was a port, and that's the best way I'm going to explain it. A lot of things were coming through Chicago with the trains. The trains, y'all had it on. A lot of things was coming through on the trains in Chicago, and
that's right.
I mean,
the West Pullman porters.
Yeah.
You know that look. There is so much root history. Chicago.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Okay, don't y'all know? And I'm sorry. I'm getting excited because Elder bringing all this back up. Don't y'all know? Okay, remember when I did that segment on the New Negro movement, which was the Harlem Renaissance? Do y'all know, if y'all look at the pictures of what Harlem looked like, I'm talking about they literally copy and pasted what Chicago used to look like. Chicago used to look good. I'm talking about, God damn, Chicago used to look gorgeous, y'all. And I'm talking about all of our people looked good. I'm talking about I'm getting excited. Hold on, I'm tripping over my words now because I'm getting excited. The sisters was looking good, the brothers was clean, but all of that was replicated in Harlem. Now, remember when I mentioned that they had to create the new Negro, so they brought other Negroes that were coming from different countries in South America mainly to come over here and blend with us, and then they created Harlem. Harlem wasn't even Harlem.
Right.
Oh, man. Y'all got to go back on that segment and watch that. But yeah, they got that from Chicago. All of that is Chicago.
Right. All of that. Am I saying, okay, I remember learning about Harlem, but then Aretha Franklin comes out with a song talking about Spanish Harlem. And I'm like, well, where is Spanish Harlem? It's in Harlem. Okay. I'm like, they just call it Spanish Harlem. And it's like, oh, well, why do they call it Spanish? It's because your darker complected people, these were the people that came from Spanish speaking areas.
Yeah, they were coming from South America. They were blending in. That was the new Negro movement right there.
Okay. And the
Harlem Renaissance.
That you gotta remember that before they were able to, I mean, this is going all the way back to the 1700s.
Yes, sir.
You had a training area called the Caribbean. And it's very interesting how Cuba, the Dominican Republic, they speak Spanish, and Puerto Rico, they speak Spanish. But Haiti, which is on the same island as the Dominican Republic, they speak French. I'm like, okay. And then you have Jamaican. The Jamaicans are technically extension, that was a territory of England. So because England and all that other kind of stuff, so the original Jamaicans that came here to America, they had to enter through Canada and come down.
That's true too. Some of them are still going to the UK and some of them are still going to Jamaica, Canada to this day. And then some of them are coming over here in America. That's true. That was their line. That's their line right there.
That was their line. But Puerto Ricans, they were already American citizens because that was our territory. But you see what they did to the Haitians, you know.
The Haitians put up a fight.
You know.
Until they couldn't fight no more.
Right. You know. And I think it was that I think history called it the something French and Indian War.
French Indian. Okay.
Mario Van Peebles did a movie on it called The Posse or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember.
It talked about how actual, I mean, because that piece that you did on the original Cowboys, you know.
Yep. Shout out to Top Cats.
How the real Cowboys look like us.
Yeah, they were.
And
they still are.
You know, and they still are.
Yeah.
You know, but when we see it through Hollywood, we see people like the racist man himself, John Wayne, and this, that, and
right.
And,
exactly.
You know,
they did that on purpose.
Okay. Right. I mean, but see, that's how Hollywood is able to mind bend the people, because they'll show something in a movie and people say that that's true. Look at how they actually did the so-called redskin person.
Man, I tried to
Indians.
Listen, I tried to put out the redskin 3 times and YouTube keeps stopping it from being put out. They keep saying that that's a racist term. They don't want, and they immediately demonetize it. So as soon as they demonetize it, people don't get a chance to see it. And I tried to do it 3 times. That was my 3rd time, and they kept demonetizing that video. And that is that documentary is so good. I'm so upset that a lot of people didn't get a chance to see that. But that was right around the time when I was about to stop. I paused on my documentaries anyway. But I was upset about that one, because that redskin term, man, y'all needed to see that.
Right.
And matter of fact, Tanisha just did something on Red also, just that's long ago. I'm gonna bring it all together tomorrow. Or today, later on today now, because we didn't end it. Oh, wait a minute, Elder, hold on, how long? Elder, this is your fault. I've been on here with you for the longest, Elder. This is your fault right here, because see, I can keep going. And so can you. Elder, that's not right. Hold on, I got other people waiting. That's not fair. Let's pick it back up tomorrow, Elder. I totally forgot. I looked up, it was like, oh shit. People that dropped off that wanted to speak. I apologize, y'all. I apologize.
Hey, much love, and I understand what's going on, Dane. I love you, man.
Man, I love you too, brother. I appreciate you, Elder.
I love the 13%. Love you all. Blessing to have me speak.
Thank you, Elder. I appreciate that. Man, oh my goodness, y'all. I apologize. I just looked up, and on the other screen, oh man, we was talking. Man, I apologize, y'all. Y'all know how y'all get when y'all talk to y'all elders, and y'all be knee deep in conversation, and then it get deeper. That's what just happened, and then you lose track of time. That's what happens. And I know, y'all know, y'all can't. Don't knock the elder. You know what I'm saying? Don't knock him. His birthday in 2 days. You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm over here. Okay, look, hold on. I apologize, y'all. I apologize. I can't see that person right there. Levante and Blue Dreamer. I can't see who that person is. That person is new. I can't see that person's name.
It's Paradise Mac.
Paradise.
Fix his roles, but he still ain't do it.
Okay. Wait a minute. Did he accept it? Yeah, he did. Or she, I don't know. Paradise, you there? You gotta unmute. Well, you are unmuted. I can't hear you. If you on your cell phone, you gotta give your cell phone permissions. Correction. You gotta give your yeah, it's getting late now. You gotta give your cell phone permission to use your microphone. Correction. You gotta give Discord permission to use your microphone on your cell phone. Because I can't hear you. You popped up, but I can't hear you. And you unmuted. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that Drewski. Hey, shout out to Mia for sending that to me too. Mia sent that to me what Drewski was. Did y'all see that? What Drewski was? I can't wait to bring that up tomorrow or later on today. That was funny because it's correlating with everything else I'm gonna go into. I don't think Paradise Mac ready something. Hold on. Let me move. Juan, come on up, Juan. Hey, Matt, get your you gotta give yourself. You may have to close out Discord and then open back up and give Discord permissions to use your microphone. Juan, you gotta accept it on your side, Juan. Your autocorrect went from Drewski to drinking. Look at your autocorrect. Your autocorrect said drinking the food. Oh, you just put Drewski. Look, your autocorrect. Well, you on an iPhone, ain't you? Second, I'm just playing. Juan, what's good, Juan? See, they've been waiting for a minute. They probably not even ready. I apologize, y'all. I apologize. That's on me. I wasn't even paying attention. That's on me. All right, I gotta wait. So if y'all keep in mind that it's open, the panel is open. I'm in the meantime, hold on, let me play while we waiting. Hold up. Give me the video. Okay, here we go. Let me play some other ones real quick. While we waiting on that topic, let me update. I just saw a couple things pop off at the same time. That happened today. Hold on, let me pull that up real quick. Wait a minute. All right, so this was 1 hour ago. Wait. Tiger Woods was arrested?
Never been in better shape.
What? Hold on. Tiger Woods was arrested for DUI. The hell is he doing? Come on, bruh. You tripping. Anyway, let me play this one real quick. This was an hour ago. Oh man, I forgot when I play it from YouTube, it's gonna be low.
Just announced if the Red Sea is used for attacks.
Hold on, let me download it. Let me download that. Let me quickly download that. Yeah, they said he got pulled over and wait, how did he get arrested for? Oh yeah, they do arrest you for a DUI. I forgot about that. Damn, Tiger Woods, come on, bruh. You tarnishing your legacy. Y'all saw his mugshot? Hold on, I'll play that while we waiting. I'm waiting for this video to download. I'll play the Tiger Woods, John.
Others involved in the truck and with the accident.
Oh, he got into an accident?
Is that he's obviously was impaired, and that was probably the case, which was speculated on back when he had the surgery in 2021 and nearly lost his life in Ranchos Palos Verdes. So it's very sad. He is
man,
and an international icon. And
come on, Tiger.
Happened, again, really his third crash when you take into account the fire hydrant back in the late 2000s with his wife and so forth. There's some sort of a pattern here. And it's tremendously sad for those of us who follow sports and love sports. And, we all love seeing Tiger play.
So this is his third time?
19 at the Masters. It was one of the greatest comebacks ever. And now to have this happen, we're just going to have to wait and get some more of the details if in fact, they ever become available. The sheriff says that's problematic.
Hey, Jim, it's Jesse.
Wow.
2021, when he almost killed himself, was there an intervention in his inner circle with his family?
I'm downloading the video right now, y'all.
To say, listen, you got to stop. This is obviously way too much. You're out of control. You got to clean yourself up. Did that ever happen?
I can't speak to that, Jesse, with any certainty. I don't know the answer to that question. I do know that this man has had multiple surgeries, from golf, back surgery, knee surgeries, the Achilles surgery. He has had so many surgeries that he has been in a tremendous amount of pain. And so with that, obviously comes, all of the things that you need to take to somehow curtail that pain. What that leads to, if that has led to, I'm not qualified to speak on. I don't have that information, nor do I have that knowledge. So I can't answer your question about somebody intervened or tried to intervene. But when you've had that many surgeries, it's because you need to be repaired. And
he's going through pain.
Jim, this is Joey. As someone who has gone through this a little bit myself, having to be on painkillers for a little while and deciding to come off of them and deciding how much pain was worth to live with versus the risk that came with trying to treat them. This is kind of a bigger question. You've worked with some of the biggest and most amazing superstars in all kinds of sports. And is there enough done in these sports and these leagues to educate star athletes on these risks and provide services in the most, maybe in the most quiet.
Oh yeah, he from Texas.
Say, hey, listen, this is a risk. People will do whatever you want them to.
You hear that Texas accent?
Here are some ways to cope with it. I'm not trying to assign any type of situation here, but if that were the case, which is pretty plausible, that either the stress of the pressure of the success that people go through, or the pain that they end up in, the latter half of their career. Do you think there's enough done and they're honest enough that these sports leagues are open enough about this?
I believe the leagues try very, very hard. Yes, I do. And I believe they give them the information. And I also believe that these guys are very competitive guys and they want to get back out on the field. They want to participate in the sports that they're participating in the team sports and the individual sports. And let's just be clear. I have no idea what Tiger Woods does or doesn't take. I do not have that information or that knowledge, nor have I spoken to any of his doctors. So all of this clearly goes down the line.
All right. That's sad. That's sad news. Okay. All right. So Tiger Woods I'm about to move on because the video finished downloading, but Tiger Woods was arrested and charged with DUI. Apparently he must have got into a car accident. His car flipped over, as you can see right there. They saying that this is his third time going through something like this, and he's, he taking pain medication. He probably drinking because of the pain. On top of that, I mean, it's a little. He gonna need some more help. He gonna need some more help. Because luckily nobody died. I don't think anybody died. They would have mentioned that first. So luckily nobody, it was no lives lost or nothing like that. But man, you need to, that look a little, the car flipping like that, it looked like an SUV on top of that. Man, you gotta he needs some help, man. He gonna need some help. All right, let me move on to, all right, so they saying that Iran backlash shakes alliance across Middle East. Let me see.
Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin has the latest tonight. Good evening, Jennifer.
Good evening, Brett. A spokesman for the Houthis just announced if the Red Sea is used for attacks on Iran, then the Houthis would get involved, potentially widening the conflict. It would take at least 2 weeks for 10,000 troops to arrive in the...
Oh, hold on. Before I play that...
But we begin back in Iran.
Hold on. This says Iran reportedly wounds U.S. troops in attack on American base?
Where the United States and Israel continues to strike hundreds of targets every single day. Joining us now with more, Jonathan Hunt is live from Israel with the latest. Good evening, Jonathan.
Good evening to you, Lawrence. And there is concerning news first tonight out of Saudi Arabia, where an Iranian attack on the Prince Sultan base there has apparently damaged at least several U.S. refueling tankers and also injured around a dozen U.S. servicemen.
Oh, man. Come on, bruh.
Reporting from the Wall Street Journal. Or that coming, of course, as President Trump continues to say that the U.S. is winning in this conflict and winning easily. Here's the president.
No anti-aircraft, so we're just floating over the top looking for whatever we want, and we're hitting it, and we have another 3,554 targets left, and that'll be done pretty quickly.
Emphasizing that point, the U.S. continues to hit military and regime targets in
There they go, hitting everything above ground.
Iran. What the U.S. military has not been able to do so far, or perhaps has not been willing to do so far, is reopen the Strait of Hormuz, that commercially critical strait that remains.
Keep in mind, this was not too long ago.
Commercial shipping at the moment. That is causing economic problems, of course, with the markets down and the price of oil up. And the Iranian parliamentary speaker effectively trolled President Trump today on X, saying, quote, "They've spammed so much fake news trying to push energy prices down that the market's just numb now. Keep going. Nobody's buying it anymore." So Iranian officials, at least publicly, still talking tough, even as President Trump says privately they are negotiating. And of course, we tick towards President Trump's Monday, April 6th deadline for real progress to be made. Lawrence?
Yeah, I'm sure him, like many
April
of the leaders,
6th.
are making those statements from bunkers right now. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Be sure.
April 6th. We got to remember that, y'all. April 6th. That's landing on... April 6th is on Monday. Yep, it's on a Monday. Damn, that's a week away. Oh, no, that's 2 weeks away. Interesting. Okay, here's Trump saying... Okay, let me see what he gonna say right here.
We can achieve all of our objectives with our ground troops, but we are always going to be prepared to give the president maximum optionality and maximum opportunity to...
Optionality? Damn, I haven't heard that word.
Secretary of State Rubio saying that all options, of course, are on the table, as always, and you can see that table's pretty crowded. There are quite a few options there as the Pentagon is continuing to deploy potentially an additional 10,000 combat troops to the Middle East right now.
Man, come on, bruh. Now they using combat troops. So you got all of these ships over here at Iran. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20. I don't believe this, y'all. I don't believe this. Cause okay, why would you show us where these ships are located? You're giving up intel to Iran. If they're still firing shots all the way over here to Israel, they can take these ships out at any time. I don't believe none of this. This was an aircraft carrier. They're saying that this is an aircraft carrier right here. The Abraham Lincoln one. I wouldn't allow this to happen. I wouldn't allow that picture to exist.
50,000, which are mostly stationed in the region at all times. New video from CENTCOM shows the assault on Iran's offensive capabilities continues as President Trump...
Man, y'all repeating the same videos.
Energy sites. So remember, that's a carve out, no energy sites. But as you can see, that target is clearly on the list and is being struck. Joey Jones is going to join me in just a moment here from New York. But first, Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin in Washington. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Martha. Well, it would take at least 2 weeks for the 10,000 troops that the White House and Pentagon are weighing whether to send to arrive in
Please don't send no troops.
to force open the Strait of Hormuz, possibly, a mission that is fraught with risk, according to current and former military commanders. In other words, no ground invasion is likely before mid-April. These troops would be in addition to the brigade of 82nd Airborne paratroopers who have been ordered to the region along with the commander of the 82nd Airborne and his higher headquarters. More than 40,000
So the paratroopers are there.
Already assigned to bases already hit by incoming Iranian missiles and drones across the Middle East. Many have had to be relocated to hotels and apartments in civilian areas as a result. The 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit is still days from the Strait of Hormuz and would still have to cross the contested strait, where they would be a very large, vulnerable target. Unless the Marine Expeditionary Unit crosses the strait, it will not be in a position to help with any sort of ground invasion, I'm told by multiple sources. Opening the strait will require demining teams, and the longer this goes on could affect food supplies and crops around the world because 1/3 of the world's fertilizer normally crosses the strait each day. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper said U.S. forces have destroyed 92% of Iran's largest naval vessels, but experts tell us they aren't the vessels that pose the greatest threat to ships that are passing through the Strait of Hormuz, Martha.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We heard some of that yesterday, that there are a lot of small boats that can be very useful for the Iranians in those kinds of attacks in the Strait. Jennifer, thank you very much.
Be sure
Interesting.
to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
Man, wait, I thought they said Trump weighs in. I thought they were going to play a video of Trump. Okay. So let me play this one.
Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin has the latest tonight. Good evening, Jennifer.
Good evening, Brett. A spokesman
Are you about to say the same thing?
Just announced if the Red Sea is used for attacks on Iran, then the Houthis would get involved, potentially widening the conflict. It would take at least 2 weeks for 10,000 troops to arrive in the Middle East, we're told. The Wall Street Journal was first to report the White House and Pentagon are still weighing whether to send these ground forces, which could be used to take land.
She's repeating.
Airfields to assist the capture of Iran's highly enriched uranium, for instance, or force open the Strait of Hormuz, a mission fraught with risk.
Why would you do that? You showing the routes of tankers that have been, I don't know if they should be doing this. I don't know if they should be showing where they've been transited to. I think that's I don't know about that, y'all. And Iran is pretty massive. I think you're giving up our boys' positions, bruh. I don't like that. I really don't.
And former military commanders.
We can achieve all of our objectives with our ground troops, but we are always going to be prepared to give the president maximum optionality and maximum opportunity to adjust to contingencies should they emerge.
The request for more troops would be in addition to the brigade of 82nd Airborne paratroopers.
Yeah, she just repeating this. Okay, we heard that.
CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper said U.S. forces have destroyed 92% of Iran's bombs.
Yeah, we heard that.
Hours over the base.
He joins us now. General, we're 28 days in. How many more weeks do you think we need to finish the job, and what does finishing the job look like?
Weeks?
Yeah, certainly. Well, we got a little less than 3 more weeks in the minds of our commanders to complete this operation. Given it's taken a little over 3 weeks to get where we are, you can ascertain then that we have a lot of work still in front of us. And what does that really mean? Well, for a fact, we're going to accomplish all of the assigned objectives that President Trump has given the CENTCOM commander. And in talking to the IDF, they fully intend to accomplish all the objectives that Prime Minister Netanyahu has given to them. And the general time frame is as described, around 3 weeks. If it happens sooner, fine. If they have to take a little longer, we've said from the beginning that this is conditions-based. The enemy has a vote. And what is the enemy trying to do right now? Number one, they're trying to personally survive and keep the regime somewhat intact. And believe me, that is an enormous problem that they have. And you can see that you're reporting on it every single day here in what is happening to the leadership. And the paranoia that exists inside of that leadership is real. And the chaotic decision process in there is real. So we're fragmenting that leadership for sure, and we have weeks to go to do more of that. The second thing they're doing, in addition to trying to survive individually and as a regime, is they're trying to protect their assets. They know we know where everything is, and we're systematically taking them down. Well, they want to save something for sure, so they have the ability to retaliate against what? When we begin to open up the Straits of Hormuz, if we're going to take Carg Island, they're going to want to do some kind of military retaliation against likely allies and partners in the region, and U.S. bases would be the easiest targets. Israel, a more challenging target, to be sure. And they're trying to hide that, deceive that as much as possible, protect some of those resources, while at the same time still trying to fire missiles and drones at our bases and at Israel. So that makes those targets identification and destruction more challenging. Are we going to be able to do that? You betcha. But it takes more time, it takes more identification, more tracking to do that. I try to describe it in a football analogy. You know, we're in the red zone here. We're on the 20-yard line. We're trying to get to the goal line, and the opposition is putting as much impediments in because they can see how close we are to attaining our objectives, and they're doing everything they can to prevent that from happening.
Right.
We have the wherewithal to get this done for sure. And major events in front of us is take down as many missiles as we can, all the drones and nuclear enrichment, all of those targets still there.
Man, I'm not buying this.
Obviously, we fully intend to open up the Straits of Hormuz and keep that open. And that means it's not just about escorting ships, it's about securing it to make certain it's protected and that it's an acceptable risk to begin and to move ships through the.
Okay, so the image that they got up is dismantlement of Iran's nuclear facilities. So they do know that Iran has nuclear facilities. I thought they said that they took care of that a while ago. Zero nuclear enrichment. Okay, Strait of Hormuz free and safe passage, and to end Iran's proxy support. And then, man, I don't know, bruh. I don't know about that. Something not right. I don't believe they gonna win this one. I don't know, y'all.
On the hands while we attempt to do something like that, they're going to come after us, and we got to make certain we stop them.
And General, I guess they're charging $2 million if you want to move your tanker through there, so the extortion's got to stop. I understand, too, what the Iranians are saying is, and the Houthis are confirming, they say they're ready to get into the act and essentially try to shut down the Red Sea if they say if the Iranians ask them to. What will we do if the Houthis get in? And why don't you think they're in yet?
Well, I think the reason why Hezbollah isn't full in, they're only largely attacking mostly in the north, and they have capability to range all of Israel's major cities. And the Houthis, it's self-protection.
Interesting.
And listen, they're not sure Iran's going to survive. So why should they hang themselves out and lose all of their resources and their capability to impose their will in the area that they're most concerned about, right there in Yemen?
What if they don't give a fuck and want to do it?
If they don't think this regime is going to survive. And believe me, that has got to be a question mark for all of those proxies out there. And how much risk are they willing to take on?
What if they want to do that because they know for a fact that they're the next on the list?
A part of the decision-making process they're going through.
I understand, according to reports, we had the coordinates, or the Israelis had the coordinates on the Speaker of the House and the Foreign Minister. And we're asked by the Pakistanis, don't kill them. We're dealing with them. Those are the two people we can talk to. So the U.S. told the Israelis to back off. Would that be a good move if that indeed happened the way I said it?
Well, I don't know anything about that, nor do I pursue inquiries like that. It's plausible something like that would happen to keep the lines of communication open for negotiations. Listen, anybody close to this knows who the Iranians are. None of us think that these negotiations will materialize. And the reason is simple for our audience to understand. We're asking Iran to give up, to surrender everything that we're willing to take away from them. Everything. And if they don't do that, no deal. And that's the reality of what we're facing here. So are they in a position to do that? Given this 47-year history of the regime, they're
going to try to cut him off now.
Surrender all of that, to dig their heels in and try to survive.
Right.
That's more likely the path we're on. I actually prefer the military option anyway, because the military option continues to destroy that leadership, continues to break them down, continues to make them much more vulnerable to collapse after. It enables us to take Carg Island, which is 90% of their fuel distribution. That would be economic collapse. And it gives us huge leverage in holding the regime accountable then for what? Don't go out and kill any of your population. If you do that, this is what we intend to do to you. It gives us huge leverage that negotiations would not provide us.
General, you had a huge day. You got up early for us. We truly appreciate you keeping your.
So they shut him down.
General Jack Keane, thanks so much.
He was knocking on his.
It'd be great if we could do something, but they have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Trump. I mean, Hormuz. Fake news will say he accidentally said, "No, there's no accidents with me. We're just floating over the top, looking for whatever we want, and we're hitting it. And we have another 3,554 targets left." And that'll be done pretty quickly. And then we, at some point we're going to have to determine what we do. But they have, they've never seen anything like it.
The president in Florida just minutes ago saying that the Iranians are negotiating. The markets here in the U.S.
He said the Strait of Trump.
The conflict in Iran and the price of oil. As you look at the the crude oil number hovering right around $100. Wall Street Journal editorial board, that's a barrel. Don't let Iran's hostage takers win. The U.S. and Israel took action because Iran's fanatical regime threatened them, the regime and the world. Waiting would have increased the danger. In response, Iran's regime has done what it does best, take hostages. Tehran has tried to take hostage its neighbors, the Strait of Hormuz, and the global economy with it. Seeing the mission through is a better option than chasing the regime with offers of ransom. Despite that, inside the Republican Party, there is still pushback, some about the way forward and what the end looks like. Let's bring in our panel. Start there. Fox News contributor Hugh Hewitt, Susan Page, Washington bureau chief at USA Today, and Trey Gowdy, former congressman from South Carolina, host of Sunday Night in America with Trey Gowdy. Hugh, there is news that
he might as well cut the rest of his hair off, bro.
10,000 U.S. troops, in addition to what has already been announced to go forward. And there are jittery feelings about how long this is going to go.
Well, good evening, Brett. President is giving a remarkable speech in Miami tonight. You played the clip. He said there are 3,554 targets left. We've hit more than 10,000. Earlier in the speech, he said that the Iranians had sent 101 missiles at one of our carriers. I think it had to be the Ford. And we got them all. And he's very confident. He's exuding confidence about this. And there are more troops going, and he is being very vague about when it wraps up. But he spoke directly to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, MBZ from UAE, and to our friends in Kuwait, and even gave a shout out to Erdogan. He's very confident that this is going to end well. And I think that message is what the markets will want to hear. But what really matters is what's going to be the result. And I tend to be a little bit skeptical of all of the armchair experts because I go back to Churchill, 1943, in Tehran, of all places, talking to Stalin, saying, in wartime, truth is so precious it must be surrounded by a bodyguard of lies. We're hearing a lot of lies from everyone, but I do believe the president when he says he's feeling very confident about winning, not just staying the course.
I know that moment well in Tehran. Susan Axios writes, Pentagon weighs sending 10,000 more combat troops to the Middle East. Pentagon developing this military option for a final blow in Iran that could include the use of ground forces and a massive bombing campaign. I asked Speaker Johnson about this on our interview yesterday.
The intention and the hope is that we're not going to have boots on the ground in that situation over there. I think we can get this resolved without it. I think the leaders of Iran need to take notice of this, the president's resolve and our ability. We have a buildup of troops there because we're trying to point that out to them. And I think it'll
Easter's on the 1st.
How do you see it, Susan?
Let me write this down.
Decision to deploy a significant number of troops on the ground is not just one more step in this war. That would be a significant change in what we are doing in the war, and you can see how it would upset Speaker Johnson. You heard the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, today insists that there was going to be no need to put troops on the ground. They're just sending the troops.
I say Easter.
Option available. That would be quite a serious thing that I think would certainly distress Democrats, but would also unnerve,
Is it on the 1st?
I think, a fair number of Republicans and even some in the president's political base who have been so loyal to him.
It's on the,
Speaking
oh, it's okay. It's on the 5th.
Farmers today.
It's on the 5th. Easter's on the 5th. They saying that he's going to give his update.
Farmers, ranchers, growers, and producers once again have a true friend and champion in the Oval Office. Every day we're looking for new ways to support our farmers, reduce your costs, and to help lower the price of food for the American family.
Now, one of the reasons, Trey, farmers, too, could be feeling this. Fertilizer, a lot of it goes through the Strait of Hormuz. Some farmers told me that usually they stock up before March.
Wait a minute. So it's not just oil, it's fertilizer.
But it's still affecting the prices, and the president kind of solidifying that base today at the White House, too.
Yeah, Brad, it is stunning the number of things that use petroleum products in our culture. Everything from makeup to toothpaste to, as you mentioned, fertilizer. So I think having troops there and not needing them is a whole lot better than needing them and not having them there. I wouldn't be at all surprised if those troops never set foot in Iran. But what sense does it make to take out the supreme leader and do everything we have done just to replace him with another theocratic despot? I mean, this is not a new conflict with Iran. We've been in conflict with them since 1979. The difference is we're shooting back now. So he's got to finish the job. Iran has got to be a normal country and a normal neighbor, and he needs to keep bombing them until they get that message.
Yeah. I want to turn to the back and forth on the Senate DHS funding bill.
Dude, look weird.
This is talking about. Take a listen.
Actually, all of them do.
Republicans funded the Department of Homeland Security piecemeal. It's not the way to fund the department, Mr. President. But we were out of time.
I understand John Thune and I understand Mike Johnson. I don't want to say they've ruined it. They made my job a lot harder.
I'm very proud of our Democratic caucus. No wavering, no backing down. We held the line.
I mean, could the Senate be any more lazy than to send to us a bill that doesn't do the job and then leave town?
All right, so Hugh, the Senate passes this thing. The House says, no, that doesn't match up to what we want. And essentially it's stalled there. Meantime, the president signs this executive order. They're moving money to be able to pay these paychecks on Monday. How do you think this is all stacking up and working?
Well, it was a nightmare for the Democrats until tonight. The Democrats have ruined so many vacations, caused so many troubles for people by shuttering or having the TSA people have very long vacations, call in sick, create these massive lines, these headaches. They had a real nightmare on their problem. Now the Republicans are going to take ownership of it. I don't think that's a very good idea. I would pass the bill from the Senate and then get back to work on making sure that the American people know that the Democrats caused this problem. If the Republicans reject reopening TSA completely, even though it's not the perfect bill, they will end up stuck with the nightmare that the Americans are living. So the president is doing a very, very short-term fix. I would take the Senate fix. I would certainly not deadlock and leave Americans screwed like they have been screwed by the Democrats for the past 40 days.
All right, let's do winners and losers. Susan, winner first, then loser.
Winner, Emily Gregory, who is now the Democrat representing President Trump in the Florida State Senate. One more case, there have been more than 24, where a Republican seat in a state legislative race has flipped to Democrats in special elections since last year. This is a warning sign for Republicans looking at what might happen in November.
Still the same party. It doesn't matter.
The loser, trying to take an airplane today, it's too bad.
Yeah. All right, Trey, winner and loser.
What?
Winner Sharia Clark, proving that you can go from a House Hill staffer to the precipice of a federal judgeship. Good things do happen to good people, Brett. My loser is Nancy Multiple Mace, who leaks classified information, fights with cops, fights with Pam Bondi, fights with President Trump, pretty much fights with anybody except the Iranians.
All right. So we got to go through the soap opera crap. Okay, hold on. Let me skip the soap opera crap. Let me just hear something.
At will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left.
You're reading from a script.
This is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone.
Very important point here, talking about the Apache helicopter, talking about the A-10 Warthog.
That was written.
Operation Epic Fury rolls on. First in the Apache, top speed 170 miles an hour. It can be a killer in these down low areas too, because the surface ceiling is 20,000 feet. If you had an effective air defense, 20,000 feet is nothing if it's effective and can hit it. But right now the Apache is operating in an area, a theater of war, that it can just do what it wants. So too with the Warthog. They've been trying to put the Warthog out of business for years, right? Been in service for 50 years. It's still doing it. Back during the Iraq War, it was a tank killer. Come on over here and I'll show you what's happened just in the past 24 hours. And as we did yesterday and the day before, I'll look at this area right here with that green dot.
But why? Okay, why is this news? Why is this news? You're trying to entice the Americans that we have the capability of taking out Iran. You could just say that. Why are you giving us visuals? You're giving us interpretations. You're giving us breakdowns. of even the artillery that are being used, the aircraft that are being used. All of this doesn't sound like they're confident. So they want to make the American people feel confident in the fact that the Trump administration and the U.S. military is taking care of everything. Don't worry about anything. They know there's going to be lives lost. They know certain things are going to be bombed. And they know those live loss numbers will go up if they put out more troops. I don't want that. That's the part I don't want. I don't want our boys or girls out there fighting a war that ain't got nothing to do with them. And it's not even a war for real. I really don't want that. And just because the Apache could go a little low, that don't mean that they can't shoot that down with one rocket launcher. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it could, maneuver away from that rocket, but hopefully this is not no seeking joint. I just don't want anybody to get hurt or get, or get killed. But that's unfortunate that they're sending our military over there to basically do a dummy mission, because what are you getting out of that? What is the main objective? You want to take out all these other on land facilities and some of their artillery as well. Okay, I get that, but what's the end goal? We're going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know. I believe that they're going to have a little bit more trouble with Iran than anybody else. Iran is a lot bigger and they have some powerful allies behind them. My thing is, I just don't want anything. We were talking about this earlier. I don't want anything leading to the fact that China will get involved. That's what I don't want, because that's going to be a problem. And especially at the time where the U.S. military will be vulnerable, because you got the U.S. military in a lot of different areas at one time right now. And, we can't cover every corner, not simultaneously. And that's why it looked like China just sitting back watching. You know what I mean? And I believe that will be a problem if they decide to say, okay, now is the time to strike. But I get it, a couple people explained why, and I get it, I understand, but at the same time, is it really worth it? This many lives lost, I guess that's what you get. You can't have peace without war. I get it, but goddamn, I don't want that part right here. This part right here, I don't want. Just me personally. But they're saying that we got Saudi Arabia on our side, UAE on our side, a couple people in Iraq is on our side, and that's right next to Iran. Okay, and then they got control over the Strait of Hormuz because that's their territory. But now they're trying to say that, the United States is trying to take over that. If you look at that map right there, you just bringing in ships over there to take that territory. Ain't no telling what they got underground. They could have something right there at the Strait of Hormuz ready. It's been 30 years that they were preparing for this. You don't know what they got. And then you about to send troops over there? But they telling us that,
strike that is in the Strait of Hormuz. That's the town of Bandar Abbas, and you're going to hear a lot about it as the campaign continues to ramp up in that part of Iran. Here's the naval assets that are spread out, well covered just about everywhere. Retired Lieutenant General David Deptford.
I don't believe that picture right there.
Operations over Iraq and the principal attack planner for the Desert Storm air campaign. You know it well. Based on the air campaign now, sir, and the devastating advantage, what's the next move and how important?
He doing the white power, John, huh?
To win this, to bring in ground troops.
Well, Bill, it's a great question. Let me start basically outlining the concepts of just what U.S. military doctrine embraces. They embrace a concept known as joint warfighting. I know you and Dana are familiar with it, but maybe perhaps some in the audience aren't. In a nutshell,
he breaking up.
Really about using the right force at the right place at the right time to achieve a campaign's declared objective. So it's not unusual to see Central Command contingency planning involve ground forces, particularly if diplomacy stalls and maritime pressure.
You need better internet.
Persists. Now, use of ground forces is not necessarily a preferred option because of the great risk of casualties. However, there may be options out there if there are objectives that cannot be accomplished any other way, such as physically securing Iran's enriched uranium, where they become very viable. That said, there are also some of the island seizing options that have been floating around that need to be addressed in the context of just exactly what effect does one want to achieve. So, if seizing Karg Island is aimed at controlling Iranian shipping, the same thing can be accomplished by using air-delivered mines around that island. One doesn't need to seize the island and expose it. So this is an example of the kind of thinking in the context of effects or outcomes rather than just simply the traditional use of a particular type of force.
So
but,
there are Marines. There are Marines en route there. They'll be there and in position within days, and more will come after that. And then you got the 82nd Airborne Division. This delay until April 6th, is it diplomacy or is it a delay to get those forces in place?
It's a great question. With respect to the president's announced 10-day delay in attacks on Iran's oil infrastructure, this is a classic case of coercive diplomacy. What the president's doing is using very visible military pressure to improve its negotiating leverage while keeping one foot on the escalation ladder,
negotiating
at the bargaining table.
So they basically want Iran to give everything up. That, like the other guy said, Iran give everything up and hand it over to the U.S. There's no negotiating nothing. Iran is not going to do that. They're not about to submit.
You mentioned Karg Island up here around the area of Iraq. Do you think the Iranians can maintain control of that strait, that 21-mile strip of waterway that's so important to so many countries?
The short answer is over
yes.
time, no. They may be able to have an impact in the short term, but the plans that are in place for controlling Hormuz are ones that will ultimately provide the United States control of that region. And I know time's an issue, but I'd be happy to go through some of those means that are being planned, but ultimately we're going to control the straits, not the Iranians.
Last question here. When you look at the air supremacy on behalf of the Americans and the Israelis, I don't think historically you can point to a moment like this in the history of warfare. What compares in your mind?
Well, it is an extraordinary campaign, and U.S. and Israeli forces are delivering exceptional results. They haven't quite gotten up to the level of effort that was accomplished during Operation Desert Storm, 43-day campaign, where we engaged over 45,000 aim points. We're up at over 10,000 targets right now. But it is a magnificent example of the competence and the capability of U.S. and Israeli forces.
New standard, I'd say. General, it's good to have you on. Thanks for coming on. Interesting thoughts there. Lieutenant General Dave Deptula. Thank you, sir. We'll speak again.
You bet.
Meanwhile, the Pentagon is now weighing another surge of troops to the Middle East as thousands more Marines are expected to arrive in the region today.
Look at how they plan. They replaying the same videos over and over.
Another 10 days to play out.
Fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. And they are begging to work out a deal.
And that may be true, but here's the catch. We spoke with a former Iranian political prisoner who says Iran is even better at running out the clock.
The Iranians are masters at negotiation. They know how to buy time. They know how to put out feelers. But my view is that the Iranian regime is still trying to buy time and wait to see whether President Trump has to pull back because of domestic reasons, and so they stay in power.
So, if Iran is just buying time, what are the next steps in this conflict? Joining me now is former CENTCOM deputy commander and member of the Iran Policy Project at the Jewish Institute for National Security of America, Vice Admiral
at the Jewish Institute for the National Security of America,
Robert Harward. Vice Admiral, thanks for being with us here today.
Now, what are these? He looked like
that assumption.
Y'all remember Deadpool when he took his mask off? Yeah, what's up with these people they interviewing, bro? These people don't even look like humans.
That these negotiations are just a delay tactic, it's a stall tactic. If that's the case and we arrive at our 10-day window at the end of this deadline from President Trump, what happens next?
Well, more forces are there, more options are on the table, and rightfully so to make that conclusion, because we've never seen anything come out of negotiation with the Iranians unless they got something significant in return, like the ability to continue developing their nuclear weapons and billions of dollars, as we've seen in previous administrations. But by that point, well, more troops, not only the Marines, but the 82nd Airborne, the ability to put boots on the ground anywhere in Iran you want, and the ability to have more force to bear. So again, I think time plays on both sides of the table here, and it gives us the continued pressure going after their missiles, going after the Straits of Hormuz to make sure that they can flow.
Man, why he say going after the Muslims?
Will continue while this goes on. We just won't hit any industrial targets, which President Trump was never a fan of anyhow. He thought if you're going after regime change, those are elements that would help the next government. So the time plays out on both sides of the table.
The troops surging into the Middle East, Vice Admiral, of course, that means more options on the table for President Trump to make whatever decision he feels like is necessary. But what do you feel like right now the Pentagon and the president are considering those troops for?
Well, let's start with shutting down Iranian oil. In the case he's going to let them flow some as an indicator to let them know how valuable. But those Marines have conducted maritime interception ops. We can blockade any Iranian ships. We can blockade access to CARD without boots on the ground. We can also focus on other important critical infrastructure like Abadan, another accessible from the waterway where they refine a lot of their oil. And then all the islands that are the approach of the Straits of Hormuz. If you seize those, you can shut down any other traffic, including any aircraft or any craft that may have mines on it. And all these options will be stronger and in position to.
These are all ifs.
Period of time.
Vice Admiral, does the number give you any insight? The number of troops that we're sending at this time, the number of Marines, the 82nd Airborne, USS Tripoli, does that give you any insight to exactly how they'll be used there, either off the coast or in Iran?
Well, that's business as normal. The MEUs were built to go and take land, come from the water approach. 82nd Airborne, you can always put airborne, they jump into a target. So what it allows us to do to put forces either from the waterway or the air anywhere in Iran we want. So there's a tactical advantage that, but there's also a strategic messaging to the Iranian people how committed we are and that the collapse of the regime is inevitable. I think you're seeing that play out in their strategy. Anything they can do to get time and try to wait out President Trump and increase pressure globally to...
That's the island they want to send the troops to.
Conflict works in their advantage.
All right, Vice Admiral Robert Harward, thank you so much for being with us here today.
Good to be with you.
Moving developments in the Middle East, CENTCOM releasing dramatic new footage as U.S. forces continue to carry out these precision strikes across Iran. It comes as President Trump extends a pause on striking Iranian power plants as he pushes to wind down the war. Let's get to Mike Tobin. He's in Tel Aviv. Good morning.
And as you mentioned there, Dana, the president has extended that deadline for Iran to allow ships to move freely through the Strait of Hormuz. The president says he's going to allow another 10 days for Iran to let those ships move. After that, he could begin striking power plants. The president wrote on Truth Social, I'm pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6, 2026, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Talks are ongoing. Now, twice, Trump has extended the deadline, saying Iran reached out in good faith and gave a gift of 10 ships through the strait.
they're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why.
This is interesting.
And Iran's surviving leaders have posted that they have never reached out for talks. The foreign minister says the U.S. acted in bad faith.
This war of aggression is blatantly unjustified and brutal. They initiated this aggression on 28 February, while Iran and the United States were engaged in a diplomatic process to resolve Americans' alleged concerns over Iran's nuclear program.
Meantime, the Israeli Defense Force is working just across the border in southern Lebanon. IDF soldiers located a tunnel network built under a Christian church. Israel says the use of civilian Christian churches for military purposes violates international law, and they say Hezbollah repeatedly exploits the Christian population in southern Lebanon, turning their places of worship into war zones. Dana?
Mike Tobin in Tel Aviv, thank you.
Let's get some analysis right now from our man Dan Hoffman, CIA Chief of Station formerly. And Dan, good morning to you. Senator John Kennedy, Republican from Louisiana, kind of a rare voice in the Republican Party, said the following this week about getting out, like now. Watch.
As far as I'm concerned, it's time to get out. There will be those who say, well, the Iranian leadership is still standing, and they could rebuild. But I will tell you this, we have inflicted massive damage on the Iranian government.
He is exactly right about that last part there, about massive damage on Iran. What is your analysis if the president were to say we're done at this point, Dan?
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that we began military action against Iran because we didn't have a deal on Iran's ballistic missiles, their nuclear program, and we wanted also to deal with their support to proxy terrorists in the region. Added to those three challenges that we continue to face is Iran's closing of the Strait of Hormuz. So we've got to get to those objectives. How we get there, whether it's through negotiation or continued airstrikes, potentially boots on the ground in some fashion, or some combination of all of those things, that's yet to be determined. But we need to get to the conclusion of this campaign and ensure that our strategic objectives are met.
Here's General Keane from Fox and Friends earlier about those military objectives.
They're trying to personally survive.
Yeah, we saw this.
Keep the regime somewhat intact.
We saw that.
Exactly. Look, Russia wants this war to go on, I think, as long as possible, and they want to inflict as much pain on the United States and our allies as possible. Russia considers their war on Ukraine to be a proxy war against Europe and NATO and the United States by extension. And Russia's ally is Iran. Russia's been giving Iran drones and tactical intelligence, strategic intelligence, just as they gave the same sort of assistance.
I'm not going to lie. I almost forgot about Russia. I'm not going to lie. I totally forgot about Russia. I was saying China was giving that to Iran. They saying Russia is giving that to Iran. I totally forgot about that. Damn, I did not mean to forget about Russia. I don't know how accurate that is, but damn, I forgot about Russia. And we got troops in Ukraine too. That's another thing. We held up everywhere now. There's too many, the U.S. military is too vulnerable right now. We got too many troops in different areas. And they just sitting back watching. Damn, that's not good, bro. That part right there is not good.
And yet, of course, Iran is trying to drive turmoil in the oil and gas markets. And at the same time, I thought this was very interesting when you pointed out that Russia is providing Iran with drones. And so there are many different players here. It maybe isn't so easy as us just saying, okay, we're done.
Exactly. Look, Russia wants this war to go on, I think, as long as possible, and they want to inflict as much pain on the United States and our allies as possible. Russia considers their war on Ukraine to be a proxy war against Europe and NATO and the United States by extension. And
that's probably the reason why NATO didn't want to get involved.
Drones and tactical intelligence,
that makes sense.
Strategic intelligence, just as they gave the same sort of assistance to the Taliban so they could kill U.S. soldiers there. Iran is dispersed their ballistic missiles and their drones, what's left of them. And I agree with General Keane. We've got to finish the job. Iran wants to inflict as much pain on the oil and gas markets and cause as much turmoil as they can. If the regime survives, that's a victory for Iran, particularly if they don't have to meet our objectives regarding their future ballistic missile program, the nuclear program. And remember, there's 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium we need to find.
Sure is.
As well as their support to proxy terrorists.
Dan, it's hard to see behind the curtain of diplomacy at whatever degree it's happening.
What if that's underground?
What do you think this delay that the president announced yesterday until the 6th of April at least, what do you think that does on the battlefield?
Well, I think, remember, it's a delay in striking Iran's energy infrastructure, not a delay in our ongoing assault on Iran's defense industrial base with the airspace that we now control. So I think the president is indicating that he's ready to talk. He's always been ready to talk. I'm quite sure that behind the scenes, the CIA is collecting intelligence on the regime to determine whether there may be officials in the regime who might be interested in striking a deal to save whatever is left of their country and potentially have for some sanctions relief and economic growth down the road. But if those things don't happen, then we're going to use this time period, these 10 days, to put in place a plan to potentially to put boots on the ground. There have been some unconfirmed reports that the United States is considering sending as many as 10,000 troops into the region, and so we'll have to track that closely.
Dan, thank you. The weekends have not been quiet times, so we appreciate you kicking it off.
Okay, I'll grab the Tucker one also. Hold on, I'll grab that one. Hold on, let me get the Tucker one right now.
Objectives with our ground troops, but we are always going to be prepared to give the president maximum optionality and maximum opportunity to adjust to contingencies should they emerge.
Secretary of State Rubio saying that all options, of course, are on the table.
Hold on, I'm getting it right now.
See, that table's pretty crowded. There are quite a few options there as the Pentagon...
He said he's being threatened.
Potentially an additional 10,000 combat troops to the Middle East right now, on top of the 50,000...
Do y'all believe Tucker?
...which are mostly stationed in...
Tucker's saying that he's being threatened.
New video from CENTCOM shows the assault on Iran's offensive capabilities continues as President Trump...
I'm downloading it now.
...on strikes against energy sites. So remember, that's a carve-out. No energy sites. But as you can see, that target is clearly on the list and is being struck. Joey Jones is going to join me in just a moment here from New York. But first, Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin in Washington. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Martha. Well, it would take at least 2 weeks for the 10,000 troops at the White House and Pentagon are...
Yeah, we saw all that, All right, hold on. Let me play what Tucker was saying real quick.
The thing that you should be paying attention to is the change in American authority and the level of power our authorities domestically here in the U.S. feel like they can assume. Because that always expands during war. Wartime leaders become authoritarian, every single one of them. And authorities below the executive also become authoritarian. Did you know that in 1942, when Franklin Roosevelt issued his famous executive order to intern about 120,000 Japanese Americans, mostly in the West, Oregon, Washington, California, in concentration camps, did you know the most interesting fact of that decision is often omitted from it? The overwhelming majority of them were American citizens, actual citizens or legal residents, but 2/3 were American citizens with full citizenship who'd been convicted of no crime, hadn't even been charged with a crime, but they were thrown into concentration camps for 3 years and lost their property. And there was some effort in the 80s to be like, oh, we're so sorry. And also, who really cares? Imperial Japan was bad. But these people weren't actually subjects of Imperial Japan. They were American citizens. And they were thrown into concentration camps with their families and no one really said anything? I mean, it's complicated. It's complicated. That's not complicated, actually. That's totally wrong. You can't treat American citizens that way if you're the U.S. government, ever. And yet, Roosevelt was able to do it because it was 1942 and the war wasn't looking good. And that's the other thing to remember, that as wars get tougher, say if you commit ground troops and find yourself stuck in a place and can't get out, It's happened many, many times. As things get tougher and leaders become less popular and people become more enraged and discouraged and sad and distracted, governments can assume powers unimaginable in peacetime, even more dramatically than they did during the COVID epidemic. That can happen. And it may be starting to happen. Speaking for myself, I've been threatened with more FBI investigations in the last month than during the entire Biden administration. So maybe that's an indicator of something. 2 more than during the entire Biden administration, which I criticized every single day for its duration. So there's that. But here's one pretty specific example, a piece of tape that should tell you what to be on guard against. And that's at the local level, not at the level of federal law enforcement, but like your local sheriff, assuming powers that no man short of God possesses, and certainly no one in the United States possesses. In flat, obvious contradiction to our founding documents, to the Bill of Rights, this sheriff, Sheriff Bouchard from Michigan, has decided that he's going to arrest and imprison people who make memes mocking him. This is real from last Friday. Watch this.
I give you this by way of example. Some pond scum felt empowered and emboldened enough to put this picture of me up to try to threaten and intimidate me, which of course he didn't do because I signed up for this. And by the way, the person that did this said a bunch of terrible things, not just against me, but against a lot of groups and individuals, who, by the way, was arrested today in Wisconsin. My point is this, though. If this person is emboldened and empowered enough or feels safe enough to do this for me, what does he do to a kid? What does he do to a Jewish family walking down the street?
Well, he didn't do anything. He made an ugly meme. But the sheriff's not intimidated. I signed up for this. I knew the risks of the job when I became your sheriff. This guy's like some former Republican politician in the state of Michigan. I knew the risks. I signed up for this. Someone made a funny meme about you or an ugly meme about you. It's a meme. It's an image on the internet. That was on Instagram, not on the battlefield. You faced no physical risk. You just admitted that.
Okay.
And you had the guy arrested in another state and he's in jail? How is this not leading to mass protests? Why did they not shut your sheriff's department down? Where's the Department of Justice? Where's the Civil Rights Division? Are you allowed to just arrest people who make fun of you? Oh, it's so ugly. It's anti-Semitism. Okay, well, it's racism.
Nah, but they passed the anti-Semitism laws. They did that
all pretext
up under Trump, believe it or not.
Because we're dumb. And no one wants to be an anti-Semite or a racist or deny science, whatever they tell you your crime is. The actual crime is always the same. It's mocking and impeding the authoritarian impulses of the people in charge. It's making fun of the sheriff, which is exactly what this criminal did. But the sheriff's okay tonight. He's going to be all right. He signed up for this. The rest of us did not sign up for this. This is illegal under the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. It's also totally incompatible with what it is to live in this country. You get to say what you think. There is no legal category of hate speech. There's only speech the people in charge hate. So this guy should be the subject of a federal investigation. Like, that's a good point. 1 minute after that hits the internet. Don't think he has been. Let's hope he will be. But that's exactly the kind of change that can bubble up in your country during war. And it's like some kooky sheriff, Republican. That's the Republican? That's the Free Speech Party guy? Really? And it's in Michigan, and who even knows, some county in Michigan. And all of a sudden you wake up and you get arrested for a meme because it's hate speech, which means it's speech the people in charge hate. And then if this goes on long enough, or if the United States are to really suffer, it gets more extreme. There are already neocons saying if there's a terror attack in the United States as blowback from the war that they pushed for, that they will make certain that people who oppose the war are arrested for the terror attack. Follow the logic chain. Oh, you can't because there isn't one. They're openly saying we will use the deaths of Americans to settle our political scores using your government law enforcement. Not so different from we will settle our ancient tribal disputes on another continent using your military. Kind of the same principle. But it's not acceptable here. If the Iran war was bad, allowing the U.S. government to arrest, persecute, investigate, spy on U.S. citizens for exercising their God-given rights is worse. And you'll know it's bad when they start talking about a draft.
Right.
What
that draft?
Well, of course, it's the definition.
Irony.
It is somehow the right of a government to take the fruit of its population, its young, fit citizens, the ones who are supposed to build the civilization, continue the country,
and they're vulnerable,
force them to risk their lives, and in some cases die for
no reason
they didn't make, and in this case, they don't support at all.
18 years old.
18-year-old American men support the war in Iran. Haven't seen the polling. Imagine it's quite a bit below 30%. Maybe even lower than that. And by the time we get to a draft, you can be assured
they forcing all the people to go to war, and that's what we don't want.
If there's another definition of tyranny, forcing people
to go to war. I just said that.
To die for a war for another country when your country is not even conceivably in peril of like invasion, except for the long-term kind created by immigration, but an imminent invasion of foreign troops. But, you know, we went into this war because Benjamin Netanyahu wanted us to, and it's not going well, and you need to fight that war at the risk of your life, even though you hate it and they trying to understood what it's about. Because he's right. Lied to you about it, and if you don't do that, we'll arrest you and put you in jail. I think that's the definition of tyranny.
It is.
And simply because it's happened in the past doesn't make it any less tyrannical. So what's in your toothpaste?
I agree.
If you're using the brand you grew up with, you probably don't want
I agree with that.
It's likely.
I fully agree with that, Tucker. That's a good take. And that's what I didn't want, because as soon as that happens, when they start putting people, you know, boots on the ground, when they say they're putting boots on the ground, getting more troops out there. Oh, no, we're losing this war. We need to open up the draft. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people talking about that. I mean, and then again, we already know that the draft situation got raised up to 42 as far as the age is concerned up under the Biden administration. I hope that does not happen. I hope that does not happen. Yeah. First of all, I got children. You know what I mean? I got 2 sons on top of that. One of my sons, he will be 18 this year. Yep, he will be 18 this year. And they just locking people up for different memes and stuff like that. I'm looking at this closely. I'm looking at it. People got the right to do what they want to do, or at least I thought they did. We understand that there's rules and regulations out there for certain things, but they will usually fall up under the lines of being criminal if there's an issue. Is there an issue? Did he do something criminal? Absolutely not. He literally just created the meme and dolled it up with, you know, however he wanted to do it. He was trying to be funny. And then making a mockery of the person, which is fine, right? I mean, but how is that criminal? How is that criminal? That's interesting. That's an interesting take right there. But as far as Tucker being threatened by the FBI, you know, I saw a lot of people inside of the comments saying that he's CIA. I'm gonna tell you right now, anybody that's CIA is working with the Israeli government right now. Anybody that's CIA is working with Israel right now. And Tucker's against Israel. You know, if he didn't already say that verbatim, he's against Netanyahu. And so is Candace Owens. I saw people saying that Candace Owens CIA. CIA is bought and paid for, and they being ran by Netanyahu, big time. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So if you believe that Tucker Carlson is CIA, then you got to reevaluate what you think the CIA is about or who they are. These are agencies that are hired by governments to do the government's wrongdoing, dirty work. And to go back to his point about, the government spying on its own citizens, that's the CIA doing, not the FBI. Keep that in mind. So he said that. He said, if you think this war in Iran is bad, the government, he said the government using arrests and persuasion, I think he said investigating and spying on the US citizens. And they say that was their, he said that was their God-given right, if I'm not mistaken. He said that's worse. He's right though. He's right though. It's worse than, that part right there is worse than the Iran war. I agree with that. Because that's still an ongoing issue right now, right here in America, right here. And to go back to what the brother Anthony said earlier in this segment, if anything, before World War III happened, a civil war would happen. Even though I don't want that to happen, but that will be inevitable, especially when it comes to the point where the people come and say, hey man, look, we sick and tired of being sick and tired. And they started standing up and doing something about it. To go back to what Sister Ali was saying earlier, it does have to take the need to stand up to do something about it. Because if you think about it, we're the trendsetters. Everybody else is watching us, looking on, trying to see exactly what move or we're trying to make. Then we see people online that are giving us a bunch of backlash just for even claiming our indigenous roots. So it's deeper. It's not just the indigenous roots that they're worried about here. They're worried about us having the correct mindset. Not necessarily militant, but the mindset of going, okay, wait a minute, our people were conquered. Okay, and in order for history not to repeat itself, we gotta change everything up. We have to shake up this regime. We have to put ourselves back in position of where our ancestors once were. That's what they're afraid of. That's what they're afraid of. So the ones that, they're foreigners, the majority of them are foreigners, okay? But they're afraid of that. And that's the reason why they got, just like you said, the CIA, the Mossad, all of them. All of them are together. And they got people in place that are all on these social medias. To go back to what Elder K was saying, they want the security of your social. The only way they could do that is for them to have their agents out there working together to manipulate your mindset. Like they giving all the backlash to YouTube and Facebook, but the whole time it's more than just them involved when it comes to the manipulation of the social society in general. It's way bigger than that. And then on top of that, they're getting paid left and right by the government for the intel. Where do you think they're getting their intel from? They are forcing, who is they? The Google and all the rest of them apps that we download on our phone are garnering information. And to go back to the data centers that we just mentioned, they're giving, or inadvertently, we're giving these apps our permission to spy on us. And, agencies like the CIA are allowed to tap into that and utilize that to their advantage. Telecommunications is a weapon. Inadvertently, it became a weapon. To go back to the J. Edgar Hoover days. Yeah, it's another reason why they were trying to get rid of John F. Kennedy, and they did, because he was exposing a lot of things dealing with that. With the government spying on its own citizens, with Tucker saying it. Many people have said it. Even that guy that ran to Russia, Edward Snowden. And he was former, was he former CIA, if I'm not mistaken? He was working for one of the agencies. Edward Snowden, I forgot which agency he was working for. One of them, I forgot. But close enough. And he exposed it. And he, ran to go seek asylum in Russia, and Russia gave it to him. I don't know where he is now. I remember they used to interview him and everything. NSA, he used to work for NSA. I remember they used to interview him. He used to be, on satellite, and I don't know where he at now. Where is he? I haven't seen him in a minute. It's real quiet. Be real quiet. They even allow his girlfriend to come over there. They'd probably had children, living their lives now. Yeah. You said telecommunications is a part of IT, which I worked for many years. Yep, that's my field as well. Telecommunications is my field. That's the field that I came out of before I got on YouTube. And I know how deep it gets. I know how they're able to, have access to a lot of your information, especially on these waves of frequencies to simplify things. And it can be utilized to somebody else's advantage, especially when you have no idea of what they're doing or what they're capable of. Snowden is still in Russia? Okay, good. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if he is or not. But I remember, he ran to Russia to seek asylum for that reason. He was trying to expose it. They did a whole documentary on Snowden. I felt as though it was great too. I strongly suggest y'all go see that. It was a pretty good one. You said Snowden was a contractor for NSA. Okay, one of the alphabet boys. Yeah. So he was right there, national security, right? Right there. So I mean, what they gonna say? He was lying? So, the FBI is getting at Tucker because he's talking about it. Oh, okay. So now you really trying to arrest, and that's the reason why he probably brought up that guy being arrested for that, talking about that, the Jewish chief or sheriff, whatever he was that he just brought up, just for making a meme about that person. They considered that hate speech. Yeah, I never knew that you could get arrested for hate speech. That's a brand new thing. But yep, they did pass laws. And I want to mention this, that the girl that was the head of the Homeland Security, during that campaign, I don't know if you guys could recall, I was going live and I did a few videos and I was forewarning you guys, the Tolbert girl, what's her name? She was pushing for the anti-Semitism laws. She was the one. That's how she got on board. And I was super surprised that he made her the Homeland Security. They didn't even fire her. They moved her to a different position. Anybody else would have been fired. She was sleeping around with certain people. A lot of stuff came out about her. But and she was cheating on her husband and stuff like that. It just wasn't a bad look. They didn't fire her. They just moved her to another position. She's still getting paid. But apparently she must be Jewish, because she was the one that was really pushing for anti-Semitism laws to pass. And quietly they were being signed. Some of them were executive orders. They were absorbed in Trump's executive orders. And I was noticing it. I was watching it, but I just didn't know it came to this point where they would actually try to arrest somebody for so-called hate speech against a so-called protected group. I didn't know that. So that's brand new. And this is the reason why Tucker pointed that out, because apparently they could twist that and use it against him and arrest him for so-called hate speech. And all he's doing is pointing out the obvious. So if they could do it to anybody, in which that person wasn't anybody, we don't even know who that person is for real, then that means they could do that to anybody right here in America's soil. That's something we got to fight against. There's a war right here in America already. It's the Americans versus the American government that has been infiltrated by foreigners. And remember, Trump told us straight up, coming out his mouth, he said, they're not after me, they're after you. And he just in the way, right? Well, now they got Trump out of the way. Peep game. What year we on? Year 2 with Trump? It didn't take long, did it? They got him up out the way. But so I'm gonna go live again tonight. This evening. What is today? Saturday? I may even go live twice again. I feel good. I may go live twice again, depending on how early I'm gonna get up. But if I do get up early enough, then I'm gonna probably go live again at like 1 p.m.-ish. And then I'll go live again at like 7:30. Oh, Lord. Listen, I was in traffic, okay? I was in traffic, got caught up in traffic. I didn't account for that Friday traffic, okay? I was rushing back over here. And, but I'm gonna make up for that. Yeah, I promise I'm gonna make up for that. But I definitely want to say thank y'all for coming out. Let me switch this real quick and let me see. Hold up. I didn't get a chance to, I ain't get a chance to shout nobody out. Oh, did I? No, yes, I did. I remember that. I did say, shout out to Morgan for becoming a member. I did shout out some gifteds. I remember people with gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Puma, what's up? I appreciate that. Thank you for the gifted. And and I did talk to Preston and Spread Wealth. I remember that because she was talking about the data centers, or he or she was talking about the data centers. Nah, I was on point. 300 Degrees been a member for 69 months in a row. Oh, I did miss a couple people right here. Omara, thank you for the super chat. You said OCO brother and sister. Oh, you must have been talking about when Tanisha popped up on the mic. Damn, we was live. Wait, we was live for 6 hours? Yep, 6 hours and 22 minutes. Low A, thank you for the super chat. You were saying, yeah, this was a while ago, and I apologize. You said Russia, China, North Korea are supplying weapons and missiles to Iran. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat was saying it was Russia as well. And I ain't gonna lie, I almost forgot about Russia. I was over here talking about China and totally forgot about Russia because they work hand in hand. That's crazy. Miss Shirley Baker, how you been a member for 66 months in a row? I appreciate that, y'all. So look, this what I'm gonna do. If I go live in the afternoon, like early afternoon, it'll probably be like 12:30-ish. Something like that, maybe 1 p.m., something, you know, it depends on what time I'm waking up. But if not, regardless, we're gonna go live again this evening. And it's probably not gonna be on the same topic though, because there's some other things that popped off I gotta talk about dealing with us as the indigenous people. Gotta bring this stuff up. Most likely we'll probably open up the panel to get some takes. So I'm gonna see y'all then. I love y'all. Y'all take care. Shout out to everybody that was able to come up on the panel as well. We're gonna open it back up again tomorrow and make it happen. Hold up. But y'all take care though. I'm gonna see y'all later on today. Why though, y'all?
OCO free thinkers.
I make you think, yeah. I make you think, I make you think, yeah. I make you think, yeah. I made you think, yeah. I made you think, I make you think, yeah. I make you
He's
think.
here to make you think.
I make you think, yeah. I make you think, I make you think, yeah. I make you think, yeah. I made you think, yeah. I made you think, I make you think.
It's Dane Calloway.